Hello everyone, welcome to the International Computer Club, a fellowship which will reach across borders and oceans and allow folks from all around the globe to share their passion and joy for classic computers, consoles, and retro gaming. Hello everyone, welcome to the first edition of the International Computer Club. My name is Amigo Aaron. I'll be your MC for this evening. We've got a huge show planned tonight with at least 6 big presentations. We're ready to rock and roll. We've got a packed house here. All the luminaries of retro gaming and console computing from back in the day. As is tradition here on the International Computer Club, we're going to go around the horn here and talk to the various folks in the chat room tonight. We'll start with my good buddy in the upper right, my partner in crime, my good friend, John Boat of Carshaller. What's the good word, Boat?
Saturday.
Oh, yeah? It does me good to know that you're going to be getting liquored up to get through this, Boat. Very good. Tell everybody hi one more time. I think we had you muted. That's the way we do it here. That's how I like to do it.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Amigos. I'm John.
And I'm failing. So thank you, Boat, for popping in. Let's move over to our good buddy, our good friend, who's pulling off some crazy stuff here. Say hi to our good buddy, Antony Jarvis. What's going on, Antony?
All good, thank you. Greetings from London in the UK.
Very good.
These are the results from the London jury.
Very good. Antony's got something particularly wacky tonight to get into. It should be a lot of fun. To my immediate, I guess it'd be my left as you look at the screen. Good Lord, what can you say about this man? Atari aficionado, dipping his toe in all the pools of retro gaming, all the deep dives. Give it up for my good friend and tremendous streamer, 48K Ram. What's going on, dude? You're muted, dude. He is pouring his heart out. 48, you're muted. There you go. Yep. Bingo.
There we go.
It's not just me.
Yeah.
Say that all again, 48.
Pro streamer right here, let me tell you.
We're glad to have you in, Mr. K. Good to have you. Right beneath Boat there is a man, a Canadian man, tech extraordinaire, and a good guy. He helps us out a lot around the channel. Give it up for Jason Warrens. What's going on, Jason?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, greetings from Calgary, Canada. I'm looking forward to the show tonight and just all the presentations and stuff. I'll be probably one of those guys just loitering in the corner and having a few drinks.
HSI calls you the Tech Mountie. I like that. That's good stuff right there.
You got to copyright that, man.
Yeah, no doubt. That's awesome.
Now, beside Jason, a good friend of ours, holy smokes, we've known him forever. He is a consummate gamer, console and computer, and one hell of a drummer. Give it up for Graham W. Woebcke. What's going on, Graham?
Hello from Sydney, Australia. It's just past 8 in the morning here, so yeah.
Gotta start boozing, Graham. Now's the time.
Now's the time. Yeah, it's a shock to the system, so I might as well. Hey,
that's it. Graham, excited as always. I can tell it's tough getting up in the morning. Hey, listen, at least aren't you happy we moved the show back to 4 p.m. EST? Sorry,
yeah,
dude.
I'm glad. It gave me time to remember to put on pants this time.
There you go. Hey, we're glad to have you, Graham. Now,
yeah, cool.
Direct from his hidden location, the man cave, Amiga Night extraordinaire, our good buddy. The seatbelt's on his chair. It's great. It's our good friend Edvin Helland. What's going on, Edvin?
Everything is good.
Very good.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds great. We're looking forward to seeing what you have to offer this evening. Beside him, holy smokes, the mad genius. He's crazy eight bonkers. He's brilliant. He's got a household full of, like a zoo. Give it up for David Z. What's going on, Dave?
Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here. Hopefully, I look forward to all the presentations.
This is
Hopefully
morning
the
to you,
mic
isn't it, Dave?
It's only 2, but yeah, it is a bit early.
Fair enough. Now, all the way back across, magazine entrepreneur, streamer, good-looking guy, and a great singer. Give it up for Pixels of Dawn.
Hello there. I've been out walking the hills today, so I'm very ready to sit around and do absolutely nothing and listen to other people instead.
Very good. Very good. Hey, listen, it doesn't take, you don't have to go out and walk the hills, man. Let me give you some advice. You can just sit around all day. It's great.
It's true. That's
Speaking
true.
of, here's a man who doesn't sit around because he's busy all the time. He's getting stuff done. Up north, our good friend from Retrorewind.ca, Frank. What's going on, Frank?
Hey guys, long time listener, first time caller. I got a problem with my 1200 and I'm hoping one of you guys can help me solve it.
Oh, man. Let me tell you something. First thing you need to do is get you a Dremel tool, and we'll take care of that sucker. I can tell you that right now. Last but not
Old
least,
style.
Nobody puts this guy in a corner except for himself. There he is. It's our good friend, Mitsuyama. What's going on, Mitz?
Hi, everyone. Greetings from Manchester, England. Just thought I'd drop in again, as usual, and do my usual lurking act. And I'm looking forward to listening to everyone's presentations and seeing what everyone's got going on. It's always a really good time here, so happy to be here once again.
Very good. Lurk on, brother. So we're gonna just get right into it here. We got a full docket of stuff to get into here, and I think we're gonna lead the dance before he hits the private stock with our buddy Edvin Helland. Edvin's got a project he wants to share with everybody. Edvin, take it away, my friend.
Hi everyone. Well, I was gonna show you, or I'm gonna show you. I'm not saying I'm not gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the RGB to HDMI, but this is the version made for the CDTV, and it's kind of like the thing they made for the 600, where they where you get a ribbon and then you place it somewhere else. So I'll show you. Just 2 seconds. I'll move my tech along with me. See if it's. This is going to be amateur hour, like it always is.
It's the right show for that. Don't worry.
I'm just going to try to zoom this in here. See? Okay. So this card I got from she's called Monedeth Pen or something. I'm probably butchering the name, but this is the card which you put in the video slot. You take out the RF modulator from the back. These things are actually kind of cool because it's modular. And you put the RGB to HDMI thing, and then you have a ribbon going down under the CD-ROM drive, the CD-ROM cable. So it comes out here. You can see this.
Yeah.
Yeah. And on the other side of this, you have the Raspberry Pi Zero. And on the back, you have the buttons, the HDMI out. And on the next version, she's going to do one with 2 joystick ports as well. So that's going to be good. So I'd probably have to buy another one, like you do. So we'll try to put this in and not break anything, like I usually do. So let's see. We're going to put it in there's some kind of rails here, and I don't want to butcher the cable. Let's see here. Yeah, goes in. We'll see if it powers on. We always have good luck with things going poof.
The inevitable smoke test.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Got to make sure to keep the magic smoke in the machine. I've learned that one.
Okay, so now the power cable.
This is scary.
Okay. I actually had a problem with this because the let's see there, if you see the front here, you have this IR receiver, and they had these crappy cables going down, and I had to fix this by cleaning the contacts. So now it actually works. So let's see. I'm holding the Steadicam here. Oh yeah, good. Now I turned off the other TV where I was watching you.
It worked.
That's this
Magic.
2 Samsung TVs. Let's see. Told you this was going to be amateur hour. So you can see you have one. You have one signal going out the RGB and one signal out the HDMI.
All right, now what is that broadcast? What is that at on the HDMI? Is that 720p or what is that?
Let's see. It says so when you boot it up. So
it looks
we'll
great.
Yeah, you can see all the pixels.
It should be 480i interpolated into either 720 or 1080.
There you go.
Turn it off and on again, as they say. 1920 by 1080, 50 hertz. Unfortunately, my CDs won't play ball today.
At least this screen looks awesome.
Yeah, but I have one that works, so I'll just do that one. See? If we get the CD-ROM to turn around, that's also a problem. So I have to get that serviced.
Is it the laser, Edvin?
No, it's probably the belts, I think, or something. It's
I've got spare lasers if you need one for the CDTV.
It's good to know.
Hey Edvin, Josh 80 wants to know: do all the Amiga modes work okay with this thing?
Yeah, they do. It just works.
Double high res won't though on a regular Amiga.
Oh yeah.
Everything else should.
Yeah. So now I'm just playing a CD with the graphics on it. The CD plus G. Now you really can see the pixels. There. But these are crappy graphics because you see the other one is actually the same. So it seems to be the CD plus G format wasn't that good back in the day.
100% duplication, even in the bad stuff, right?
Isn't that what Dreamcast discs were? Weren't those CDG?
No.
No.
The CD plus G
CDGs were they put graphics. They made CDs that certain players could read that would have pictures on them and text, like almost like a multimedia disc. They died
like a very
quickly.
early multimedia format.
But you're thinking the GD-ROM.
Yeah.
Oh, G. I knew there was a G somewhere in there.
Yep.
They had a CD plus MIDI as well. So you could hook it up to MIDI equipment to get the original score on the synthesizer. So that was what I was going to show you. So that's cool. It for me.
Edvin, what have you done any, aside from this obvious upgrade? Have you done anything else to that to the CDTV? Have you done any more enhancements to it?
No, nothing yet. But I was thinking about getting the SCSI to SD for it.
I see. I mean,
yeah, the SCSI adapter you could put in the back.
Are there options? Are there options to accelerate the CDTV? I'm not real familiar with what are the available options.
Yeah, there are a few, and I think you can do Terrible Fire soon, or maybe now. I'm not sure.
You can, yeah, you can.
Yeah, and there's something called the Witcher as well.
There's some new ROMs you can get for the CDTV, which allow you to do a lot more in terms of upgrading with some of like the 500 accelerators and stuff that wouldn't work, like the Terrible Fire, things like that. So
yeah, you need that to run the Terrible Fire, I think.
Yeah.
I'd love to have a CDTV. They're so cool, but they're so not cool all at the same time.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
tough.
they should have shitted with the game ports.
Yeah. Not the
Because
Cool.
They made
playing
several
games
dumb
with
moves.
playing games with this is no fun.
It's kind of cool to see how many things the RGB to HDMI is getting run on. Like I even saw just recently that someone made a PCB for the A1000 for it.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very good.
Oh, there it is.
I like it, man. Looks good,
Yeah.
dude. Hey, I'm glad it worked. I'm glad
Yeah,
it
me-
worked. Any CDTV questions for Edvin while he's got this sucker fired up?
What's your go-to CDTV game, Edvin?
Well, back in the day, it was it was something Cruise of the Cautious Commodore or something, and I never finished it. It
Hmm.
was like this talky game with still pictures.
That was all the games for the CDTV.
Yeah, there's a floppy port, so you could just run from discs.
Right. So you could play a lot of other stuff.
Yeah,
but
yeah. You know, the keyboard was with a 3-meter cord, so you could sit in your sofa and playing pinball.
Hmm.
So that's what we did.
Very good. All right, man. Well done. That was interesting. Let's move down the line. We're gonna get him right when he comes back. Which that way we can throw him for a loop. It's Antony Jarvis. Anthony's got something particularly bizarre to talk about. Antony, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I was actually just trying to find my my CDTV Tales of Peter Rabbit.
Oh man, that's a Stone Cold classic
which
right
is
there.
right there, it really is.
That's a good
Yeah,
title. Not.
I'm not actually playing it yet. It's I was trying to get it to work with my with the CD-ROM in here, just to see if it will kind of play nice. But what I thought I'd do was just go through the toaster very quickly, because I don't know if you guys have seen it, but in the last Amiga show that I did sort of like a hardware sort of view of what was going on, like the cards in the box and that kind of stuff. But it occurred to me that actually the interface is an interesting thing, and the toaster is like a suite of programs. So it's not just a switcher, but it has a character generator and 3D 3D graphics and that kind of case.
Can I ask you a really high level question, Anthony?
Do it.
How far away is the video toaster from just being a computer on its own?
Right. So it's really interesting if you're interested in that sort of thing. But it's basically when it was originally created, because I think a lot of people just think it's a video card stuck in a computer, but actually there's a really symbiotic relationship between the Amiga and the toaster. So the toaster is designed around the Amiga's ECS chipset, and in fact it's a bit of a it actually uses the bit planes to send positional data to the scaler for the DVD, for example. So it actually renders animations which will make the video kind of get smaller and bigger. It's very strange, but and it also talks directly to the Denise chip as well. So it's all timed directly through the motherboard. So it's I think when they moved to the PC, they actually had quite a task on their hands to recreate some of the Amiga hardware on the PC video toaster board, because they were just using so much off the back of the Amiga. So it's it's a sort of a one can't exist without the other, if you know what I mean, in terms of this setup.
So there was never any worry that, like, what's the company that made the video toaster?
NewTek.
There was never any danger that NewTek was going to be just like, yeah, let's just slap a CPU in this thing and we won't need Amiga anymore and we'll just put our own system.
I think that's the last thing they wanted to do, but that's the last thing they did in the end.
Didn't they actually make a PC card?
They did make a PC card. Yeah, they did actually. Yeah, I've never used it, but I mean, they still, they make the TriCaster today, which is still very much based on that technology, and they're still, pushing forward. Their NDI standard has been sort of quite widely adopted, so they're still very much in the broadcast game, which is very interesting to see. Yeah. The other thing that I've got in here is the flyer card. Now that is more, you could argue that is more of a separate computer inside the box, because that's the thing that does all the video playback and editing, and it sort of talks to the toaster to get it to do stuff. But I've had my computer crash and the flyer is still just playing out video and audio, like it doesn't know what's happened. It's going, no, I can still do this, it's fine. But the sort of my sort of Amiga has completely errored out, and yet it's still quite happily playing back video, like doesn't care less. So that is more of a sort of an isolated card, I think. But it's quite complicated in terms of the wiring, because I had to kind of find a wiring diagram and create the ribbon cable, which was a nightmare. So that was that's one thing I only wanted to do that once. But yeah, very quickly, let me just show you this. I don't want to go on too long. But so it's going to be a little bit sort of Heath Robinson. So it's going to be a bit a little bit sort of done by hand, I guess. But I just thought it's interesting to see some of this stuff. So this is basically the main toaster interface. And so what you've got here is a bunch of switcher inputs and a little T-bar that you can kind of pull around. And basically, this is the way that you would switch sources in a live situation. Now, obviously, if you're looking at this, you can't see the toaster output. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this button. Right. So this is now coming from the toaster. And if I click this button, I'll probably do something stupid like this. Color bars, that's nice. And it's got various still stores, so you can punch up, different things like that. And then you can make the picture do these sort of things and all that kind of craziness. So that's kind of fun. And so this is basically how the toaster, how the Amiga show rather is made. Effectively, you string these icons together, and with the flyer, it basically compiles it as a script, runs it, and then it plays the whole thing out live, effectively. So let me show that to you very quickly if I go to, if I can remember how to do it. Here we go, project. So if I go to TAS episode 7, just going to have a look at the master here. Let me show you the interface. Now, it's actually got a Toaster 4000 board in it, but if you've got an AGA machine, all these tiles are in beautiful color and you can see exactly what's going on. But in ECS, you're a bit limited in terms of the palette. Although they've done a pretty good job of it not flickering too much. I think Newtek have done a nice job of that. So this is basically the edit for the show. So like stepping through it here, you've got the sort of the main title. So if I double click on that icon, this happens. All right. Now I'd love to be able to play the audio, but I had some last minute problems with my audio mixer, so
I'll sing it.
Oh God! Don't desecrate that boat with your voice.
The worst thing is, it's the third thing I've ever composed in my life.
You wrote that? Oh, I love that song. I sing it to myself sometimes in times of trouble.
He does.
Yeah. It's one of those things where I played it. I've got like a sound canvas audio box, and I wrote it on Music X on the Amiga 500. So it's actually quite cool that you've actually it was written on it, I suppose. But every time I hear it, it just it sends it back up, if you know what I mean. So basically, starting on this bit here, you see what it'll do is it'll play the titles. This bit here, this is the music. Actually, that's the voiceover. So it cues the voiceover, runs the music as a loop, and then it does a little transition here, which if I double click, it does a transition, and then it goes into the first piece of video, which is me at the London Computer What's It, talking about the London Computer What's It, like that. And then eventually, it'll move to another bit, and then that moves in, and then talk about the games, Shadows of Says Hi Toro, and then eventually we go back to the end thing, and that's kind of the main bit of it. That's not very helpful, is it? You can't see anything now. There you go. There we go. Right. So that's sort of the idea. It's not like a timeline. It's more of a series of unfortunate events, one after the other.
Sounds like my love life.
You should have been on the marketing team.
Yeah, it is. Let me just change the interface very quickly. And what I'll do is I'll just pop into here. So this is how you edit, basically. So what you've got is it's all done with timecode. So it's a real hybrid way of working between basically between an old school tape editing suite and a non-linear editor. So you can make edit decisions and you can change the timings, but it's still it's almost like you're kind of still cutting up blocks and shunting them together. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of, it's easy to let things slip out of sync. So, you know, certain transitions and certain effects, if I'm not careful, I can be 20 minutes into a program and then suddenly Brad here, who I was interviewing, is suddenly talking a minute and a half, thinking, oh, where have I done that? And so I have to go through and add up the time codes to see where I've dropped out of sync and then work out how to pull it back in, which is why the show takes so long to make. It's normally my error, to be honest, is what makes it go wrong.
What would you say is the you know, the Amiga show famous for being exactly or almost exactly half an hour long? What would you say the total amount of time in production is for one of those half-hour episodes?
That's a really good question, actually. I mean, it feels like forever. I think it's probably about 3 weeks, I suspect, probably. But it's never quite, you know what I mean? You're never sitting down for 3 weeks. But you're like rendering, for example. That's the thing where there's a vampire in here, and it really helps with the speed of the rendering. But you know, one of these moves, if I show you one quickly, where are you seeing? I'm seeing that right now. So if I go to the gallery and I run this one, let me show you it. So, you know, it's the gallery where we look at the, you know,
this is my favorite part of the show.
And there's Lollipop, okay, this sort of thing. And then it moves in.
Now, do you compose all of the music that plays in the gallery as well?
No, so that's a really nice piece of music by a guy called John L. Morroy. He was a really early pioneer in sampling music, and he actually wrote that for the game The Pawn by
that's good.
by Magnetic Scrolls, which was the first game that really got me into Amiga. So that's why I've used that. But it's also it's kind of very similar to the like Take Heart, that was an art show in the UK back in the day. So that's why I've kept it like that. But that render there that I just played, that probably took about 2.5 hours to cook, maybe a bit longer. So there's 5 or 6 of those. So I could be rendering for 2 days on and off while working, trying to get that done. So sometimes I use WinUAE to do that because it's just a bit quicker. And then I just FTP the files over to the toaster. But everything's played in as video because it's, you know, there's no files here. It's literally play and record. I play video from one source and I record it into the toaster in real time. So there's no like quick times or anything like that. It's all actually bizarrely analog video. It's very interesting how it compresses it, but I won't bother going into that right now. But hey, I did a little thing for you. Hang on a sec, let me show you. I was playing around earlier in the week. And I know I've had a secret commission by John. I'm not going to talk about that just yet.
Oh, man.
But where is it here? Trying to do this live and messing it up totally. Oh, there it is. I'll put it in its own little folder. Oh, you know what I should do? Sorry. Keep talking amongst yourselves. It's, you know.
Can I ask a side question?
Yeah.
I'm not very familiar with the toaster, but I know it goes in the video slot on the 2000 and the 4000. Is there any way to use something else in addition? So I've got a 4000. I have a toaster 4000. I've also got a ZZ 9000. Right. I haven't been able to get either of them to play because, of course, I can't plug the video slot in. Have you ever been able to use any like RTG card with a toaster 4000?
Yeah, right. So I don't have a 4000. I would love a 4000. If anyone wants to give me a 4000, I'd happily take it. But what I have noticed is that the ZZ9000, is that just a Zorro card, or does that require the video slot?
It's got the video slot as well.
I have heard on a forum that people have had success running both, because the toaster's not really an RTG card. It's kind of firing composite video out the back. So it just requires. In fact, interesting. I had a Denise, one of those kind of the little clamp card that you do to create the the VGA out the back. Yep. But it had an emulated Denise, and the toaster just went, no way, I don't want anything to do with it. So it needs a genuine Denise, unfortunately. But it is happy with the Vampire, so the Vampire's RTG mode works great. And I'm quite keen to try it with the with the PyStorm as well, to see if I can get that working, because if I can make that work, then rendering time should be an awful lot better. So I'm quite excited about that.
Awesome. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, not at all, not at all, not at all. I was just going to show you very quickly. I made you a little thing.
Ooh,
that's awesome.
Fancy.
Very nice.
So the plan would be that basically that I had a logo like that would come up, and that by some magic, if I had my setup properly, that it would actually kid over the top somehow by magic, maybe, if I did that and did that. Ah, wrong key layer. But that was the idea. It was going to come up impressively, and everyone was going to applaud.
I love
that
it.
Didn't really happen.
I'm applauding anyway. That's fantastic.
Yes, that's 100
Yeah,
times
very,
better than
very
anything I
cool.
could steal.
Very cool.
But it's yeah, I mean, that's one of the great things that Lightwave is so good at. Is it's just, it just is designed to create these really sort of amazing images, and that's that's part of the suite that's in the dead air. Sorry, that's all part of that. But anyway, I'll call it a day there, because I could bang on about this for hours. But it's a really amazing thing they put together, because it really is a really beautifully slotted together set of applications that just work really nicely together, and they kind of got it sort of nailed. It's very solid. It kind of feels like it it works. I worry more about my iMac staying up and running during this than the toaster, to be honest with you. This will just keep on running, so it's really good.
I thought ask you another question, Anthony?
Go ahead, Boot.
Yeah.
If you did have a 4000, what would be the performance difference in terms of what you're actually doing with the toaster?
I think it's got some more effects. I mean, to be honest with you, I actually really like this box. I like using the ECS, and I think the interface is nicer. And the paint module as well is a bit more friendly in AGA, because you're always looking at a kind of a ham preview before you send it to the toaster buffer. So that would be cool. But I think generally speaking, it would be to kind of have a look at some of the new effects that you can do, and you can do more interesting sort of lower thirds and that sort of thing. But having said that, I think using this version gives it a certain quality, because it is a little bit limited. So you have to think a little bit more creatively about how you approach a certain subject, or like a certain way of making a show. You kind of have to think, oh, maybe if I feed that through Lightwave and I do a bit of that, then that will kind of work. So you sort of have to. The limitation is the fun part, I think, sometimes.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Do you have any experience, or I'm sure you have some, but how would you compare doing your show as you do it versus what it would be like to do it with more modern tools and a fast PC? I mean, obviously, I understand the gimmick, and it makes the show have a great feel, but what in terms of the time saving, I mean, I'm sure the differences are unbelievable, and certainly the rendering time would be off the charts compared to the old stuff. Have you done a lot with both, and how do you compare and contrast the two?
Yeah, so it's a very different. Obviously, the interface is so different. So it's not, it's kind of not really like anything that there is anymore. So it's not timeline based as such, and a timeline is much easier to whiz around on. And certainly, I used to be a full-time editor, so I've used those things.
Yeah.
And so, but so the editing is the thing that takes the time. That really is, because particularly with the interview with Brad, for example, I started cutting it on the toaster, and I got like 30 seconds in, and a day had gone, because I was trying to shave bits off his answer, and it was just causing all sorts of grief. So basically, in the end, that edit I actually did on my Mac, and then loaded it into the toaster, just because it was easier to cut it on a timeline. I mean, I still had to cut chunks out in the toaster, but at least it was kind of assembled together in a slightly easier format, so I could cut that together relatively quickly. It was like an hours long interview, which I cut down to say 7 minutes, and then brought it down to 5 in the toaster. So that's maybe not such a bad way of doing it for certain things. But other stuff like the video game reviews, I really like loading the footage in that I've been playing, finding the right moment, timing it with the script, because I think that's part of the fun of it, really. But it does take a while.
Does when you, of course, the toaster was in use for years, well after the Amiga was gone. All right, I mean, more or less. How long into the 90s or even into the 2000s did they support the old toaster? How long did you keep getting updates and stuff? I mean, when was the last time that they said, okay, we're done?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm really not sure about the answer to that. I mean, I didn't have one of these back in the day. I always wanted one. I mean, this is another thing that I should say, is that this is actually finally getting one of these and being able to use it was a real sort of ambition that I had. But this version here, it says the last supported software was 97, and I think they may have pulled the cord in 2000, possibly. I still see kind of new tech forum posts from say 2000, 2002.
At
I
one
think it still
point,
had quite.
didn't they push everything public at one point and kind of open it up?
I
But I
believe
don't
they
think
did.
you
I
have
mean,
to pay for the software. I think it's free now and everything.
yeah, there's the Open Toaster project, isn't there? There's a guy on the
Yeah.
forums, EAB forums, who's been looking after that. Discrete Effects, I think his name is. I think. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on with that project. I know the idea was to try and open it up and to get sort of people to develop for it. I mean, it'd be amazing to think that on the newer Amigas that you could maybe get like an HD version. Maybe would be quite cool, but I don't know how possible that is. But it's a fun box. It's a real box of tricks, and like I say, you've got the sort of the different programs, so you can go into the paint box, and that's like a whole. I won't kind of bore you too much. He says boring you too much with it, but it's got like a full like painting interface, and you can kind of load up frame stores, and kind of you can sort of paint on them, and then what the idea is you then render it out, and it ends up coming out like that. So pretty cool.
Nice.
So it's but it's cool how they've managed to sorry, switching the right buttons here, but yeah, how they sort of really made the integrated studio a thing. You've got your 3D, your caption generator, your editing, and your switcher, and the fact they kind of sold it for like a couple of grand back in the day, that was unbelievable. It really is close to full broadcast quality. It's not quite there, but it's pretty solid definitely for composite video.
I think it's pretty cool that you've run your stream right through that right now. That was going to be one of my questions, and the fact that you did that, man, that's props. That's awesome.
He's crazy. He's a crazy man.
The trouble is, I have to, because obviously there are times when you have to see this, and then I have to. So I'm switching my Blackmagic input left and right to try and get it to work. But anyway, it's all good. I won't take up any more of your time.
HSI can ask, and he admits he doesn't know much about this. He asks, so is he using a digital video, or is it hooked up to some sort of tape machine? Can you answer that?
Yeah. So you can do all those things. I've actually got a deck. I have got a deck down here, a Digibeta deck, if anyone knows those. And I've got various VHS. I've got a DV playback machine, which is like a hard disk drive, which I sometimes use for caching. The main one I do is actually I will use the iMac, and there's on the Blackmagic Shuttle, you can sort of play around. You can play and record video on that, and then that will basically play out composite video, which I plug straight into the back of the toaster.
Did they make a digital version of the toaster where you could digitize video and edit it on the machine?
Yeah, I mean that's what this does really. So I mean, I won't, like I say I won't bore you, and I continue to do so. It's like I'm relentlessly doing it.
No boring. None of this is boring.
Yeah, keep going, dude.
So, for example, I'm recording right now, so hopefully this is going to happen. So I basically digitized a little bit in.
Yeah. And
I'll just call that new clip, because that's how you tend to. Oh, there's already a new clip there. Of course there is. It's almost like I've done this before. Right. Hang on a second. Okay. So if I hopefully click on this and I play the right thing out. Hey, that's the thing I recorded earlier. So you could actually, it's what's cool about it is it's very quick to do this. It's very, it's very light. So what I mean by that is that because it's all being controlled by the other card, I can click between these bits of video, and you don't feel like you're having to wait that much. You know what I mean? Like it's sort of it's looking after all the clips and all the bits and pieces for you. So the playback is pretty solid, and you can pull up different freezes, and this is just going back through some of the bits that I've done for the previous show. But there's what's cool about it is that there's no rendering once you've put the sequence together. So there's rendering for obviously the moves on the magazines and that kind of stuff. But once your project is done, there's no more rendering than that. So it's almost, in a funny sort of way, it can take a little bit less time than doing it on, say, Premiere, because Premiere you have to sit back and wait for it to do its thing. Whereas this, you just hit the play button, and as long as you're recording somewhere, you've kind of got it. So it's it's an interesting thing. Very quite old school in that way. It's almost like a tape suite shoved in a box. If anyone's ever used like a tape editing suite before, it's that sort of idea. Yeah.
It's amazing. It's good stuff. Very interesting. Like I said, we always hear about the toaster, but I've never got to really get a good explanation as to what the hell is going on with the thing. It just, like HSI said, it seemed like magic. So it's very interesting to see one demonstrated. Very good. Good stuff. And now tell the folks about your show and where they can see it, Antony.
Oh, right. Yes. It's a show made on this very box here called The Amiga Show, imaginatively. And the idea is it's a slow, very slow walk through the history of the Amiga from day one onwards, and kind of trying to look at it month by month through the eyes of the magazines and the software that was out at the time. And you can watch it on YouTube and ATV. Amiga's TV is.
Oh, yes.
is
You're going
also
to be
running
on
it
the
as well.
network.
That's
Outstanding.
right.
That's it. So yeah, but the
Yes.
Amiga Show on YouTube, you'll be able to find them there. There's not too many episodes, but hopefully, I'll keep chipping away at it. That's the idea.
Very good.
Speaking of Amigos TV, let me put in a little plug for that. Next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we are going to be running a full slate of classic reviews of Amigos podcasts, Our Sinclair, 1200 XL, the CoCo Show, and the Amiga Show, with a little sprinkling of some Amigos Plays videos in there. Something for everyone. So if you'd like to tune in and just let it play in the background, you're welcome to. It's really designed to sort of be like a TV show. There's bumpers in between, humorous things. And on Wednesday, that is the day that you definitely want to see, because our first ever Amigos TV VJ is going to make his premiere. Mr. Dave Z from AZ is going to take over the channel, and he's going to be hanging and banging all day long, playing his favorite Amigos videos, introducing them, and just having a grand old time.
You're like our own little Martha Quinn. Look at you.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. That was good stuff all around. Nice plug, Boat. Your ISP's up to its usual tricks over there. Oh my God.
Dave Z's a great choice too. He's such a good character. He's a great character. He's awesome.
I'm a real boy.
Yeah. I see we've been joined by our good buddy, CoCo expert, another great white northern. It's our good friend, L. Curtis Boyle. What's going on, Curtis? L. Curtis Boyle, never unmuted.
Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah, we just literally finished CoCo Talk, so I ditched the post show over there to come over here. Once I figure out when exactly we're supposed to go on, I'll contact Jay. He's just having a quick supper here because he was on the show too. So
I see also Chris Edwards is in the house. I don't know if he's active here. Welcome in, Chris.
Hello.
So,
Thank you for having me.
We can hear him now.
Go ahead, had a
Chris.
belly button. I had a belly issue. I have a mute button on my microphone, and my belly bumped into it.
Listen, you don't know what I've done with my gut over the years. I've brought down nations with this thing. So, with all that said, we've got one more person that wanted to get in early and get in fast. That's our good buddy, 48K Ram. What's going on, dude? You're on.
All right, let's see. Let's see if I can actually get some audio running.
Look at your background. I just love your room back there. Just all kinds of crazy stuff in the background.
Yeah, it is a little bit crazy, isn't it? I've got all my computer graphics running right there, and yeah, the rest of it's just the pure chaos of my retro room, because this is also the room that I work from home in for my day job, so it has to do double duty.
How do you get anything done with all that cool stuff sitting around?
It's hard. It's really hard. Got to admit it. It's really hard. So I do stream. It's Tuesdays, and the big end of not last year, end of year before, I was just like, I'm gonna jump into this Twitch thing, and I had no idea what I was doing. no idea what I should be doing, and eventually sort of settled into a thing about, all right, Atari 8-bit. That's like my thing. So we did a bunch of that, and it's a lot of fun. Built a great community around it. But this year I'm sort of going in a little bit more of a different direction. And the reason I'm facing this shelf instead of the window over there is because most of my stuff is now done from my workbench, and
Ooh.
and here it is, and I'm gonna have to shout into the microphone. But so I just sort of zoomed back here to show, like, how the sausage is made, I suppose. But yeah, I've managed to get some decent stuff going on with the bench to make things easy enough. I've got this monitor now on a swing arm, so I can raise, lower it, and it doesn't take up all the space, because it's absolute chaos here on the bench. But I'm super happy now that I can actually have two machines and enough space to actually run two machines here if I ever need to. So the new format of the show is kind of a lot of repairs and projects, and looking at new machines, in addition to playing some games on them once I finally get them running, on the rare occasion when I do actually get a machine running. The Pumpkin C128, no, that is not, that's in the other room. It is an amazingly yellowed machine. It's the most yellowed computer you've ever seen in your life. But yeah, so people have pointed out the Amstrad here. This is my latest and greatest machine, because I just today took delivery of this guy. Let me get this off the bench. For those of you who have not seen, this is the DDI-5, and it attaches to the back here in the expansion bus, and it gives you a disk drive emulator. So it's like a GoTech here with this USB port, and also 512K of RAM. So I can do some pretty cool stuff with it, like running demos, because one of my favorite things about retro machines is the demo scene, the old school 8 and 16-bit demo scene. So I can bring this over here, and as soon as I find my mouse that I kicked off the side. Oh, we got the Apple II up. Let me switch to. So I'm running this through the RetroTink 5X, and just for the very first time have first light on this machine, and I really love it. Now the RetroTink has some weird sync issues that you may or may not be able to see now.
Trust me, I know that all too well.
Yeah, but I can actually run some demos here off the DDI.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if the sound is coming through.
Yeah, it sounds great. Wow.
Yeah.
This is nice.
Yeah, this is the demo. Can robots take control? But anyway, yeah. So I love running demos on the stream, and I hope to be able to do that more, kitting out more machines for demos, including. Can switch back over here. Some silly stuff like this Apple II. Back to the bench cam. This Apple IIc over here that has an internal mocking board. So there are no card slots, obviously, in an Apple IIc, but amazing people have come up with ways to stuff peripherals into these suckers, and so this one actually has a mocking board in it. It interposes the CPU. It's very cool. So I can just boot up, quick demos on that. So, it's not every day that you hear Atari chip tunes coming out of an Apple IIc.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. This is a great tune, by the way, Sharpness Buzz Tone by Jess. It's an originally Atari ST, because the chip on the Mockingboard is the same as the Atari ST. So they figured out how to make the timer code work on a 1 megahertz 6502 versus an 8 megahertz 68000. It's just crazy. So that's kind of the new direction for my channel, for my stream, and then getting back to the bench, being able to do repairs. I've got room for my scope now. This is looking at some timing code from, if you know Todd Gill of Retro Frog, He's working on a SNES to Neo Geo adapters. You can use Super Nintendo controllers on your Neo Geo stuff, AES, consoleized MVSs, and CD systems. So I'm just testing some timing code. It's based on the Atmel chip here. Just making sure that we're scanning things as fast as possible. So I'm helped him tune the code. We got it down below 1 millisecond latency. And then, video switchers to be able to run multiple composite sources. That's a genuine Radio Shack composite S-video switch there. And then, into the RetroTink, which has some issues with some of these old computers, as you saw, but generally it works pretty well.
I tried it with the
And
CoCo
then-
last night and had all kinds of trouble. It did not.
I thought
like
I
the
was having a
CoCo.
stroke.
Yeah, you'll be all right,
Yeah,
Dave.
the Tink is okay, but what you really need is a thing that somebody sent me. It is a Amstrad to SCART adapter, and then you run that SCART. Then you just go SCART to HDMI, and that thing is crystal clear, no issues.
I'll have to hit you up for info on that, because what I'm running right here is the Retro Computer Shack Ian Pretty's cable, the SCART cable.
I've got to look and see here what mine. I've got it right here. This is the this is that. So why do you need the RetroTink?
Well, because it's SCART and I need to get it to HDMI.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you just get a SCART to HDMI adapter on Amazon for like $20.
So funny you should say that, because I can't reach it now because yes I can. It's this thing which everybody has 800 of.
Yep. No cheap.
Doesn't see my Amstrad at all, because I was going to sub it in this morning, and it just anyway. I don't know if it's
That's
I don't
weird
know
because I have the exact same. I have the exact same stuff right here. I've got
Everybody
the
does.
464. I've got the RetroShack cable, and I've got the
Yes.
HDMI adapter, and it works.
You
Yeah,
folks in Europe don't know how lucky you are to have SCART.
Yeah.
Man, SCART, we wish so much,
We
so
love
much.
Start.
Yeah, something is up with it. I know it is, because this is what I used on my Amiga before I got the RetroTink. Yeah.
I had one of those go wrong recently, actually. So yeah, I think that because they're all quite cheaply manufactured in China, sometimes
I think
things
there's
don't
one
quite
guy who
work
makes
right.
the box. I think there's one guy who makes 4 million boxes and sells them to like 300 distributors. And they put their own parts inside there.
That
So I think
sounds
although
likely.
the metal boxes look the same, I think there's different junk inside.
I think
Probably so.
I will say what you had
I-
going on looked pretty good, man. I mean, I thought
Yeah,
it
that
looked
looked
pretty
beautiful,
nice.
Yeah.
man. I want to set up like this.
Yeah, so, I mean, you don't.
Yeah,
It's not like
that's
you're
really
in trouble. You've got something good. The Tink does a good job on. It's system to system. You never know what you're gonna
So,
get.
How does
Yeah.
wood work with ground? Are you grounded?
So I've got some stuff here, like so now that you can see the other side. So I've got my bench power supply, and so that's connected to my ground strap that I can use for doing the repairs. And then I have this other lead here, which is grounded, that I can bring out to a ground mat if I need to. And you just clip this onto one of those rubberized ground mats.
Can I ask a question about the Amstrad? Sorry, because isn't there back in the day there was always an issue because it was powered through the monitor, wasn't it? Is there now presumably there's third-party sort of solutions that allow you to?
So there's well, I mean, it's just 5 volts. Let me see if I can. I'm running this just through a 5-volt barrel adapter. Ian's cable, the Retro Computer Shack cable, and this is going to be hard to show on camera, has these power leads coming off of it. So the idea is that you take a modern 5-volt power supply, plug it into this cable, and then plug the cable into your Amstrad.
Right. Okay.
And then this also provides the 5 volts up to the monitor, so that, sorry, let me just change. It will also provide the 5 volts up to your monitor, so that your monitor sees the 5 volts on that pin and puts the SCART in the right mode and 4:3 and all that good stuff. With the Tink, you don't need that because I control the aspect ratio and the input select through the menu. But the cable that Ian designed is designed to emulate that pass through from the monitor.
Great. Thank you.
Hey, Super Tech Boy asked if that was a desoldering tool. Can you give us a quick 30-second what tools you got there from the left to the right?
Yeah, I am, as a matter of fact.
Beauty.
So what we've got here, this is the ZD985. There's a zoom mode on this camera. Yeah, look at that. So This is the ZD985 desoldering gun. This is the El Cheapo thing that you find on Fleabay and Scamazon and all that stuff. It works if you take care of it. It has a real bad tendency to clog here at the back of the nozzle, and that's a pain in the butt to get rid of sometimes. And you have to make sure you buy plenty of filters, keep it clean. But I have done tons of jobs with this machine, and it works pretty well once you learn how to do the desoldering. It's not as simple as just zap, you're done. For instance, I sometimes have to use this desoldering alloy, which is a low temperature chip removal alloy.
That's the best. That's the best.
Yeah. So
I love that.
That and really good flux. I've got the
Yeah.
the
It's all
MG.
about the flux.
Is that the paste you got there?
So yeah.
Yeah, you gotta have the paste.
So that's the desoldering gun, and it works really well. I can crank it up here, and you can see the display. I run it at about 360 C most of the time. My soldering iron. So this is part of the thing that gave me the space on the bench. This soldering iron, I used to have, well, I still have, a HECO 936 station, but I swapped it out recently for this TS100. For those of you not familiar with this guy, it's a very low-cost soldering iron, powered with a 24-volt DC brick right here. So I don't have a great big station sitting on my bench. It takes up less space, and it is every bit as good a soldering iron for my purposes as the HECO. It uses tips with integrated heating elements, so there's no decoupling problems there, and I really like it. So that's my daily driver iron. And then the power supply, it's a Corad, memory slots, programmable, does all the stuff I needed to, and I have it connected to both alligator leads here, as well as a DC barrel jack, one of those ones with the screw terminals on it that's just connected in. So I can just grab this and plug power into, like if I could even power the Amstrad off of that right now if I wanted to. So is that what people wanted to know?
I've got a question for you, if I may.
Yeah.
Because I'll watch all your streams, as many as I can live, because I like the technical aspects. You're a real good hand, as they say.
No, thank you.
Why Amstrad? I guess, I know you're probably gonna do a myriad of stuff, but and I'm not disappointed, by the way, because me and the Brent have played some Amstrad games over the last year on ARG, and I've noticed that a lot of the more modern stuff is outstanding. It's really good, and the Amstrad really got shortchanged. Now, of course, we're gamers. We don't do the demo scene or utilities or any of that stuff. But what got you interested in the Amstrad?
So I have the Amstrad here. I have a BBC Micro.
Very good.
And I have two spectra, plural of spectra, all courtesy of a fellow in the UK that I made friends with on Twitter. We've swapped some stuff around. He goes by Gedgehead, and he just absolutely loves sending me these British micros, and I absolutely love these British micros because they're just new to me.
Yeah.
Right. So Pixel Gaiden just did this thing about it's the crown jewel in your machine, and there's a lot of people who have real crown jewel compatible caliber machines. I don't want them. What I want here and what I have collected this is what the common computing looked like in the 80s and 90s, right? These are the common computers that people had. This is what the average Joe on the street, sure, you can argue the average Joe on the street didn't have a computer in the 80s, but you get what I'm saying, right? This is just the commonplace machines, and the Amstrad is absolutely one of them.
Very good. Very good. I think that's a great answer.
Yeah. So the final thing I wanted to point out, because it's new, this is a brand new thing to my channel. Up here in the corner, I finally have upgraded my multimeter. So this is the thing, and if you look, it is actually beaming the information via Bluetooth into my stream now.
Oh, that is so sweet.
That's fantastic.
So this is a thing that was developed, if you know, Bald Engineer and his community. They reverse engineered the Bluetooth, so I can just be measuring something here, and I don't have to point my stupid meter at the. I don't have to point my camera at the meter. I just hit the thing, and I don't know why you're thinking that this voltage is overloaded. But anyway, I can I can show you what's coming off my Amstrad power supply here. No, it seriously is just like, I can't measure voltage right now. What are you talking about?
These aren't the volts you're looking for.
There it
Yeah,
is.
so there we are.
That's outstanding.
It's woken up.
That is
So
outstanding.
I'm just noticing that my USB power supply is putting out a little hot right now.
What a
So
gimmick.
yeah,
that
so
is.
that's where we are. That's where we're going, and I'm really happy to be able to do these project streams, and people have really enjoyed them. I really enjoyed doing it. It's a great way to explore stuff. So thanks for having me on.
Hey,
I was going to say I really love the stream setup you've got with the multiple cameras, and now you got that overlay with the multimeter as well. It makes it look properly professional.
Yeah, I think
well, I'm really glad
work you need to have stuff like that. That's great.
Actually,
I'm really glad it comes across that way, because all this is two Logitech webcams. You know, I see people with the DSLRs and the HDMI captures, and I'm like, I can't afford any of that stuff.
I caught your stream the other time where you were troubleshooting your Pi 1541, and man, what I really liked about that was the fact that it was frustrating, and it wasn't getting fixed, but it was like just the fact that, you know what, it's not easy all the time, and we all go through this stuff. It was great.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and I'm glad that comes across. I'm really thankful to my community and the support I get from your community. It's really a lot of fun.
I love it. Hey, listen, tell everybody when you stream, brother.
Yeah, so it's Tuesday nights. I've moved it up to 7 p.m. I know that's a lousy time because people on the West Coast are still at work, and people in the UK and Europe are getting ready for bed. But it's kind of the time I have right now. I'm thinking to hopefully maybe if I can get this set up stable, so I don't have to spend an hour moving from work mode to stream mode, I might be able to push it up to 6. But for now, 7 o'clock Tuesdays, Twitch TV /48K RAM.
Which time
Eastern.
Oh, sorry, Eastern time. Sorry.
He's not too far from us, and we've
No,
tried to
I'm
get
about
together a
4
couple
hours from
times.
you.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to meet you in person very soon. But I am very impressed, and I'm very excited about what you've got cooking. I love the European computers, obviously, and I can't wait to see what you get into, man.
Yeah, and 48K, if you did end up coming to Boat Fest, you know, you could do a, you know, I would love for you to do some sort of a special talk, or, you know, bring some equipment down and do a project. I think people will really get into that.
Yeah, I would love to make it to Boat Fest. It's on my short list, absolutely. You know, everything just depends on this human malware situation and blah blah blah. What state am I in? I'm in Virginia.
Yeah. Sorry, human malware. That's a good one. Good stuff. 48K. Please check out his streams. I mean, I catch them all, and they're always interesting. He has it's fun to watch people work on the machines, the old stuff, and he goes in and does mods. I've watched you many times, 48K, when you were involved in the gaming contest and the one-line program stuff. I loved all that stuff. It was all really good.
Yeah, so the basic 10-liner, I'm getting a little bit more involved with that this year, helping Gunnar out on the website for the 10-line basic game contest. If people aren't familiar with that, write a game in 10 lines of basic, and I've played some really amazing games in 10 lines of basic.
It's stunning how good they are. I never believed it in a million
Absolutely.
years. Very good. Tandy, and listen, 48K, thanks for coming in and showing off your stuff. I love that. You know, this is a good point to bring in our good buddy from the Great White North to tell us what's going on up at Retro Rewind. Frank, what's the scoop, my friend? Come on in.
Hey guys, you know, just kind of commenting on what Jason was saying there to 48K about frustration. We all go through it, trust me. Not a lot of things are easy. A friend of probably most of us here, Doug Compton, sent me his Amiga 500, and I think Chris, if anything, will get a kick out of this. He tried to recap it himself, and he bridged 5 caps in the process, and then used a Amiga 1200 power supply to turn the machine on. which sent the entire current through his CPU, his Agnes, his CIAs, and fried it all. So, and that took me quite a while and a whole bunch of 74
man.
logic chips. So it is a challenge for
Can I
sure.
make fun of him for that, please?
Absolutely.
No
please.
burials.
We might actually he put out a video about it where he was trying to
Yeah, I
recap his
saw.
500 and then smacked his head wondering why won't anything turn on. It's like, oh god. I want to talk about some of our new products and some personal projects. Those of you that follow us on Twitter, over the holidays, I built a 4000 by hand from scratch. And I'm carrying on in the process of building 3660 by hand. I'm just waiting for the connector, which is near impossible to find right now. And the socket for my 68060. This is Chucky's design. It's a fantastic design. For those of you that don't know John Hurdle, he's a godsend in this community, that's for sure.
John's amazing.
Yeah, he is. I have an update on something that kind of caught a bit of fire late last year, our bench power supply. I think we're ready to start taking orders. I'm not going to lie to you, this is going to be a lot more geared towards people who are tinkering with their machines and actually trying to power your machine off it. I mean, you can. This contains 3 isolated transformers so that you can power multiple 64s, 1541 2s, and by getting all the cables that it eventually come with, you'll be able to power what's that, a 3000, a 4000, 64, 500, 600, whatever. So probably by the end of next week we'll have them kind of listed. Again, they're pricey. There's a lot of tech that I had to go into making this thing power this many machines and make sure that it was fully isolated. But for those of you that like tinkering, I got really sick of having, digging through shelves for power supplies whenever I was working on something, or like I only own one 3000, having to take my 3000 apart just to get the power supply out. So that was an itch that definitely needed to be scratched.
Hey Frank, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If I wanted to pay you an exorbitant amount of money to build me a custom bench power supply with only the computers that I have set up full-time on my desk, could you do it?
Yes. So
let me give you, for example, behind me, I have an Atari 1200 XL, an Amiga 1000, a CoCo 3, and well, the Amstrad doesn't get a lot of use, but let's say, just to round it out, let's say the Amstrad. So those 4 computers, could you go bam, 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 bam right in a row?
We could. The problem with that is because we are an actual corporation, we'd need to get like regulatory body approval on it. So this unit, we've had to get CSA, which is the Canadian Standards Authority. I had to send them the 2 test units. I had to send them the blueprints. They had to test it before they approve it because it does connect to mains. So we do have to legally cover our butts, and playing with power supplies can be a dangerous thing. That's the kind of the disclaimer off the bat. And because we are a legal entity, we need to make sure that those have regulatory approval before we sell them. Because, if it for some weird reason catches on fire, I'm not saying it will, but we could be held liable. So
it's
start kind of going down that road.
It's not necessarily a case of like being able to give the underwriters or UL or whatever the your design for each individual system power supply. You'd have to release to them the entire box with all of the power supplies in it for them to review.
Yeah, so the bottom line is if you're bringing mains power into a circuit board, you need to get regulatory approval. Period. Bottom line. They need to make sure that the traces are thick enough, that they're far apart enough. They stress them through high load just to see what happens, right? So, and I understand why they do that, because that keeps us all safe. Let's be honest, when we buy any consumer electronics. But because we are a legal entity, we need to play by the rules, right?
Sure,
so
absolutely.
it becomes tricky when you start to do custom stuff, because then we need to go get approval, right? And it's like it's a $5,000 fee just to get approval.
Now, Frank,
Wow.
that unit you showed, that's like you said, that's mostly for bench work, right? There's not going to be a lot of individual users that are going to pick something like that up.
No, unless they, you've got a 64 and 500 and 600, you want to power at the same time, sure. But the beauty of it is, so this unit, we have tick generation built in, -5, -12, 12, 5. It totals 400 watts, and everything's fully isolated. So you can have a 64, two 64s, one 128, 164, and they're completely isolated from each other using Meanwell's medical grade isolating transformers.
That was my next question. That's a handsome looking unit. I mean, it's tempting to get one even though I don't need it because it would be fun to have. It's a good looking unit.
It comes in handy.
What about my Vic and my +4? We need more plugs. That's fantastic.
That's
man.
all. That's all you got to do is add more plugs, man. I keep as I come across stuff.
That's awesome.
Like I have my 2001 over here too. I got there's a whole conglomerate of them. But it when you're doing kind of bench based work, it comes in real handy instead of trying to dig for power supplies. And we all know that like the 2000s power supply, the cabling is really short. The 3000 even shorter. You kind of got it precariously balanced.
Yeah.
And you're trying to isolate it with a piece of paper so it doesn't touch anything.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all been there.
Very good.
So that they will be there. Ain't going to be cheap, to be honest with you, but that's because they contain quite a bit to get them where they need to be and to satisfy the CSA in Canada, which is as a recognized body across the world. So if CSA, it's got a CSA sticker, UL in the States and all the other regulatory bodies will be fine with us selling it.
Very good.
What else do we got? Crystal, I'm sure, did you get your email about your Buffy beta? Because they were all shipped. They're here.
Yeah. Oh.
For those waiting for it, there it is right there. There's the Buffy.
Yeah.
Few more op codes I think Renee's got to iron out. I think she's got 4 or 5 left. And then beta testing, and this thing can finally see the light of day. There's an option, Edvin, for you to accelerate your CDTV. Most of the beta testings actually happened on a CDTV. So it's for those who don't know, it's a pin compatible drop-in replacement for 68,000. Drops right in 1 gigahertz theoretically. I'm not sure who the hell's ever going to need 1 gigahertz of power on their Amiga. And to
everybody.
Yeah, 512 megs and a gig are the options.
I know
640K ought to be enough for anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
I know a guy in the West Coast who actually got his too. Yeah, so I'm hoping to get him soon. Yeah, very excited on those.
Yeah, you should have seen Antony shoot his hand up there as soon as that 1 gig came out.
Yeah.
Now, have you got to mess with this thing much, Frank?
I have quite a bit. Yeah.
What do you think?
And I've had to repair quite a few of them. There's bugs that need to be worked out. I'm not going to lie to you, but again, like anything else that's new, Renee will work through those bugs. The part shortage has really been, the biggest stumbling block. I'm sure everyone here is well aware, it's hard to get anything. When we first got L. Curtis Boyle to help us out secure the licensing for the CoCo STC, I kind of had to sit on it for, what was it, like 4 to 6 months before I can actually get the parts I needed for it. So it's the world we live in now, unfortunately.
Yeah. Now,
Frank, can I ask you a question that you might or might not be able to answer? Are you looking to get into the Atari 8-bit scene at all?
No. How's that?
Okay.
I'm not. I'm not.
Sorry,
I
Boat.
still I'm a Commodore child and I still hold those schoolyard grudges. To be honest with you. I have a 1084 that I use. I can go get it. You can see how broken it is. It's what I beat on when I can't get anything working. I kind of turn around to it and just kind of punch it and beat on it. Makes me feel really good.
It's like those squeeze things that pop the eyes out. That's your equivalent.
Yeah, exactly. It's my Atari ST.
Hey, Frank.
What else do we?
Let me ask you a quick question about the Buffy there.
Sure.
Now, did you estimate a shipping date on those? And I'm not sure I caught that. Do you know exactly you're? Not exactly.
Yeah. So there has been enough parts secured for 1,000 units.
That was my next question. Okay.
700 of the 512 and 300 of the 1 gig memory versions. I think once the beta phase is done, I mean, it's hard to tell because of part shortages. I mean, the key components have all been secured. Some of the kind of the bird seed, is easy enough to get, or and if it's not in stock, it's easy enough to wait a couple weeks to get. But probably this summer, as long as testing goes fine and they don't start smoking.
And you're taking pre-orders on these yet? Are these getting pre-ordered?
I think once the beta phase kind of has moved into its second stage, we probably will start taking the pre-orders.
Okay, so that's something people are going to want to watch that are interested in picking up a Buffy, and I'd wager those are going to go toot sweet. So you'd probably want to keep a good close eye on that.
Yeah, you can get them in North America through us and in Europe through Amiga Store. Those are the 2 authorized resellers of it.
Very good.
Frank, I was going to ask you too, like concerning chip shortages, et cetera. I noticed some of the big companies are saying that it's starting to alleviate for them. Now, obviously, they get first dibs on everything. Have you seen any hints of that on the smaller market like you're in?
No. So the auto industry is kind of, as a consortium, is kind of muscling in to most fabs, and they're actually going in and buying together to kind of push everyone aside. So, I mean, I've got stuff that I've ordered, like some logic chips that like I probably won't see until 2023. So some of the MCUs, yes, because that's kind of what's really driving things. But some of the other stuff that this hobby needs, that isn't in high demand anymore, it's, people are going to wait. And that's just the nature of the game, right?
Frank?
And the manufacturers are just dropping it left and right too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey, listen, Dave Velociraptor asks, and I know the answer, but I'll let you answer. Can you sell to Europe, Frank?
Yeah, absolutely. We can sell worldwide.
There you go.
There's just 2 distributors. There's no geographical restriction on us selling. It's just makes life easier for people if they don't want to wait or pay for shipping.
And you
Listen, I know the guys at Amiga Store.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, and they're good people. So I mean, I don't have a problem with them. What else do we got?
I was going to say, Dave also asked earlier around for the back to the power supplies is whether or not there's an ability to do current limiting on them. I don't think that there is. I think they're kind of just meant for powering the devices themselves, right?
Yeah, correct. I mean, they're each isolated transformer based on what machine you're powered will be current limited to the maximum allowable current for the machine. That's dialed into the isolation transformer itself. So you're not going to get 20 amps on your 5-volt rail for your 64. But I mean that's limitation built into the isolating transformers. That is adjustable.
Cool.
So, but we fill with epoxy because part of the CSA regulation is that we can't leave it adjustable in order for it to count as current limitation. So we pour epoxy into it to make sure people don't play with it.
Can I go a little inside baseball?
Sure.
So, back in the day, the FCC was all about the incredibly heavy shielding you had to put everywhere on top of your computers and consoles. Is there a bugaboo right now with the CSA that you're like, man, I wish they'd just drop that because that's useless?
No, I mean, the shielding was because of RF transmissions.
Right.
And RF transmissions died years ago, so they don't care about any of that stuff. I don't begrudge what they do. At the end of the day, what they do is keep us safe, right?
Sure.
I mean, from testing motorcycle helmets to electrical devices. There's regulatory bodies in every country in this world that do this type of work, right? So, we have to play by the rules, and we will. I mean, that's the line I'm towing and the line we're sticking with, right? We don't want to get in any trouble in any way, shape, or form.
There hasn't been anything there hasn't been anything they've asked you to do where you're like, oh, this is just patently
just fill the pot the adjustable current regulators on each thing. That's the only thing they asked for.
Okay.
Is to either, I mean, we could replace them with fixed resistors, but it's just be easier to pour some potting liquid in there. They're perfectly fine with that. They just don't want people adjusting it, adjusting it, and then plugging it in, and all of a sudden you're getting 20 amps of current and frying. I mean, it's not going to catch fire, but you're going to fry whatever component you're plugging it into. That's all. That's the only thing they asked for. So
I guess that
yeah.
and the fees too, because you mentioned like it's $5,000 to even get some of these power supply stuff approved. It'd be nice if that wasn't so dark.
Yeah, and a couple bucks per sticker. It is a racket. I'm not gonna lie to you because we got to put a sticker on it. So you got to buy X number of stickers like to stick on it with your certification number. This is how they stay in business. I mean, whatever. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being right in the front of the line to get one of those. So that's awesome that it's coming out.
Yeah, we've had a lot of people ask us about that. We've also got, as far as I know, the world's first ever buffered CF to ID adapter for the Amiga.
Oh, yes.
So specifically for those of you that have 600s or fewer accelerators, this will allow you to use whatever CF card because the actual buffering logic will take care of it. It is freestanding, so it's the connector's high enough to clear the PCM CIA port. So there's no cables. It does have a pass-through and allows you to do master slave. So if you want to have a secondary CF card or maybe a ribbon cable that kind of snakes out of your 1200 or 600 into a CD-ROM, you can. These are up for sale right now. And Jason, you mentioned the Amiga 1000 RGB to HDMI adapters. I'm hoping I will get them up on the site by the end of the week because they're all built and tested and ready to go.
Nice.
And I definitely want to plug your 609 and 609 installation service for the CoCo side of things too.
Of course, yes. We've had actually a lot of CoCo business. It's amazing how rabid that community is for equipment. I think I've got 5 CoCos sitting in the other room right now that need to have the processors swapped on them. And the CoCo STC card is like hotcakes.
Yeah. You still
like
have stock on those, Frank? Are they still around? Have you
Yeah, I
got
still
rid of
got
them?
20, 26 or 27 left.
That's
I mean,
a
we're
buy
up,
immediately sort of thing there, right? Because they're going to go.
You don't even think about that thing.
Yeah.
You just get it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not
like
with
I mean,
the
I think
controller.
we've sold 58 of them in the past like 2 months or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's been good. Business has been good, and the community has been great.
It's
Community has
mostly
been
on the strength of
absolutely
my ad.
fantastic.
I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Is
What
that the
about
one where you
CoCo
snagged the
RAM boards?
CoCo 1 and 2 and said just get a 3 even though they're $500?
Yeah, it does work on a CoCo 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Let's just make sure that that's perfectly clear. The CoCo STC, the STC Explorer does not work. I think got to have at least 64K, right?
32 or higher at least, yeah.
32 or higher, yeah. So
I've
And it
never
works
tried
on
it on the
Dragon
left
too
or
if you have a
CoCo,
Dragon. So I mean, you just have to
It
flip
does.
the dip switch and stuff.
That'd be neat.
It does. Yeah.
How about CoCo RAM boards though?
But we've got a
That's-
few CoCo things that we're working on. A
Yeah.
few additional things. First and foremost is the diagnostic kit that we're working on right now, which is one of those I'm beating the Atari ST to death over. But I don't know why I'm such a sucker for punishment. Let's just take on more and more and more.
You don't. So that way you don't get bored, Frank.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
it's
we'll
great.
go with
Frank?
that. Yep.
I'm trying to buy that adapter, and I'm getting a parse error for unrecognized token from Retrorewind.ca.
All right. Well, we'll have to look into that.
Oh man.
Oh,
Is this
wait
the
a minute.
equivalent to the Apple site
I think-
crashing when too many people order iPhones at once? Is that what
I
happened?
think I accidentally bought 2 of them. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. It did it. I had to refresh, and it put 2 of them in my cart. Let me fix that.
If not, I'll
100.
fix it for you.
Got
That's
it.
good because I got those pin straighteners that need to go to, so I'll toss them all in together.
Nginx, bad request. Nginx. Uh-oh. Did I break your site?
That's interesting. I mean, we just had people order stuff like 20 minutes ago without a problem. I'll
can't-
take a look.
It won't let me log in. Okay. Well, I'll get to it. It's in cart, but
Do you
Nothing
have
like
a
a
CoCo,
live
Chris?
stream.
I gotta ask. You don't have a CoCo, do you? Do you have one in your menagerie there?
That's interesting.
No.
I can check out without a problem, Chris. I just bought something for myself.
Maybe it's the old American internet here. Let me try it
Could be.
again. Log in, log
Could be.
in, log in.
Hey,
Okay, there it goes.
Aaron, did you already ask about Dave's question about the terrible fire?
I have not. I didn't even see it. Go ahead, Bo. What
Okay.
is it?
So Dave asks, are you planning on doing some terrible fire cards for STs and Amigas, Frank?
No. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
No. There's enough people doing it. Terrible Fire himself has got a kind of a circle of people that he entrusts across the world to build them. I'm not stepping on everything we built that we don't design. We try to work out a deal with the designer. So
you go into a
I'm
weird
not gonna
area
step
with
on
that stuff. I mean, I understand. I'd say no more. I understand. Yeah.
And the guy who does North America is a guy from Montreal, Alan, which I know quite well.
Yeah.
And the last thing I want to do is kind of step on his toes. So there's enough people doing that. And you know what? Yeah, we'll just leave it at that. We're not going for it. I just bought a RGB to HDMI adapter and a CF card adapter for myself. Pretty good.
You know what's best about that? You don't have to pay for it.
I just did with my personal PayPal account.
Frank, use the promo code Amigos10, man. At least save some bucks. Come on. What are you doing?
I'm using my code.
It's money laundering at its best.
Let me see if
So that's kind of what we've got going on. I don't know if anyone's got any other questions or any questions in the chat.
Any questions for Frank?
What are you most passionate about right now?
This
You got so
expired.
many irons in the fire. What's the thing that's really setting you aflame inside?
Drinking. Do you mean in the retro community? Is that what you mean? Sorry.
Overproof rum again.
Yeah. You know what? I first machine I ever owned was a CoCo.
Yeah.
And I've had nothing but joy kind of taking a deep dive back into it. If you look at kind of the way the Amiga's laid out compared to a CoCo, it's a breath of fresh air and such a much easier machine to work with. So I've been having a lot of fun. A lot of fun taking a deep dive into the CoCo. We've got RGB cables that we're gonna have up soon. I'm just waiting for the end connector, and it'll be kind of a modular thing. I think someone else sells this too, but it'll be modular so that you can swap out the end and plug it into like a 1084 or Sony PVM, whatever kind of makes it easier for you. So that's kind of what I've really been.
Have you thought about Wishbone asks? That's a good question. Have you thought about dipping your toe in the pool of doing anything with classic consoles? Has that ever crossed your mind? I mean, there's something there. There's a few things you could get into. Have you thought about it?
Recappings.
Yeah, the recappings is a good example. The
the
SD
problem is
card
stocking.
gimmicks.
We're
gonna get you.
I
new
really
stuff.
should. You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show you the spare bedroom.
Oh man.
Oh
man.
This is
Here we
gonna be
go.
This is literally a deep dive.
This is the behind the scenes. They're wonderful. I love behind the scenes.
This is the spare bedroom, and everything in here needs to be repaired. So these are all customer items.
Yeah.
That need to be repaired.
You're not too busy yet, Frank. I still see some spots in the bed. I can see sheets. So
yeah. So.
Let's just say how many of those are owned by Doug?
Yeah, you're just not trying.
One of them actually. I got Amiga Loves 3000 that I just finished repairing for him. My copy of the greatest magazine ever.
Oh man!
So
that's what I like to see.
Yeah.
Checks in the mail.
So it's I'd love to kind of expand, but right now, no. I just don't have the time.
Understandable.
I didn't know 10
spent more
that many
time.
machines to send.
Yeah,
I need a coupon code fix.
It's done. I know. I heard you kind of under your breath. If you try it now, it expired yesterday.
Coupon is either invalid, expired, or reached its usage limit. Amigos 10.
Oh no!
If you had unlimited staff and unlimited power, I mean, you've pretty much already got unlimited power. But if you had unlimited staff to get into a new line, a console line, which one do you think you'd go for first?
Probably like the Dreamcast and the Saturn.
Yeah.
I've spent a lot of time on a personal level repairing and playing around with them.
Mm-hmm.
Also the Neo Geo. which I'm a huge fan of.
That's big money,
but
Frank.
It is. But I mean, saying that, if I had unlimited staff and money, I'd,
Good
probably
point.
be building a rocket to space and joining the other 3 idiots who are going up there.
While we're at it,
So-
anything about what about the Atari ST? Have you thought about dipping your toe in the pool? Maybe
No,
something
what-
along those lines. We had a question about it.
Yeah,
That's why I
no.
asked.
Again, the only thing I dip into it is to beat on it.
Oh
That's it.
man, come on! Listen, the ST, it's begging for your love, Frank.
Yeah. I mean, you could be the catalyst that finally turns that sinking ship around.
I could also be the catalyst that sets it on fire.
Oh
So,
no!
that could go both ways.
Oh man, total burial. Well, thank you, Frank. It sounds like you've got some good stuff. I mean, please send this man all your projects. He's more than happy to add those to his bedroom of death. He's more than happy to take care of your business. Good stuff,
I think
Frank.
48K Ram wants to reply to that there, Frank.
Yeah, it's a bear. Frank, tell them where they can find
Hold on.
you. Oh, there he goes.
I was gonna go get the beat up, but I'll get it later. The
No.
beat up ST.
No.
I lay a beating on.
Don't kill the ST.
Retrorewind.ca.
There it is. There it is. Retro. We want to see great stuff, Frank. Always something cooking over at
That's
Retro
right.
Rewind.
Proud to support the community. Proud to support people who, people like you guys, Chris, Doug, anyone else who likes to dip their toes into this. That's
Doug
what we're
needs
here
your
for.
hardware support more than anyone.
I think someone just needs to take Doug's soldering iron away from him.
Yes, I
That's what I think
agree.
needs to
That's not a
happen.
crayon, Doug.
Agreed.
You can't just go
Or
crazy.
practice on Atari parts.
Very
Or
good.
What's
PC
that?
parts. Practice on Atari or PC parts to learn.
Yeah, because some people, I think, like L. Curtis Boyle says, some people can set their hair on fire accidentally.
I think we need a bumper
Hey,
that
look what
says,
happened. Look at that. Look what happened.
I think we need,
Well, when 48K Ram was showing off his cameras and he's got that little readout that comes through his stream of the actual soldering temperature, he needs another one on the other side for me for melted hair potential.
That's right.
Or
Man.
or how much hair is melted off here type thing, so I know when to stop.
I remember when I could do that, Curtis. But those
I was
days
going
are
to say,
gone.
I think we need a bumper that says no Ataris were harmed in the creation of these Amiga products.
And there you go.
Yeah, that wouldn't be true though.
Oh
Plenty
no!
of Ataris that have been
Oh.
harmed.
In Frank's case, would be they were specifically harmed. And
Oh,
he would,
no.
give
Come on
details.
now. While we got you up here, Curtis, my friend, we might as well put the spotlight on you. If you're ready to go, Curtis has.
There, is that good? Oh, you meant on.
Oh
sorry.
my God! Oh no, you could actually lower the light way down. What do you got for us this week, Curtis?
Well, I got a couple of things. The main one will be with Jay, which I will let him actually kind of grab that because he's the one who started this whole project. But I thought I'd do a little brief update on behalf of Nick Morendis because he was too lazy to come on here himself.
Oh, burial! It's probably 2 a.m. down there. Well, it's not.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? So I don't have any video or anything to show here because he hasn't got anything recorded. I have seen, like, privately with him some different things that he's been adding onto the game, but I thought I'd give an update on Zero Hour, which of course is the screen that or the game that he's actually been working on for the last while. So I thought I'd show because he's actually got basically the levels are basically designed now.
Oh, okay.
And he's got screenshots of here. So he's got the main foyer where you pick your door to go through, which takes you to the various levels, and then here's the actual levels as it currently stands. Not revealing the very last level, the main thing you have to blow up.
You'll want to switch over to Curtis's stream.
Yeah, I'm heading there now.
Cool.
There we go.
So anyway, the one nice thing in here, like the game itself, if you look at it closely compared to his Rupert Rhythm game that he brought out in 1988, you can see a lot of these, the platforms you got to run over and stuff. So there's some basic similarities there, but one thing he's done unique on here, like that particular game is basically you had to run over and change the color of floor spots. So basically every level had a different layout, but you played the exact same game. In this case here with this particular game, which he's hoping to have out within the next couple of months, every single room has some unique gameplay to it.
Didn't buy anything.
Sorry, what was that?
It was an accident.
Carry on.
So, at any rate, he's actually doing things unique here. Like he's got the
sorry.
acid room with this wavy acid. He's got a slot machine game you get to play. He's got stuff with teleporters. He's got stuff with lifts that you can swing back and forth. You've got the EMF chamber where you kind of float down. And so he's trying to make something unique to each level as opposed to just being a different layout with the same physical rules, etc. So that's one nice thing about the game, is that he's got a lot of different gameplay elements that he's been adding in. So they're almost
Wow.
like little mini games across everything. And he's got at the point now you can start throwing EMF bombs. That's not shown on here. He's just doing collision detection, a few other things, and then he's actually going to start play testing it a bit with a couple of us as private testers. And like I said, he's hoping to have it out in time for the CoCo Fest in mid-May. So hopefully that goes according to plan.
This looks now. You're playing this right now, Curtis. Correct? I mean, not right now, but you're testing it.
I will be testing it. He's not giving it out to anybody for testing yet.
Wow,
I have
not even to you.
No, I've seen sneak previews of stuff that's not on the site yet, and that other people have not seen. But
I didn't realize he was the kind of developer that kept the cards that close to his vest.
Yeah.
Well, there's not much to test yet, because right now, for example, the robots don't kill you, so there's nothing to really play test. He's just making sure the mechanics of everything's working, which he can do internally. But the actual play testing is to see, is it balanced enough? Is it too hard on this level? Is it too easy on this level? That kind of thing.
It looks great. I mean, of course, Nick's done so many great ones, but I mean, I think this is a real shining star. I cannot wait to see this come out. Now he's gonna release this just like he did his other stuff, right? I mean, you better buy a box copy, the whole 9 yards.
I've actually seen the artwork for the box. It looks really good.
Is another round of T-shirts, Curtis? Because I'm ready.
That I don't know, but I will mention that to him.
Now Nick is in the chat right now, and if
Nick, he buried you, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, he knows I bury him all the time because he buries me back.
If you wanted to share, if you wanted to debut the artwork, the box art for this game, there would be no better place or time to do it than on International Computer Club.
That's a boat.
That'll be up to Nick if he lets me know. Oh, he said no T-shirts.
No T-shirts. Burial.
Oh, what? Nick, no! I can't believe it. Now, Nick he's a one-man show, right, Curtis? I mean, he's doing all this himself.
Yes.
The art, the everything is done by him. The sound, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
It's very impressive. I mean,
occasionally he'll listen to me make a suggestion, and if it happens to be something he was planning on doing anyway, he'll agree with it. But other than that, it's pretty well one.
Self-burial. I love it. It looks great. It looks real good.
It does. I mean, he's got all the like those gears you can see here. They're all animated and spinning in the background, and he's got animations of the acid room going up and down in levels, and there's stuff swinging around and digitized sound effects. He's even got a kind of a rumbling machine noise running constantly for the gears, and then you have extra sound effects layered on top of that for when you're actually doing stuff on the level itself. So
it's amazing. Nick's been on a real roll. I mean, I gotta say, I mean,
Is there a more prolific coder for the CoCo today than Nick Morency?
Today, I would say no.
Yeah.
If you go back to the old days, there was a few that did more than him. Greg Zumwalt, Steve Bjork come to mind.
Well, yeah, but those guys are dead.
No,
Nick
they're not.
Well,
they're not, Boat. What? Don't bury these guys.
I'm just saying that in terms of today, 2022, the CoCo scene, you got Nick or you got nobody.
Boat, I have a question for you. Nick said he is willing to show the artwork if he can come on. So does that link I send to Jay, would that work for Nick?
I'm working on that.
Yeah,
Curtis.
absolutely. I will send him an invite
While
real quick.
we're
We'll get him
figuring
on
that out, why don't you go ahead and keep the ball rolling here with what your main event is tonight?
Okay. Shut off the screen.
Curtis, I just sent a link in Discord.
Okay, and I'll forward that off to him. So, Jay, do you want to take it away? Because you're the one who started this project. I just kind of became the tag-along guy on it. So,
yeah, I will. I think you're kind of severely underplaying your role. However, I will take it. So, for everybody that's on the panel, I was just wondering how many of you have heard of a small YouTube channel called the 8-Bit Guy?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
A somewhat minor player in the
minor player in the YouTube scene. Are you aware? How many are aware of his game that he put out early last year, Attack of the Petski Robots?
Yeah.
He's porting it everywhere.
He is.
Yeah,
and
that game is everywhere.
It's going to be on the CoCo here, hopefully in the next few months.
All right.
Curtis and I, actually, like Curtis said, I had started it, but what happened was essentially I finally got tired of it not being on the CoCo because it was coming out in the Atari and the Apple and every Commodore system known to man. And I was like, hey, why isn't it on the CoCo? So even though I knew I was severely under-knowledged as far as it came to getting it done. I thought, I'll start it, see what goes on with it. If I can't get it to where I need it, then, I'll maybe either hand it off to somebody else or just drop it. So I got a hold of Dave, who's the 8-bit guy. Excuse me. And I said, hey, can I have the source code? I want to look at doing a CoCo 3 port of Petski. So he's like, yep, sure, sends it off to me. And so I got that, started looking through it, and realized that the conversion from 6502 to 6809 is pretty, I'll say, straightforward for a direct conversion. So, there's a couple things there's quite a few gotchas, but it's also fairly straightforward in a lot of ways. So, the two main things that I had to figure out right from the get-go was, as you guys probably know, 6502 is a little endian processor, meaning that it puts the low byte before the high byte in memory. 6809 is a big endian processor, meaning that it puts it in memory the right way, high byte, low byte. So anytime that the 6502 was going to do a 16-bit address, I would have to capture that and swap those addresses, or otherwise it would be looking at completely the wrong spot in memory and potentially, zero page or who knows, direct page. So, so that was one of the first things I did. The second thing, as you guys probably know, the 6809, even though it's technically an 8-bit processor, it has 16-bit registers, namely the X and the Y. On the 6502, the X and Y are 8-bit, so there's a conversion that has to happen when we want to put the 8-bit X and Y register into the 16-bit X and Y in the 6809. You have to do a conversion so that it ends up in the right place and that the high byte of the 16-bit register is clear so that it sees the correct number. So those are two of the big things that came out in the first place. Some other things I found out along the way also is that the BCC BCS, which is branch and carry clear, branch and carry set in the opcode map for each processor. I haven't completely went in and figured out, nailed down exactly what the difference is, but they do not act the same on both processors. In fact, in some conditions, they look like they were actually opposite of what they should have been doing. So that's caused quite a bit of
debugging.
Yeah, debugging. Good word for it. I was going to go a little harsher, but yeah, debugging is a good word. So, so basically, I got it all as far as I could get it, with the memory that was available and basically my skill level. And I realized, number one, it was way too slow to actually be a playable game, although it was working. And I was out of memory, and I wasn't really familiar with how to use the MMU on the CoCo to use additional banks and what have you. I hadn't really dealt with that.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure, go ahead.
This is a bit off subject, but you're the man to ask about this. When it comes to speed on the CoCo, what is the limiting factor? I mean, like, are you familiar with the ZX Spectrum library at all?
Not really, no.
Okay. Well, they have tons of games on there, and the Spectrum's in a similar situation that the CoCo is. That they don't have sprites, and they don't have this, and they don't have that.
Right.
But you can get stuff moving super quick on the screen. And I would say I've only been an aficionado of the CoCo for the past 3 years or so. So I am not an expert by any means, but I haven't seen. You see a lot of stuff that just kind of chugs along, and there's nothing wrong with chugging along. But I was just wondering, is there a specific hardware reason why that is the case?
Well, I'll give my answer, and then I'll let Curtis chime in because he is much better with how this stuff works than I am, to be honest. But my thought is, as far as the CoCo goes, you got basically two limiting factors. You have to do everything on the processor, right? So there's no sound hardware, there's no graphics hardware, nothing.
Right.
So
you're
limited. If you want to really talk about what you're limited by cycles, right? I mean, you only get whatever the processor is going to run at per second, for lack of a better term. So, that comes down to how tightly or small or size-wise you can design code so that will run efficiently and effectively and form what you want. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I mean that's kind of how I look at it. Like the CoCo to me is kind of like black box with the processor in it, and it has to do everything for that black box. Unlike a lot of the other 8-bit machines have supporting hardware to help them out. So
Well, I think that it might be an issue coming down with the the 6809 versus the Z80. Maybe there's something going on there too. Curtis, do you have
Hey
any
guys,
thoughts on that?
it's
Or
Alan here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you,
absolutely.
Alan.
All right,
Welcome,
that's cool.
welcome in,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. Well, yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, actually, the thing I'm going to talk about is kind of answering John's question about
Oh,
that. It's
perfect.
really about, how you fit everything in and how you make it efficient and what the limitations are and how you do that. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I'll be
basically what I
talking
was going
about
to say
that.
too.
That's happy coding, by the way, our good friend.
Yeah, basically you have to optimize for the processor. Like for example, the Petski source code we got was the original PET version, which is 6502, and it's meant for a hardware text screen and blah 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 blah. So he wrote it specifically for that. So to make the programming coding easier for David, he actually, like every time you put a robot on the screen or any other new objects, quote unquote sprite, it actually redraws the whole screen. So he doesn't have to worry about, did it appear on screen, did it appear shifting off and all this stuff. It was just quicker. It's only a 1K screen. It doesn't take that long to do. We're running on a 16 color graphic screen, even though the demo will be showing us just black and white. It's because we're future proofing it to see what the speed will be with actual enhanced graphics later on. But basically, we're doing a 32K screen. So we're doing 32 times as much data to move around the same amount of time span. So that makes a huge difference. And then, of course, there's tricks on the 6809. They're unique to 6809, and Jay already covered a bit, like the X and Y registers on the 6502 or 8-bit, so they can run a bit faster because they only have to grab one byte at a time because that's all the register does. Which also means you have to do self-modifying code and increase in memory the high byte pointer and blah blah blah. There's tricks they can do. So it was set up data-wise for all the structures to be friendly to the 6502 to be most optimized for it. That's not how you would normally do it on 69 if you want to optimize. Now, the power of the 6809 is that it's easy to transcode from one of these other 8-bit processors. Because of our 16-bit registers, it's quite easy to transcode. But you'll be doing everything 16-bit, which means you're doing twice as many memory accesses, twice as much memory to get through. So it ends up being slower than the original code would have been. And you have to start writing it for a 6809, taking into consideration some of the advantages it has. And there's other tricks too, like even 6809 programmers, and this is probably getting more to Boat's thing about a lot of the CoCo games not being hyper fast. There's obvious ways. If you've come from a Z80 or a 6502 background, there's certain techniques you'd use for like copying memory to scroll a screen or something like that. And those same routines would work directly transcoded to a 6809, but that's not the most efficient way to do it. You have to think outside the box on those. So for example, if you want to copy a screen, you might pick a start pointer at X and a destination at Y, and you're going to use the accumulator to copy stuff back and forth. Load A, X, store A at Y, increment X, increment Y. But that's actually pretty slow. Now, most CoCo programmers that got in on the 6809 would suddenly figure out we have a D register, we have a D accumulator, it's got 2 bytes. I can load 2 bytes at a time, store 2 bytes at a time, and it cuts the cycle time down 20%. So you can get a bit of speed gain there. But most people stopped at that. But if you look at the instruction set really closely, one unique thing about the 69 versus other 8-bit CPUs is that the stack, most of them you can push or pull or pop, depending on your terminology, one register at a time. Now, the 6809 lets you do up to 8 registers at a time, and some of those are 16 bits. So you can push and pull like 12 bytes in one shot. And those only take 5 CPU cycles plus 1 cycle per byte push and pull. So all of a sudden, I'm copying like 5 or 6 bytes in half the time it would take to do it with a normal load D store D that most people would think of when they're trying to do this kind of thing. So if you know those tricks and you start incorporating those, that's where you start seeing the major speed increases. And when you see the really good CoCo games, you can tell those programmers were experienced in these techniques. And it's called stack blasting as an example. And that's one where you can copy memory really fast. And of course, if you have a 6309, well, then you can start doing like a Z80, block memory transfer, which is even faster yet. But that it's basically the programming technique. And if you came from an earlier version, an earlier 8-bit CPU, what you knew would work, so a lot of people didn't bother trying to go beyond that.
I see.
They do some
that
obvious
makes
things.
all the sense in the world. So,
yeah,
where your CoCo developers, where were they coming from most of the time before they came to the CoCo?
It was a mix. I mean, we had some come over from 6502 and Z80. Some came over from the 8080. Some came from the 6800, which is Motorola's older CPU, their first 8-bit CPU, really. And those did not have as many registers or as bigger registers. Like the 689 has 2 stacks. There's a user stack and a hardware stack. So you actually have your own stack you can fiddle with, and leaving the hardware handling IRQs and stuff. So there's a lot of thinking changes if you want to write the most optimized code possible that you'd have to kind of get used to.
Who do you think, if you had to choose a Mount Rushmore of taking advantage of 6809 in the world of gaming, who would it be?
Oh, that's a tough one. It depends on what your purpose was. Like if you go
My
back to
purpose is gaming and fun time.
well, once again, that's a loaded question. It depended on the era, because I mean, back in the 80s, when you were trying to sell commercial games, you not only wanted to have the game run fast, you also wanted the game to be out fast so that you could get those 3 or 4 months of sales, that you get that kick off a start, and then you want to be on to the next one. So you didn't want to spend 3 years optimizing one particular game because you wouldn't make any money off it. So if you get like the Steve Bjorks, the Greg Zumwalts, the Glenn Dahlgrens, and some of the other people back from that era, they would go up to a certain point of optimizing for speed, and then it gets diminishing returns the further you go in.
Sure.
And they would, optimize more. They'd get these macro libraries and assembly libraries ready to go, and then they would just start reusing these so they could crank out a game every month or two type thing. Which those, Greg Zumwalt and Steve Bjork actually literally were doing at some point. Like Steve Bjork has mentioned, I think Rampage, start to finish, the port took 6 weeks.
Unbelievable.
The guy who did Rescue and Fractals and Cronus Rift, who'd never seen a 6809 before in his life, transcoded from the Atari 8-bit, I think it was. He got Rescue done in 8 weeks, and I think Cronus took 4 because it was a similar engine.
So really, when we tell the story of the guy that was writing for the 2600 that only had 6 weeks to do Pac-Man and it came out crap, that's a crap story, because these guys were turning out the same, great quality ports in the same amount of time.
But that was after they built their libraries up. Like the first couple games they did, like you go back to Steve Bjork's early games like Popcorn, those did take longer because he'd never used this. He didn't have anything done. But he built these macro libraries of certain routines that he would use in common for all of his games in the future, and he kept adding to that as he went. And after you've done a few games and you've got a couple common sets of these routines, you don't have to rewrite them every time. Nick likes to do that because he likes to optimize and learn new things. But they were commercial oriented, so they were just cranking them out. And that was only after you've published like 4 or 5 games in a row, you've got this library of routines ready to go. Now you can just start, throwing them at an engine type thing. It's basically, it becomes much easier. And that's why there's 2 different things. If you're trying to go for the speed of getting the games out at a decent clip and having the games run at a decent but not the absolute fastest speed possible, that's what they shot for. Nowadays, since it's a hobbyist market and there's no deadline, you don't have to make the Christmas rush at Radio Shack type of thing. Now you can take your time. In that case, I mean, there's a few programmers I would probably say that would be up in that echelon that can really, get optimized code running out there. A few of them would have been like the Jeff Steidl back in the late 80s.
What did he do?
He did Photon. He did the finishing up of Contras, because the original author, Doug Maston, who was like a teenager in high school at the time, he just kind of got overwhelmed with the project because it was a huge one. So he finished that one off. So that's another. Jeremy Spiller did Crystal City. He did Xenix. Brian O'Neill did Pac Dude 3D Monster Maze as another one. Chet Simpson's Digger 3 would be another one. A couple of Nick's latest games would be in that echelon as well. So there's a few that actually, but now we have the time because there's no deadline. I mean, if I decide it's going to take me 2 years to write a game, that's what it's going to take. I'm not going to pressure myself to try to jam it out at Christmas time.
Yeah. Plus one of the other things that I, just from looking at history, kind of learning about all this stuff, the CoCo, for lack of a better term, is kind of the redheaded stepchild of the 8-bits, right?
What? I don't believe it.
It's true. It's true. He's right.
It is. It is true. So
it wasn't as bad as the ST, the Atari.
It wasn't as bad as the TI-99.
It's an 8-bit.
Well, when I say that, I don't mean it in fact. I don't mean it in the hardware itself. I'm talking about the way it was used in the marketplace. So, like, Radio Shack, as far as I can tell, and Curtis would know even better because of all the experience he has with his game site, but to me, it seemed like a lot of the CoCo stuff was somebody submitted a game, they could get it for the price they wanted, in the time they wanted, and they made the game, pushed it out. And there was very little licensed products. There was very little, games that you would say have some sort of marquee to them, like the Atari stuff, the Apple stuff, had like Broderbund, all that stuff. Like I don't know if there was even a Broderbund game on the CoCo. I think there probably wasn't.
Yeah,
So
Carmen San Diego's one I can.
okay.
That.
Well,
The
that
CoCo
was
3
only-
era was a bit different. The CoCo 3 era, Tandy finally started actually.
Yeah, well, that was
soliciting
still only
third-party.
OS 9, right? That wasn't for regular CoCo.
Yeah.
Come on, Curtis.
Yeah,
He's not
so-
wrong. He's dead on. You got it right, man.
I can say from the UK that I had a Dragon 32, and then I got a Spectrum, and that was an upgrade. So
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, no, I mean, as far as the computer goes, I think it's terribly impressive for what people, especially nowadays, what people are doing with it. I think it's super impressive.
Yeah.
But I think back in the day, it was limited by the way it was way the games were being marketed and developed by Tandy, for lack of a better term. I don't know if you agree or disagree with that, Curtis, but that's kind of the way I've seen it, just from what I've learned being in the community.
Yeah, to me, it's the difference between commercial and homebrew. Basically, homebrew, you have much time to do what you want. You can take your time to learn whatever you want.
Alan, are you still there? Are you,
Yeah.
Okay. So you have experience, a little bit of experience on both these machines. I'm talking about a game like a Tick Attack. Okay.
Oh, don't say it that
You're
way.
flying around these levels. Okay. You're flying. I've never seen a CoCo game have that much speed. What is it about the Spectrum that can push those characters around the screen so fast that the CoCo can't do?
Well, I mean, I guess. Well, I mean, I'll be talking about some of that stuff on when I do my little.
Maybe
little
I'll
talk,
wait.
But,
Okay, let's.
But I
table that
think
question and save
essentially the only thing that it really comes down to, I suppose, is that the Z80 is just a faster chip. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
ultimately,
Spectrum
that's what it
rules.
comes down to.
Suck it, CoCo.
Yeah, because what have you got on there? 3.58 megahertz? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're running like CoCo 1's running 0.895, like a quarter the speed.
Okay, well maybe that's the
I mean,
answer right
there's
there.
a lot of really nice things, like Curtis said, that 6809 can do, but just for pure pushing data, pushing bytes, the Z80 obviously can do a lot more within the time frame that you have. That's really
The 609 is more competitive with the block memory move and the fact it goes up to 3 megahertz, etc. Like that can push it up where we can start matching it.
And the other
but if
thing,
you're comparing
not
a
to-
CoCo
not-
1 to a Spectrum, that's a totally different.
and not to. I mean, I'll talk some more about this, but the other thing is that if I remember rightly, at least compared to the Dragon, anyway, the Spectrum has quite a lot more memory, so that leaves you space for kind of pre-calculations and different things like this as well.
Yeah, instead of having to like do bit masks live on the fly, you can have pre-rendered bits and stuff.
Yeah.
Blast across.
Yeah, which is what I'm going to be talking about actually. So.
You know, before we get down to happy, I got a couple questions here. You know, the process of converting the Petski robots over, timetable wise, and you may have brushed on this when you were talking about it, but how long do you see this project taking? And I mean, what do you think of the game in general? I'm not sure you mentioned that. Do you like it?
Yeah. The more that I'll be honest with you, I've played the game quite a bit, but I play it mostly to compare it to what I'm getting in the port.
Yeah.
So I haven't I haven't sat down for a long period of time and played the game just to play the game.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. That's what I was wondering.
It's always, most of the time it's involved with trying to check something, or just like, hey, does this look right if I do it on the pet version versus on the CoCo? And then the other problem, well, it's not really a problem, but it's just something that we'll solve eventually. But like the speed difference sometimes makes it look like the game's operating differently on the pet than it is on the CoCo, when really it's just because it's not quite up to speed yet. So
now, you may have mentioned this, and I didn't catch it, but when do you think you're going to have this thing ready to go? Do you have a thought?
This year, how's that for nice and vague?
Yeah,
you don't have to be specific, because first of all, I think it's great that you're going
no
for
deadlines,
it.
No deadlines. You know,
I think it's awesome that you're going for it. But I mean, you're in the trenches there. What do you think?
It's been coming along good. I mean, the fact that my work is seasonal and I'm actually getting work this year. I mean, and Jay, I know, has gotten busy a few times here too. So you kind of have to follow your real life work schedule. So I can't really give a firm prediction. I know it's come along pretty good the last couple of months, and we did have a bit of a lull for a little bit there. But we're designing it like for CoCo 3. We've got the current Petski graphics in the current version, which is the black and white, looks like a pet, but it's actually running in the graphics mode with 16 colors. It's just not using them yet. So the speed we've got right now is the full 16 color version, and I haven't put any of the fancy stuff. Like I don't know if you guys follow Dave Murray's blogs and stuff on YouTube, but he mentioned like originally he didn't think you could do an Apple II port because the graphics screen is too big to move for a 1 megahertz 6502.
Right.
Well, they decided to change the algorithm. It said, like I mentioned before, every time a robot moves on the screen, it redraws the whole freaking screen. And they just started using dirty tiles where it goes, okay, these parts have not changed since the last frame, so I'm not going to redraw those. Why am I wasting my time? And they got the speed right back up. And that's something we haven't even done yet on the CoCo port. I've just been optimizing the core engine to get to the speed that we're at now. So there's a lot of headroom left yet. And I do want to start adding, digital sound effects and stuff. Of course, we get the, 16 color tiles we'll be adding in, so it looks like a much more modern game. We're going to leave the PET one as an option. So if you want to play classic Commodore PET, go for it. And we're even talking about possibly doing a CoCo 1 and 2 version here too afterwards too. So
you guys are working hand in glove on this, right?
Yeah, we're pretty well back and forth just about every day at this point, unless we get busy with work.
Have you played the game, Curtis?
I have not played the original games. I've just been playing the port that we've been doing, but I have actually taken the time. Like there's a cheat mode built in where you max out, you have all your keys and your weapons and everything else is all there, so you can test out routines. I've actually shut those off to actually try playing the first couple level maps to go through it. And the game is a fair bit of fun, to be honest. It's kind of got some adventure elements, some arcade elements. You got to explore, you got to search things to find weapons and med kits and all that kind of stuff. So there's transporters that take you to different parts of the map you can't normally get to. There's rafts you get to float around. If you walk by a pier and you don't know there's a raft coming, you might just think it's just this thing stuck out in the middle of the water, and then you come back in the raft so you can hop on it and go over the next part. There's a fair bit of involvement. There's elevators that take you between floors. There's 3 different kinds of robots to kill. It's a pretty involved game. I'd have to say, I mean, I did use the PET. The PET was the very first computer I ever used in my life in 78, 79 at school. And this is by far the best PET game I've seen.
Okay. And this is right up your alley. But given the game you're working on, there are some similarities.
Yeah, I mean, they're both, kind of what platform multi-screen type things. I'm not doing the scrolling thing on mine because it's not meant to be that kind of a game.
Now, how's your game coming along? Why we got you on here, Kurt?
It's on hold right now until this gets done.
What? You put yours aside? How selfless, man.
I kind of get sucked in. Jay sent me an email. He was having trouble. Like, I think at the first time you got a hold of me, Jay, I think it was running about 1 frame every 3 or 4 seconds or something. So he got it working, but it was pretty slow. So I've started going through the optimizations, routine stuff. Now we're getting multi-frames per second. And like I said, I haven't even started doing dirty tiles and stuff. And it's been kind of fun because I haven't done an actual transcode from another CPU since like 1992 or something.
Right.
Now, of course, the Attack of the Petski robots is a blatant attempt to capitalize on the 8-bit guy, brand. When is CoCo Talk going to join forces to actually produce a game within its own community that lifts up the name of CoCo Talk for posterity?
I think we need a team up. We need the Amigos and the CoCo Talk and all the regulars on the show.
Listen, I am
into a live game, like an adventure game.
I am fully prepared to lend my programming talents to this property.
Yeah, right.
Like, I could do a text adventure game probably within a week, and I'll have John Boat of Carsheller wanders into room sipping on a whiskey or something.
Listen, I think we all agree that the main character should be Paco. That's just me.
Really, Aaron?
I think but then we have to get that adult level on there because it's too creepy for young kids, and
I think we lost Jay. I had some more questions for him. I think he's skipped town just in the nick of time. I'm anxious to see.
Wait, he just sent me a message here. Let me just check.
I'm holding you guys to the fact that this is going to be done this year. So we're going to come back in the December edition of this show, and we're going to see how it's going. It better be ready to go. I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah, I mean, it's playable now, and Jay was actually going to demo it briefly here, but he said, I got dumped, need a link.
Nope, there you go. Well, I'll let Boat handle that. Boat.
Okay. In the meantime, Nick wasn't able to get on either, but he did send me a low-res copy of the artwork for 0 Hour, if you guys want to see the box.
Yeah, let's have a look at it real quick, Curtis. I've got you on cam here. Let's see what you got. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Screen. I can't see it.
I love it. See, that's what I'm talking about. Massive explosion. That's
great. Yeah.
I love Nick's stuff. There's no
I like
shirt.
His back cover art the best, though. Humans are a disease. This is the cure, and he has like a syringe locked onto a tank.
I've always thought that.
That seems apropos, given the situation we're in. Very good. Very good. I'm looking forward to Nick's new project here. It should be a lot of fun.
And what is the What is the MSRP of the box editions? These are all come out. They all come out at about the same price, right?
Yeah, he's usually what, about $20? I can't even remember. Aaron, do you remember?
It was not pricey when you know, you know what's sad is I bought the game and then I gave it away. I regretted it ever since. And there are no more to get. So if you're gonna buy one of Nick's games boxed, hold on to it like grim death because they're not making no more. It's a shame. But good stuff, and thank Nick for sending that over. Very good. You know,
I've sent several pleading messages to Nick on Discord to come join us.
Yeah,
He
well,
refuses.
We'll see. It's probably because you're so abrasive.
Actually, he said he was
Boat.
trying to, and he couldn't get on. So I don't know if he's having the same problem that Jay, because Jay said he actually got booted off, like he was on, and then it just disconnected.
Oh, I may need to send Jay another link.
There you go. Well, you know,
let me get Jay back in here.
While
'cause
you're,
we're not done talking to Jay yet. That's for sure.
you want to give it a second here before we move on?
Yeah,
We'll wait a
Curtis.
second,
I'm
see if
gonna
Bo can figure it
relay
out.
you this link for Jay.
Okay, let me grab that.
The link
I've
master.
got more questions for this guy.
Is Jay?
Okay, I just forwarded it.
Hey, Curtis, is Jay a CoCo
Damn.
Talk regular? I don't know if I've seen him on there that much.
He's been on there a couple times. He's not a regular. Like, he watches the show semi-regularly. I mean, he can only take so much of us.
That's
just
what
like
we
the rest
all
of you.
do. I think it sums up all of us.
But yeah, no, he's been on a couple of times, and we just did an update on CoCo Talk today too. where we
Welcome
were
back,
showing some
Jay.
of the-
Sorry we lost you. Boat's got
There
some
he
Yeah,
is.
I got dumped. That's all right.
That's all right. Go ahead, Boat.
So, when you're coding this, I mean, when you're doing the port or whatever, do you refer to this as a port or a transcode? First of all,
I think of it as a port.
Yeah, this is a port. It
Okay.
started as a transcode, but now we're changing tons of stuff inside
Okay.
to make it run more
so
efficiently.
whenever you're looking at the original version and you're porting it from which version?
The pet version.
The pet version.
Yep. I think we lost.
I can't.
Boat, try again. You froze up there.
Okay, sorry about that.
Go ahead, Boat. What
So
was your question?
Are you you're porting this from the pet version, right?
Correct.
He froze again.
Listen, someone add an extra chipmunk to the wheel to get Boat's ISP.
I think Boat's question is just so controversial. It keeps censoring him every time he tries to blurt it out.
Okay.
Kidding.
Now,
Is he back? I hear
You
him.
there?
Yeah, we're listening, Boat. Go ahead.
okay, all right, Jay.
Yes,
So
sir.
Are you porting this from the pet version? Correct.
Yes, he is.
Correct.
Okay. Now, whenever you're looking at the pet version and you're thinking in your mind about the CoCo version, is there anything that you see that you're like, oh, we're going to have to change that because that just won't work on the CoCo?
Beyond what I mentioned already, I would
Right.
say probably not to me.
Okay.
Although Curtis, has like the Matrix thing going on that he sees, so he's seen a lot more things than I do. But no, I mean, like when I first looked at the code, the biggest things I saw was, like I said, the endiness. That's the right word, and just the use of 16-bit registers that had to get ironed out, just so that the code would work. And like I said, there's a few branch instructions that had to get modified because they just didn't perform the same or perform the way they should have for the 6809.
Yeah.
You know,
And can you quickly, Jost80 in the chat says transcode port. What's the difference? Can you sum that up quickly?
That's like a religious war. That's like talking Atari ST versus Amiga.
Yeah, I guess they're very similar. I think I think of a transcode as
It's like a translation from one language to the other, like from French to English.
I guess kind of you could consider this both, because I guess a port more would be like going from the PET to the Commodore. I mean, to the 64, right? So like, it's still 6502. It's slightly different graphically, sound capability, what have you, but still the same processor, just on a new, similar platform. Whereas a transcode usually implies you're going from one type of processor to another, which is what we're doing. So I don't really get hung up on what it's called, to be honest. But I guess if you really look at it, the most correct term would be a transcode. But I don't think of it that way.
That's interesting to me because that flies in the face of what I've always thought a transcode was. Because I thought the Joust and the Joust and the Defender transcodes were both based on arcade machines that had the 6809 as their base chip. Is that not correct?
That is correct. However, the arcade machines also had, if I'm not mistaken, a 6800 or 6803 to handle sound as well. So that was, you could say, was transcoded from this 68. I can't remember if it. I think it's an 03, 6803 to the 6809 in the CoCo. So yeah, that's kind of a combo
mixed-
of the
mixed
two, I
one,
guess. Yeah.
I can't believe I'm hearing these questions coming from Boat. This is a guy
Listen.
who can't program his VCR, and
You watch
suddenly
Co-
he's some
you
kind of
watch CoCo Talk
transcode
a couple
genius.
weeks in a row,
He's
you
asking all
become a
these
freaking-
deep
a
probing
wizard.
questions. Come on,
It's
Boat.
the tequila
wizard of
talking,
this language.
honestly, I think.
Don't try to
I'm
get
looking
yourself
forward
over.
to. I'm looking forward to John's questions now. This is...
Yeah. Are you here? Are you kidding me with this? Don't
Didn't
put him
have
on
too many
that.
last time.
Don't put him over. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Come on. Give me a break, Boat. Listen, I got a question
Listen.
for you, Jay.
What's
And this
that?
is an important question. What's it feel like to be a beleaguered, beat-down fan of an NFC East team that can't find their hiney from a hole in the ground? Because, listen, I'm in the same boat as you are. I'm a Cowboys fan. And once again, here's another season where both our teams are on the back end of it. It's tough to be an Eagles fan in 2020, too, isn't it, buddy?
I got 2 words for you.
Yeah.
Dallas sucks.
Oh, listen, those are big words for
Oh.
someone who got
Let's
a
go-
woo
Let's
beat
go-
down
hey,
for my team.
Let's go beyond that. At least my team didn't ride in first place the entire way through the season, then shit the bed in their first playoff game.
Have you ever seen the Cowboys play? This is what we do. I'm not going to defend them.
Oh, I
Come
know
on,
that.
pal.
You came at me. I didn't come at you.
Are you in Philly, by the way?
I'm outside Philly.
Oh man, good move.
I'm not. I'm
keep,
not.
Keep
I'm not
going
close
further
enough.
out.
Yeah, I'm not close enough to be considered a Philadelphian, which I'm very happy about.
Let me.
I have a question for both of you, actually. Is this a sports ball thing, or what are you talking about?
You
Sports ball?
Canadians.
Hey, you have this thing called Canadian Football League.
Listen.
It's like NFL Junior.
Curtis is passionate about
Except it's actually
curling.
exciting to watch. But anyway.
Come on, man.
And there's hockey. I mean, just
Give me a
skip this
Hockey.
football crap.
Jay, hey,
Hockey.
listen.
Yes, sir.
I salute your efforts here, my friend. I think it's dandy, and I really do sincerely hope you'll come back when you're nearing completion of this project and give us the scoop here on the ICC. I wish you the best of luck. We're going to keep following your efforts on this, and I think it's dandy. I hope you and Curtis can take it to the house. Should be a lot of fun to watch. And I'm actually
we'll save the demo for the next time too, just because we've taken so many questions and stuff here. But if you guys want to see what it looks like, we just actually did an update of showing it in action.
you've
on
got a
CoCo
demo
Talk
you can
today.
show right now.
or Jake.
Well, yeah, let's see it.
Yeah,
For God's sakes, we're not that hard
ICC
up.
demands this.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not taking too much of the segment
please.
time.
No.
there,
What
so.
have we got?
Listen, we are way behind schedule so far.
No, we're not. We're in good shape.
I'm buying crap on
That's
eBay.
what I mean.
Yeah. Let's see.
We're ahead
who's
of
got-
schedule. That's what
where,
I meant.
Where do
We're
I
ahead
go?
of
Here we
schedule.
go. I can't wait to see this. Oh, and there it is.
Look at that.
So that is a faithful reproduction of the pet version, except it's in white and black and not green and black.
Right.
But yeah. So basically, the way we have it set up, it doesn't have all the functionality yet as far as selecting maps and defining controls. Still something we're working out, but we can behind the scenes change maps to what we need to be able to go and look at different things. But right now, well, first I got to get my cursor in there so it does something. So this is the main game screen for those of you that have seen Petski before, probably familiar with this. I have it in basically a cheat mode right now, so it gives me a bunch of weapons and items so I can play around. But you got, I guess I'll just show you some quick stuff. So like for the guns, you can fire in all 4 directions from your character, up, down, left, right. If you fire and it actually hits something, if I can find something that it will explode. Let's see if we'll hit this. Huh.
You can shoot the wall.
I did, but I didn't get no explosion out of it.
So this is, this is running on a CoCo right now in real time. This is not a.
Yep.
Well,
I mean,
it's
this
not
is on
CoCo,
an
it's-
emulator, but this is what it
Right.
runs like in the real.
But I mean,
thing.
Yeah,
this,
it's
this,
main.
This is CoCo 3 only, right?
you,
Right
this
now,
point.
yes. Yep.
but I mean, this is well along. I mean, I'm impressed. This is very fine. I've seen the pet version, and this looks very similar, obviously.
Yeah,
I
it
like the
should
fact
look.
that the character's also carrying 2 beers everywhere he goes. Got one in each hand.
He's stealing your gimmick, Frank. You and
That's
Edvin.
awesome.
I never
S-
thought of that, but now I like the game even more.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't really think about it that way either. That's pretty good.
I'm looking
Very
forward to
good.
taking over.
I like it, man. It looks great. I'm very pleased to see that when Curtis mentioned this and put this on the show, I was anxious to see who was doing it and how it was coming along, and I am very impressed. So I hope that you got something really impressive for us when you come back around, you and Curtis. I think it's looking real good, and I'm looking forward to someone actually playing this game through and telling me if it's any good. Because the one thing about it is, if
we're
we
gonna have a
ported
friend
this
of the
game
CoCo
over,
Talk show too. Erico is gonna be. He's a really good graphics designer. He's gonna help us define the 16 color tiles and stuff too. So
Yeah.
you guys see the much more hyped up versions rather than just the Petski. We're gonna have both though. You're gonna have the classic pet version, and then you can just switch the set. When you load the game, which one you want to play with.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Well, thanks for coming on, Jay and Curtis. I appreciate that, guys. It's good stuff. Very good stuff. There's a lot of things in the CoCo world to get excited about. There's a lot of things to get excited about in the ZX Spectrum world as well. We've got our good friend Alan here, aka Happy Coding. He came into town here, and I saw a video he put up just a few days ago, and I was very impressed. And when he asked me about talking about on the show, I had to get this guy on. You'll recall Alan was on last time and with some coding tips, some graphical coding tips for the Spectrum that were very impressive. And I'm looking forward to see what you got for us, Alan. How are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm pretty good, man.
You've been through
Just
the
to let
ringer.
you all know, everything's good in Kazakhstan. Yeah, it was
Yes.
a little crazy. It was a little crazy for a while, but I'm in another city. My wife was in the city where she was only a few blocks away from. She could hear gunfire, everything. It was pretty crazy, but everything was okay in the end. I mean,
Very good.
for us anyway, But things have settled down now.
Did you get the petrol prices down?
Oh well, I haven't checked that. I haven't. It's no. Well, actually, no. I do know the answer to that. It was a gas price. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what gas they use in the cars, but it was. It's been subsidized by the government again, so to keep everyone
Just
kind of happy.
to fill people in, Alan, you're in Kazakhstan, right? Correct?
Yeah.
And so they've
where it's currently 5:20 a.m.
yeah.
But my wife's away today, so I don't have to be so quiet this
Very
time.
good.
So
But we were a
in
little
the
bit
other
worried about Alan when the unpleasantness went down, but we're glad to see that everything settled down, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I still can't teach in the government buildings. They don't let foreigners into government buildings. So
Oh, jeez.
I lost a bit of work, but
Oh,
hopefully
man.
that'll come back. It's it's
More
one of
time to
those
fiddle
things.
with the ZX, man.
Well, yeah, that's exactly so. Yeah, I was off the grid for about 3 or 4 days, and so yeah, that was interesting. I caught up on a few box sets, I can tell you. Yeah, so cool. All right, so shall I get started then?
Get right in it, man.
Yeah, well, listen, it's actually it's really cool that you guys were talking about that stuff coding on the CoCo, because it kind of ties into what I'm talking about in terms of how you kind of do things in a fast way on a computer that is in absolutely no way designed to do it. I mean, the Spectrum, similar to the CoCo, I suppose, certainly the first one, the Dragon 32, as I would know it, there's no hardware support, there's no hardware sprites, there's no hardware scrolling. There's nothing even with sound. It's just a beeper, and the beeper interrupts the CPU. So, you have that to deal with as well. Plus, you have the famous color clash and everything else. So it's really not.
We got around that just not having any color, but anyway.
Yeah, well, that's one way. There's really, if you were gonna design a machine not to be used for games, you wouldn't go too far with the Spectrum. But yeah, so I'll show you what I've been doing, and as you know, there's no hardware sprites on the Spectrum, so you have to kind of do everything in code, and in particular, it's especially tough to do masked sprites, because that's kind of like having a second layer. If you have hardware sprites, it's like a second layer that you can just draw moving things over the top of the background, right? But with the Spectrum, you can't do that, so you have to work around it in software, and obviously you have to do that in a way that's kind of fast enough. So
yeah, ending and ordering a lot.
Something like yeah. Now let me just see, because I'm not so familiar with this. I think I can share.
Yeah, just hit share your screen and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, so that should look pretty familiar to you, Aaron, right? I'm sure.
Let me find you here. Bingo. Got it. Oh yes.
All right, so yeah, I'm doing this conversion of Donkey Kong. There hasn't been a really good version of Donkey Kong on the Spectrum. The official one really wasn't very good.
No.
And there are lots of other ones as well. So, and I guess part of the reason is just because there's at least on the first screen, there's quite a lot going on in terms of the barrels, you know. So, but with this code, I managed to get 16 masked sprites running pretty well. So if I just hit that, there you go. You'll see that's
wow. It's very impressive.
That's going pretty nicely and smoothly, right? So, I mean, there's not. I haven't coded anything else yet. I mean, you know, this graphics are going to be updated, and there'll be various other things. But yeah, there's quite a few tricks involved in getting something like that to run, and so that's what I thought I'd talk about. So I think if I just pause that for a second. So the first thing to think about really is that if you imagine, well, I'm sure most of you guys probably remember the first time that you played video games. I mean, for me, that was probably about 1979, 1980, the kind of Binatone Pong machines or something like this. And you know, it just blew my mind, you know, and it's been blowing my mind ever since, I suppose, because it's like, wow, this is like TV, but you can control it. What, you know, this is incredible, right? So, so the first thing to understand when working with these old machines is that you are basically working with a TV, right? And so if you understand a little bit about how TV works, then that's the kind of first step to understanding how coding on a machine like this, the way that you can do it in a way that isn't flickery and so on. So if you imagine, I'm sure that you know that a TV basically works with a beam of light that goes from the top all the way down to the bottom, right? And it draws an image at a particular speed. So in the case of PAL, it's 50 hertz, which means it's 50 cycles a second. In the US, in NTSC, that would be 60. And obviously you have more modern monitors nowadays that have much faster, what they call refresh rates, right? A refresh rate means how often that image is being refreshed, right? But the thing that you need to understand about that is it's not although to us it appears instantaneous, it's actually not instantaneous. It's running down the screen, and obviously if it does that at 50 times a second to us, that's going to be almost seamless. But it'll only be seamless if it's synced, right? So now what I mean by that is that if you display an image, if you imagine you've got one image, like you can see me on the screen there right now, and then I'm going to send a second image. But if I send that image when the beam is, say, halfway down the screen, right, then you're going to get half of the top of the screen is going to be the first image. And then as it goes to draw the rest, you're going to get the second image, right? So, and that's what we call screen tearing. So you've probably seen screen tearing in a lot of games where you see that the screen is like that and it's just ever so slightly out like that, right? So that's very common in most old games, because if you run out of time and you don't sync it up, then you're going to get half of one image and half of the other, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, you even see that in some of the newer games too, if it's underpowered hardware trying to do that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's the first thing. So what you got to do, for example, when you're sending a video signal, it's more straightforward because you've got this image that you send, and then you're going to display it, right? So you've got a send and a display. Now, if you imagine, it's kind of like two guys working with hammers, right? Like that. So it's kind of working like that. So you got to send and then display, and then send and then display. But if they get out of sync, then bang, they're going to hit each other, right? So that basically means that when we think about how we code, we've got to make sure that we run it on a timer so that what's updated on the screen is updated at the same speed as the TV, right? So in the case of the Spectrum, that's 50 hertz. So that's one of the limitations. But then obviously it depends on what CPU you have that can determine how much you can do within the time that you've got, right? So as I said earlier, if you've got a 3.5 megahertz CPU on the Spectrum or 3.45, something like this, either way, there is quite a lot. There is actually quite a lot of instructions that you can do. However, there is not enough time to update an entire screen of memory within one cycle, right? So I know that often when I watch Aaron and John on their shows with the Spectrum, sometimes with the Amiga as well, they always complain, oh, look, there's a whole big section of the screen. It's just got an image and it's not the game. Why can't we have full screen, right?
Yes, we do that often.
Okay. And you say, they're so lazy and all this. Right. Okay. Well, look, sometimes...
Well, first of all, Alan,
it's rarely lazy. It's rarely
first of all,
lazy. Yeah.
they're lazy and stupid.
Oh,
okay.
And
okay. Let me just make the point, right? First of all,
so
these guys, they're working to a deadline. First of all, right?
Yeah.
Bear that in mind. Yeah. But
what is the break-even point then? So if you can't do it at 3.5 megahertz, what do you need to have to be able to have full-screen games all the time without that HUD getting in the way?
Oh, well,
it depends on what frame rate you're shooting for. There's a bunch of things.
Yeah. Well, look, if you look at all of these old machines, right, none of them can do full motion video, right? Even stock Amiga, something like that, even Amiga 1200, they can't do full motion video, right? And full motion video involves updating the whole screen at 50 or 60 hertz. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you should that should give you an idea of just how much information there is. Now, of course, it does depend on the kind of the amount of data that's involved in that screen. I mean, with the Spectrum, it's effectively a 1-bit screen. You have a color overlay, right? But a 1-bit screen means it's about 6K, right? But if you move that up, as the guys were saying, if you move that up to another level of colors, say if you have 8 or 16 or even 32 colors, then every time you do that, you're going to be doubling the amount of memory that you've got to move within one cycle, right?
So, for example, the Spectrum has a 6K screen plus you have your color bit, but the CoCo's high-res screen, the Dragon's high-res screen is the exact same size. If you're refreshing that 50 times per second, that's 50 times 6K. You're doing 300K per second. You're trying to do with a tiny little 8-bit CPU.
You'll never do it.
Whatever
never.
speed. Yeah.
Well then, okay.
Impossible.
Let's go into the world of the console then, because the NES 6502, it was able to do what you're describing.
Yeah, with hardware sprites and hardware scrolling and all of those.
And hardware tiles.
Imagine if you.
That's where the difference. So you're saying the difference is that that's where the hardware sprites and the hardware scrolling come in.
Yeah, because the difference is.
Well, you don't have to do 60 frames per second either. I mean, you can do.
No, you don't.
You can do 15 frames per second and get a decent image for people that a person won't notice it. But you have he's saying you have to be able to sync it up so that you don't notice the missed frames.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, for a game, you're going to struggle to get the games are going to run a little bit too slow if you get down to sub 20. Anything below sort of 20 is going to start to suffer, But so I mean, if you think about like hardware sprites and hardware scrolling, that's taking all of the grunt work away from you, right?
Sure.
So that means you can move the whole screen to the left or to the right. You can just basically just slam a whole load of memory into the right place at once, instantly. Yeah. And that's why there aren't very many scrolling games on CoCo or Spectrum, right? Because if you're gonna scroll something, you're gonna have to move a lot of the screen, right?
Yeah. For example, on this case here, that if you want to scroll the screen right 1 byte, so 8 pixels, you'd have to move 6K of RAM and copy it. So you have to load 6K and store 6K. So that's 12K you're moving for one frame. And then you've got the color attributes and stuff too. Whereas on a Nintendo, you just tell it, start the tile over, one over.
Right.
And
Yeah,
then as far as
exactly,
the CPU is concerned, it's basically I'm sending one command to say the offset horizontal, start here. So it takes
Yeah.
like a couple of
Yeah.
cycles instead of thousands.
And if you want to do pixel by pixel, then you're talking about working within a byte. Then you're gonna have to change every single byte before you even display it.
Yeah,
right?
you load it, then you have to shift it and carry it over to the next one, and then you're adding even more and more. Yeah.
So in the case of the CoCo 3 or the Spectrum, 128K or +2, +3, whatever, why did they not introduce, hardware sprites and hardware scrolling into the chipset?
Well,
Well, in
CoCo
the
3
case of
does
the-
have that. Those
The
have
CoCo
some
3
of
does
that.
have hardware scrolling. It does not have hardware sprites. That was something they did, kind of originally thought about, but Shanty was cheap. So basically, we wanted a sound chip. Now it's going to cost too much. Type of thing.
And in the case of the Spectrum, to be honest, I mean, Clive Sinclair was obsessed with trying to find a business machine that could outdo IBM and all of those guys. He wasn't thinking about, as I said, it's just not designed to be a games machine. It's designed the Spectrum I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's
Now the later
designed to
Spectrum had
be-
a sound chip, didn't it?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
did.
the
Yeah, the
AY.
128K has an AY chip. Yeah,
So
that's
they did
right. Well, I mean,
kind of help that way. That definitely does help.
yeah, but that would never have happened if the kind of homebrew gaming scene, I say homebrew, I mean it started homebrew and then it became commercial. If the gaming scene hadn't taken off the way that it did in the UK, then they probably wouldn't have bothered with that.
Now,
AY
Alan,
chip,
did the 128K predates the Sugar buyout, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the AY sound chip wasn't a result of Balance Sugar. That was a Clive Sinclair decision.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Clive really wanted to do it, but I think they probably twisted his arm. But I don't know the full story there. But
Right.
I
But,
think
I mean,
think
that-
at that point, people would have been saying to him, "Look, the kids are all playing games,
Mhm.
and that's not what he anticipated,
Yeah, and that's where most of the sales were going, much to his.
Yeah.
Maybe not chagrin's too strong a word, but I'm sure he
Yeah.
wasn't expecting it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, even in kind of 1980, 81, I mean, most machines, most home computers were not games computers. I mean, they were mostly owned by businesses or computer enthusiasts. It was only
Well,
when
I don't know. I
and
mean,
the reason is the price point is what happened in the early 80s is that the price point hit a point where it could become, I don't want to say a toy, but a gift for a teenager, let's say, right?
well, I think it depends on the side of the Atlantic you're on, because
Sure.
in America we had the Atari line of computers that came right out of the gate in 1978 with player missile graphics. I mean,
Sure.
these things were designed to be games machines from the get.
But you got to remember about the Atari 800 when it came out was $1,000.
Well, I'm not talking about price point. I'm just saying that this was what was on the market at the time.
Yeah, and that's a company that, by the way, look, but that's a company that had already cut its teeth in the gaming sphere,
Right.
and I
Right.
mean they
Right.
started the whole thing, with Pong,
Right.
so they knew about that market. But in terms of the home market, I mean, yeah, I can remember in sort of 1980, I mean, some of my friends had 2600s, and that also kind of blew my mind. But the first, I mean, it's kind of interesting because the way that I see it is that what the Spectrum did in the UK, I mean, it's not, as I said, it's not a great machine. It's a shit machine, to be honest. It's terrible, but I love it. But for gaming, it's not. It's extremely low rent, to put it politely. But that enabled it to get into a lot of homes around the country, especially actually you'll find that a lot of the heartland of coding in the UK is in places like Liverpool and Scotland, and places where there was actually a lot of unemployment. Times were tough.
Dundee is where they were made, right?
Yeah, well, there you go. So I mean, that's another factor, I mean, I was talking about this when Clive passed, the fact that he didn't make a fantastic machine, but what he did was he opened the door, and there was a lot of kids back then, including myself, who were playing games in arcades, just kind of discovering this whole thing. I mean, this was like, for us, it was like punk rock, you know. I mean, it was like a totally new thing that our parents didn't know anything about, right?
You know, it's funny. HSEI Ken says that the states didn't have anything comparable to the Speccy in terms of public exposure. Would you say, Curtis, that the CoCo was the Speccy of the United States in terms of a low-cost computer that was not necessarily the most?
Somewhat. I mean, the Atari 400 would have been in there too, and of course, well, the Apple II wasn't cheap. It was
64.
Yeah,
64 is
maybe
probably
the
the
Atari
most
400
predominant.
Though that's a few years later. That's 82. I mean, the VIC 20, I guess, a
Well,
little bit
that's
too.
true. Yeah.
Depends what area you're talking about, but yeah, I guess in some ways, yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is a whole different thread here, and I hope you don't mind the kind of diversion that we're going on a tangent.
Diversions are what this channel is built
It's
on.
an interesting one. So, you know,
Boat's
you've
a
got a lot
human
of these kids,
diversion.
they don't have, I mean, I can remember, of course, at the time I had a Dragon 32, but it was the same thing, you know, we couldn't afford a lot of games, and there weren't, at the start, in the early days, there weren't a lot of games. And so we just started making our own, you know, that's what we did. And that's really how it kind of took off. And some of the kids that started doing that got especially good at it, and they started publishing, and they started to make money, and it became more and more popular, and it just kind of snowballed, right? And before you knew it, the Spectrum was the games machine from say 82 to about 85 in the UK.
Maybe
It
even
was,
later.
yeah, you know,
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it began to be surprised. I mean, of course, you know, I had
Everything
friends who
until you
had-
said it became one of the best game machines in that time frame is basically matched on the CoCo. It was the same thing. There was a lot of, like, Tandy did not have a lot of games themselves.
Yeah.
They were selling cartridges that were hugely expensive. And so everybody learned to program on their own in their bedrooms type thing. And then that's where the homebrew market started. And that's where all
Yeah,
these little companies
yeah.
shot up.
Yeah.
And that's what caused it to become a game machine. That wasn't Tandy's really intention. They were intending it to be more of an educational machine than anything.
Yeah. Well, when I started, as I said, with the Dragon 32, and that's how I learned BASIC, and that's how I learned programming, because the games were so few and far between. I mean, for me at that time, buying games was you went to the bookstore to buy a game. You know, you bought a book with games in it that you typed in. That was basically how you did it.
It would be interesting to see at what point the 16-bit computers outsold the ZX Spectrum for the first time. I mean, we just did Gregory Loses Clock on the Last Hour Sinclair.
Yeah.
That was released in 1989, you know.
Yeah.
And obviously there was still a market there for the Spectrum in the UK.
Sure. Well, yes. I mean, and that you can sort of give Alan Sugar some credit for that, because he marketed it in a very effective way as a kind of low cost machine, kind of entry level with a very large library, you know,
Yeah,
of games.
and
at
the
that
Plus
point.
2 and the Plus 3 are great. They're great looking machines for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but basically it's a piece of crap when it comes to writing games. But it became really popular, and you know that for me that's why the story of it for me, I find it quite inspiring, because it really is a story of kind of working class kids doing something different, you know. And as I said, that's why I compare it to something like punk, you know. In the way that punk music made music accessible to a lot of people that didn't have maybe the level of education or the means, you know, to make music. So a machine like the Spectrum opened up doors for young people like me, you know, at the time, and that's why we still have that affection
Yeah.
for it, I suppose. You know,
I was going to ask you, like, I know on the CoCo's case, like, we were one of the underdog computers. We weren't the Atari, we weren't the VIC 20,
Yeah.
you know, the popular ones. And we tried to push the machine a little bit more, I think, because we didn't have all this hardware to back it up. Did you guys have that same underdog mentality with the Spectrum, do you think?
Well,
Compared with, like,
I
the
mean,
BBC Micro, etc.?
I should say that it's only in the last 5 years that I've really learned kind of Z80. You know, that was a kind of bucket list thing for me that I really wanted to do. So the coding that I did in the 80s was just personal home kind of basic stuff. But it's difficult to say really, because in a sense the Spectrum certainly was an underdog, and if you compare it to other machines of the time, it's tremendously kind of underpowered, but it was incredibly popular, right? You know, and the more popular it became, the more other people, you know, all the other kids want, well, I'm going to get this machine as my friend, because you know why? Because I'm going to get all his games, right? So
I think the Spectrum was sort of, or the UK scene, endlessly fascinating, by the way, because you had a more powerful machine, a more expensive machine that many people had exposure to in schools. You had the BBC Micro, but it didn't have nearly the games library that the ZX Spectrum had. And so this was a case of having, a more technically proficient machine, had a lot better specs, but people still wanted the ZX Spectrum because they saw Crash, they saw Your Sinclair, they saw all of the coverage, and that really made a difference.
Yeah, no, as I said, it was a really exciting kind of scene at the time because there were so many games coming out, every week. Literally just dozens and dozens of games every single week, that would be like
Now,
another
Alan,
one.
I have a couple questions for you, Alan. One, were you more of a budget release title? Would you go down to the newsagent and pick out the £1.99 title, or did you save your money for the more expensive titles, or did you eschew all of that and just do the old tape to tape dub?
Well, before I answer that question, I do need to explain that I lived in the Middle East, and at that time.
Really?
And,
wow.
Yeah. So I grew up in Kuwait in the Middle East.
Really?
So my gaming involved going at home at Christmas and maybe buying 2 or 3 games, and then and coordinating that with the other Spectrum kids that I knew in Kuwait at the time, which was maybe 2 or 3. There was only 2 or 3 of us really, but and then we'd agree that one of us would buy this game, another one would buy the other, and then we would kind of basically copy them, And when I was in the UK, of course, I would hook up with my cousin or some other friends, and they would also give me tapes that I could bring back, But the tapes just weren't commercially available to us in the Middle East anyway. Or at least, let me say they were, but they were pirated anyway. All of the tapes that you got at the time there, even if you could find one, they were just copies anyway. So most of I got to be honest and say most of what I played back then was copies for those reasons. Yeah.
Well, me too.
Go ahead,
I went
Chris.
to the
get in
library
there.
like everybody else. I wanted to hear what a computer tape sounded like in a regular tape player, and I just hit play, and it made all these funky noises like a modem of the day. And I figured, well, I wonder if I can copy this.
Yeah.
And then all these cassette tapes later, or programs in order later, and believe it or not, even though I'm an Amiga Commodore fanatic, my very, very first computer that I can remember was a Tandy MC10 with a 4K RAM expansion, if that. And then I think I still have it in a tote. And then I got a color computer. I don't know what model. And then we had some TRS-80s with school. I'm old, so this was like in the 70s. So yeah, I think I got that Tandy MC10. It was like chiclet keyboard, tiny,
super small
ZX Spectrum, super small. And I ran out of RAM because you get the magazines, like he was saying, every month you could type in programs to make something happen. And War Games was out in like '84, and this was pre-Amiga, so it was like you want to do some cool stuff, Superman 3, all that era. So yeah, what he's saying is correct. Like tapes, your friends had, because I was young once, long 473 years ago. Your friends would have a game that you didn't have, and that's how you would. Can I borrow your tape, or can you make me a copy of the tape, or that's how I started too. So yeah.
I mean, it's not, and it's really not that different to with music. I mean, we used to trade music tapes with our friends as well all the time. Mixtapes and all of those.
I still have mine right there.
How many? I mean, of course. Well, in Kuwait, actually, they had, again, you could buy tapes, but they were all bootlegs as well. So. And then you would, we're really going back now.
Were you exposed at all to the bedroom coding scene in Kuwait?
Well, there wasn't a bedroom coding scene in Kuwait except in my bedroom and in my friend's bedroom.
Okay.
You explain what that means to me.
So there was no scene, basically.
Yeah, well, we got to be careful when we talk about, what's going on in the bedroom. But
what is the bedroom? Wait, hold on.
That went weird.
What is?
Listen, I'm in my bedroom right now, guys.
Ain't nothing going on.
What is the bedroom
Start
coding
asking me what
scene?
I'm wearing next, you know.
Like officially what is the bedroom coding scene? I've never heard
Well,
that before.
basic, okay, so basically, let's put it this way. Let's say when I was, say, 14, 15 years old, right?
Oh, I did a lot of bedroom
Spectrum was at
coding
its
at
peak,
14.
right? I had a TV in my room. I was lucky enough to have a TV in my room with a computer, with a Spectrum in my room, right? So I could play it when I wanted. And I could write games and code right there. So that's basically it. It's a kid in his bedroom, because you know when you're a kid that age, that's your domain, right? I mean, it's not just where you sleep. That's your cave, isn't it? Right?
Where
I
you're
mean,
the
it's
master
still
of
true
your
today,
domain.
right? So
That's where I ran my BBS for years. Yeah.
So there you go. So that, I mean,
Okay.
that's basically what it means. If we talk about a bedroom coder, I mean, I'm still a bedroom coder, and I mean here, apartments here in Kazakhstan, they tend to share the living room, and you tend to sleep in the living room with a sofa bed, you know. But I don't really like doing that, so I just converted the living room into a bedroom, which is where my wife and I sleep, obviously. But we also watch movies in here, and we eat our dinner in here, and everything
So
else.
is it? I mean, is it? Are they all just sort of studio apartments? Is that what you're saying?
It's no, it's not that. It's just that. Well, I mean, I guess it's more tangents, but when I moved in here, I was single, right? So it was good. It was fine for me. All I need was one big room. I can do my work. I can study. I can teach. I can everything. I got a kitchen. I got a bathroom. That's great, you know. Then when I got married, we were planning to kind of move to a bigger place, but then the pandemic hit, you know. And so we decided, well, we might as well stay here, right? So that's why we've been living here for the last 2 years, and now we've just bought a new apartment in Almaty. So we, you know, but
Now, are you
that's the
are you teaching English over there, Happy? Is that what
yeah,
you're doing? That and both you
yeah.
did that as well, didn't you? And what you won
I
that on a
did.
year bag.
Yes.
So you
Yeah.
guys have something in common there, working abroad,
Absolutely.
teaching English.
Well, we have a few things in common. I don't know if you noticed.
I don't know.
We
Come
share
on,
the
stunning
same
good
barber.
looks, right?
Fine, yeah.
I think I'd call Boat a bedroom programmer, my friend.
I
We're
never
working
opened
on
my.
him little by little. You see, he's starting
I
to ask
never
the
opened
right
my own
questions.
school though. Alan, he's got his own school. He's the king
Well,
dong over there in
I
Kazakhstan.
did have my own school. Now the pandemic seen to that. I'm afraid
Well,
we had to close it down. So technically, I have my own virtual school, but
hopefully
no
things
bricks
will
and mortar
improve.
anymore.
You know, and does it look like it's improving over there? I mean, you're
Well,
on the ground. I mean,
it's, to be honest, I mean, it's been, from what I've heard, it's been pretty bad here. But most people have been vaccinated, and this new variant is not so kind of fatal, shall I say? I mean,
yeah.
I think I had it a couple of months back, and it was pretty rough for a few days, but after that, it was okay. So
You know, I want to ask
yeah, I
you.
mean, it's just what you would expect, really. But
I want to ask you about your Donkey Kong, the footage you had
sure,
here. You know,
yeah, let's go on to the actual topic. I've only
yeah.
been talking for
You know,
30 minutes, and I haven't even got onto it yet.
I'm a big fan of the old Donkey Kong. And when, you
Sure.
know, of course I've got subscribed to you on YouTube, and when I saw that pop up, I was like, because I'm also a big fan of the Spectrum, and I was like, I'm gonna go back and have a look at some of these prior efforts in the Donkey Kong world. Not so good, man.
Did you stumble on a game called Crazy Kong by
did.
C-Tech?
I did.
Oh yeah, that's a
And
legendary game.
it's legendary, all right.
Because
but
you can't complete it anyway, even if you manage to get.
I don't like the
For years,
berry.
there was a myth that there was a third screen in that game, but it's impossible to reach. So
Yeah, I don't want to bury every other Donkey Kong, and I will say I've been spoiled. I mean, CoCo, we got the transcode, plus we got Donkey King. We got some good CoCo versions.
Don't start on
Well,
Donkey
that's one of the
King.
reasons. I mean, I
Listen,
fell in love
Donkey
with
King's got
with
no place
Donkey
in this
Kong.
conversation.
No, shut up, Boat. And also, even the Amiga got the C64 port too. So the ZX needs something here, and I'm looking at this, and it's looking pretty good.
Well, I got to say that without, I mean, when I had the Dragon 32, the CoCo, because I had that game Donkey King, that was really the only game that my friends would come and say, "Oh, let's go over to Alan's and play on the Dragon 32 because he's got a version of Donkey Kong," That was the savior of my social life in terms of people coming over. You want to come over and play? Have you got Donkey Kong? Yeah, okay, let's go. It's all right. So,
you know, when your social
and
life
that's
is
part of the
hinged on the
reason why,
Dragon
and that's why I
32,
love the
not
game.
good.
You know, I mean, my exposure to that was my exposure to that game really for many years. That was all I knew.
Now,
but sorry, Aaron, what was that?
Well, I know you. Of course, we know your efforts with asteroids and whatnot. I'm assuming you're planning on playing this thing all the way through, right? This is just the tech
let's hope
demo.
so. Let's hope so. I mean, I mean, is it Curtis that was talking earlier before? Yeah. Like he said, you know, you don't want to set yourself too many deadlines because
then you burn yourself out trying to meet them, and then you just don't.
Yeah,
get
and
it
it
done
puts
at
you
all.
under pressure. I mean, I remember because I did a clone of Joust, and it's still a bit of a regret of mine that it's not really quite as good as I wanted it to be because I decided to put it into a competition. You know, I mean, not really as I wasn't expecting to win, but it just seemed like it was quite a fun kind of social activity. But it just put so much pressure on me to finish it within a certain time that I swore that I would just never do that again. You know.
Sure.
I mean, similar thing happened with Snowed Under in a way. Because Snowed Under was like third time was the charm because the first time around we didn't finish it on time because if you do a Christmas game, you got to have it done by December, you know. So yeah, the first time around we involved a lot of people in the community to help us design levels and everything, and that just turned into a nightmare. I mean, I'm just gonna give you some advice. You guys would do a game with lots of different people that don't do it. Just don't do it. Because the more people that are involved, the more different the more possibilities of life getting in the way you're going to. That's just my view. It's a good idea to work with a small team, 2 or 3 people, especially if one of you likes coding, the other one likes graphics, or things like that, where your skill sets kind of match up. For me, that's usually the best way. You know, I mean, I have a thing with my Patreon supporters. I have a Facebook group and all of that where I post what I'm doing and people give me feedback, and that's tremendously helpful because it helps to sort of develop the game and keep it up to standard, because you feel like you're pushing yourself to a certain standard because you know that you have people that are interested in it. So that's a nice level of discipline because they're not putting you under any pressure to kind of finish it, but you have a certain level of obligation where you're constantly thinking, what am I going to do next? How am I going to do that? So for me, that strikes a nice balance, between the kind of being kind of pressure as opposed to motivation, So I find that gives me motivation, but I don't feel necessarily too much pressure, it's not fun for a hobby. You shouldn't have pressure when you've got a hobby,
And by the way,
It's just
Snowed
not
Under
worth
was
it.
awesome. Pressure and no pressure. I love that game.
Yeah, we managed to get it done on time in the. As I said, we might do something next year with some new levels, but
I thought it was dandy. Me and Boat had a real good time playing it.
Yeah, I love that game.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Basically, what you have to do is just promise I'll have it out by December. You just don't say what year.
Just please don't leave us with Ocean Kong, please.
So I tell you what, then, I'm going to start talking about this a little bit. Let me see if I can just load this up first of all. So this is the Asteroids game that I made, which I don't know if you guys, most of you may have seen it already, right?
Yeah, it's great.
So, and again, because this kind of demonstrates really what I was talking about in terms of the speed and everything. So with Asteroids, obviously things build up pretty quick in terms of. Now, just a minute. Can you guys hear that? Yeah.
Yes, we could hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch it over to 128 so that we get the AY sound because it's a lot nicer.
Sound. Oh yeah.
And
I'd love to hear the haunting theme from RoboCop 3 in the background.
Would you take off, Boat?
That's nice. Very fast.
I really should be an expert at my own game, shouldn't I? So,
yes. Clearly you are.
Most game developers aren't, though. That's the funny thing.
Mad skills, yeah. No, but I love Asteroids, I mean, that's the thing. So anyway, I'm actually not here to talk about Asteroids really, but I am going to use it as just as an example. So obviously, what you can see there, I mean, this kind of ship, it's for a Spectrum. I mean, it's very smooth. It's pretty fast. You know, there's a lot going on. You can. But let me just see. Where's it? I'll just pause it from here. Yeah. Okay. So just to give you a demonstration of what the kind of things that we have to do in order to make things like that work, right? So if you had a hardware sprite, if you had hardware sprites, and probably you would also have hardware rotation as well, right? So all of those kind of calculations, you would probably only need 4 frames to do an image like this. This asteroid ship, it has to rotate 16. I mean, it rotates in 16 iterations, right? You can see as I move it around, right? So normally, if you had hardware sprites, you'd be able to say start from E, right? And then that one would be that one rotated 90 degrees, right? See what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you would only need 4 hardware sprites to do that, right? But if I come over and show you what I had to do with this one to get the kind of speed, I need to, what do I say? Stop streaming first. Yeah. Okay. And then I need to go to here. And let me show you the graphics screen for asteroids to give you an idea of just what I needed to do. All right, let me say, and this should give you a bit more insight into how this works, right? So there are the graphics for the game, right? So so what you have to do, and this is a really nice illustration of how a game like this is coded on a Spectrum, because obviously asteroids, it doesn't take a lot of memory, so there is quite a lot of memory and that's why I'm able to dedicate, you know, basically 2K of memory exclusively to the ship, right? And that's why it's so smooth. But as you can see, you've got 16 iterations this way, right? And then you've got here, because you're moving across, if you imagine each one of these squares, that's like a byte line, right? So you have to shift it across 1 pixel, 2, 3, all the way across. So that you've got 8 there, so that wherever the ship is on the screen, it can be displayed. You see what I mean? And
yeah, because every byte in this case is an 8-pixel boundary. So these are
right,
pre-rendering these, so you don't have to calculate and shift them all manually.
Exactly. So everything is it's all done on a pre-render. Yeah, exactly. So we draw those in and we store them in the memory like that. And then effectively what that means is if you go this way, every time that you rotate the ship, because you've got 2 bytes here, 2 squares, that's 16 bytes in that section, right? So every time you rotate the ship, you add 16 to the low byte, right? So I'm going to be slightly technical here. And every time that you move the ship to the right, because that's 256 bytes, then all you need to do is increase the high byte by 1 each time, right? So essentially, what that basically works out, it's kind of works out like a table, right? And all I have to do is tell the CPU, this is my rotation, and this is where I am on the screen, right? And by looking at that and looking at that, then I can almost, instantaneously find the correct sprite to draw, right? And then all I have to do is draw those 16 bytes like that. So that's a demonstration of the first example. And as you can see here, we've got other examples of that as well. I mean, in this case, I'm with the smaller asteroid, it's clear, whereas this is two pieces of a larger asteroid. As you get bigger, of course, you have to do larger sections. And then for the very big one, they consist of 4 across and another 4 and another 4, right? And in each case, you can see that they're moving. If you look there, you can see that they're moving by 1 pixel each time. Yeah. So when you're working with graphics on the Spectrum because you've got no hardware sprites. So when you've got hardware sprites, you don't need to do any of this, yeah, because it's all done by the hardware. You don't need to worry about it. You just say put the sprite here, and away you go, and it will be displayed, and that's it, right?
Yep, it'll do all the masking on the background for you, the whole
Yeah.
bit. I mean, you just basically give it, like,
Exactly.
put it over here, and that's it.
Yeah, yeah. Now that's not to say that there aren't some very nice, very clever tricks that people can do with hardware sprites, because you can, for example, display sprites in the top half of the screen and then display another sprite in the bottom half of the screen before the raster beam has moved down, right? And that way you can effectively display more sprites than it's actually designed to do, right? So there are
Yeah, you
are
reuse
tricks
the
like,
sprite on different parts of the screen.
yeah, and you time it according to the beam as it goes down, so that if you imagine the beam goes down and then it gets to a certain point, it's drawn one sprite, then you quickly draw another, move the sprite, and it moves down, and then it'll seem like there are two, you know. Similar tricks to that were also used, I believe, on the old 2600, but in that case they were switching sprites every other beam, which is why on a game like Space Invaders you'll get this flicker, or on things like Pac-Man and other games like that. I think the Ghosts they used, they decided that the flicker would be a feature, you know. So they're drawing the same sprite in 2 or 3 different places at once, if you see what I mean. But
Alan, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Excuse me. When I was sort of tooling around with Spectrum Basic in the 80s as well, I tried to make the leap into Z80 machine code myself, but the biggest stumbling block I had was the display, because it's actually quite
Right.
It's quite sort of idiosyncratic in the way it actually draws the pixels on the screen. So
Sure.
I see your point about shifting graphics to the right, but
Yeah.
how about shifting graphics up and down? Is that a too
Right.
big a subject for this evening?
No, not at all. I can answer it in a really simple way, actually. But the first thing I would do is if you go on my YouTube channel, I have a series on Z80, and there is one video which is absolutely dedicated to the Spectrum memory and how it works, right? And a few people have said to me that they've finally understood how it works from watching that video. So hopefully that means that it's fairly easy to understand. But yeah, let's just say what we can say is that the Spectrum memory, the screen memory of the Spectrum, is indeed not laid out in a linear way. That is to say, it doesn't go directly from top to bottom, right? I mean, roughly speaking, I'll explain it perhaps for the more technical guys, and if the rest of you don't get it, then go and watch my video, because that hopefully will explain it. But essentially, it's stored. What it really comes down to is that the screen memory, because it's designed as a business machine, right? The screen memory is stored in terms of character squares, right? So, for example, this section of screen here, this top third of the screen, right? That is 8 by 32. That's 256 in total, yeah? And the low byte of each one of these squares matches that 0 to 256. So, for example, this one here, the low byte is going to be 0, and this one right over here, the low byte is going to be F, right? But of course, there are 8 bytes. There are 8 bytes in that screen, in that sector, and so the high byte goes from 48. Well, this is in hex, but we'll say 48. It goes 48, 49, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4E, like that, right? So if you want to know the screen address of any particular point on the screen, then you know that the low byte is always going to be, in any square, is always going to be a number from 0 to 256 according to its position, right? So for example, this one here, the low byte would be 3, right? And then if you want to know the high byte, then it depends on which segment you're in. So in this one,
hold on a second, Happy. We're not seeing what you're shooting off there. Can you? I don't think you're streaming what you're.
No, that's no good. All right, I'll have to start again. All right.
I was baffled. I was aimlessly looking for it.
Okay, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon.
I blame Boat for most of it. Don't worry.
All right, we'll start again with that. Right.
There
Okay.
we go.
So I'll explain it very quickly, and but as I said, if you're not sure, just you can watch the video.
We got it.
Those are designed for noobs, you know. Okay, so it's not a business machine. I mean, it's not really a business machine either. But it's not a games machine. It's more a business machine. So the screen memory was laid out. It's something to do with the way that to be honest, but essentially the screen is broken up into 3 sections, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what you have is 3 sections, and each of those sections is 8 characters by 32, right? And so 8 times 32 is 256, and that's of course a limit of 8-bit. So that means within that segment, you can reference any character within that segment with a number from 0 to 256. See what I mean?
I do.
Yep. Okay. Well, as I said, you can always watch the video. And then when you look within it, so that's one segment there, and then there are 2 others, right? So, for example, the low byte of this one here would be the same as the low byte of this one here, because it's a different group of 256 squares, right? See what I mean? And to get the whole address, of course, you need a high byte, and the high byte, and that's what makes the spectrum kind of weird, is that within this square, for example, the high byte will be 48, 49, 4A, 4B, 4C, right? And the high byte for this square will also be the same, 48, 49, 48. It will be the same, but the low byte, of course, will be different. See what I mean? So
well, then what was it on the next row then? Like when you go to the second set of 8, and how does it change?
Well, basically, the low byte goes from 0 to 31 here, and then to here it will be 32, 33, 34. See?
No. I mean, like once you go through your 256 with the first 8
Ah,
by
okay,
13.
yeah. So then you get the next segment. So the next segment, this one starts at this one starts at 40. I beg your pardon. This one goes 40, 41. Sorry, 40 to 48, 40 to 47 here, and then in this section, then you basically go up to by 2K, right? Because if you got 256 there times by 8, and so that's 2K, and then so here the address would be. So if I can, because I know what I'm doing now, I can more or less have an idea of any address in the memory, because I know, well, these ones are always high byte 40 to 48 here, and then the low byte depends on the character, right?
So then if you want to go horizontally, you add 1 to the low byte. If you want to go vertically, you
That's
add
it.
1 to the high byte.
Yeah. More well within the character square, yeah.
Right.
Right. As soon as you go off the character square into a new line, then you have to reset the high byte back to its original value and add 32 to the low byte. See what I mean? If you watch a Spectrum game loading, you'll understand, because what it does is it loads literally. It will load kind of. I'm gonna get a line here. It'll start from here and it'll load here, right? And then it'll load here, and then it will load there, right?
Yeah, kind of like how
And
an
as
Apple does it. Yeah.
and then as it goes,
interleave,
and then as it goes down, as it gets down to the last line here, when that one's done, then it'll go the high byte there. It will start using a new high byte there. You see, because it's gone from 40FF. This is this one here. Sorry, this one here is 40FF, right? So and
for
then this one,
256.
and this one would be 4100, right?
Right.
But to answer the question, I mean, as I said, watch the video, because I like to think I explained it fairly well. But obviously, if you're writing business software, it's easy because it's just text here and spreadsheets, and everything is based in characters. It's easier. But as soon as you start moving things around or outside of those squares, as we saw with the shifting, right? That's how we do the left and right. Now, I'm not sure who was asking me the question. I know it was someone in England, but
it was me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm Alan. Nice to meet you. What?
Hello, Alan. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Antony here. Hello. Nice
okay, Antony. No problem. Yeah. So to answer your question, it's actually a very similar principle. what I normally do, and certainly what I did with asteroids, is that I use a lookup table, right?
So yeah, same as most Apple
is,
II games did because of the same interleaving.
Yeah.
Stuff.
So what I do is I have a table of, say, from 0 to 192. That's the vertical resolution, right? And so, and that will give me a list of a list of high bytes, basically, right? It'll give me a list of high bytes so that I can find the high byte, and then and I'll just see if I've actually got a table here. I might have one, so maybe. I'm not sure if I do, but I'll have a quick look for you, see if I can. Maybe not. Do I have the source for asteroids here? I'll just give you an idea. No, I don't think I do. Okay, well, never mind. I'll just explain it very quickly. So I would have a lookup table of 256 bytes. So let's say, for example, the y coordinate was, I don't know, 28, yeah? And I wanted to know the screen address. So what I would do is I would point to the lookup table and get the high byte, read the high byte lookup table and get the high byte for position 28. And then I would increase what I normally do is I put lookup tables together, separated by 256 bytes. So then I can just increase the address of the lookup table by 1, the high byte, so that I can look at a second lookup table and get the low byte, right? And that will give me an address, a screen address, along any of the pixel lines at the beginning here, right? And then if I want to get the x, all I need to do is divide x by 8 and add it, because you've got 256 pixels this way, but they're in character squares, right? So you divide it by 8. So
8 pixels per byte. Yeah.
Yeah.
Square.
So all you need to do is if you got x, let's say x was, I don't know, 32, then I would divide it by 8. You know, that would give me 4, and I would know that would be in this square. And so I would just have to add 4 to the address that I got from the lookup table. See what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. And to be honest, we were talking about Petski earlier. That's exactly how all of its internal tables for tiles and maps are done too.
Yeah. I mean, there are things that you can do. And if you're learning code, it's not a bad thing if you learn how to actually move up and down and left and right, you know, because you really can't beat having a good knowledge of the memory, because if you know exactly how the memory works, then it's much to write efficient code for it, right? So, but generally, yeah, you just, in simple terms, you use a lookup table that tells you, that takes the x and the y and
converts it for you
and converts it into an address. Yeah.
Yep.
Sometimes in games I use 2 lookup tables because there are 2 bytes for the y address, which is the tricky one. The x one's not too hard to get. Sometimes I even use a 3rd lookup table to divide by 8 for the x, right? And for example, in asteroids, I actually used a slightly modified lookup table, which allowed me to draw the ship and the asteroids so that they wrap, you know, they wrap over the screen, because obviously that's a whole other trick, which again, hardware sprites will just do that automatically usually, but well, it depends on the machine, I suppose, but yeah, essentially, yeah, that's how that works. Yeah. So if I no, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. It's fun to explain things, clarify in your own mind, you know. So if you take a look at this, let me see, which one am I going to show you here? This one, right? Yeah. So if you take a look at this one, you can see that I've got these are the Donkey Kong barrels, right? Now they are 10 pixels across, and so, but I still want to shift them. But in this example, if you look at this one, you see them highlighting here, right? Can you still see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these, if you look here, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's actually that's actually these 4. I've just you can clearly see a 2 pixel shift as it moves across, right?
Right.
because it's not absolutely clear from there. I mean, if you look at it now, you can see it, but it's easier to show it vertically there, right? So it's the same principle as with asteroids, but obviously there's less rotations and less kind of iterations that you need. In this example, I only needed to have 8 because as you can see, if you look at this first iteration and the second one, and then if you look at the third one, you'll see that I've rotated the barrel by 90 degrees there and there. And if you look at the fifth and the sixth iteration, and then here you'll see the last two. So what I've done is I've kind of baked the animation into the shift, right? So if you look at games like Manic Miner and there are plenty of others, they often do that. They'll often animate as well as doing a shift, right? So as the software sprite moves, it also animates at the same time. I'm sure that's a common trick on other machines as well. But when you do that, you're kind of locked into a specific frame. It means that your animation speed has to be the same as your movement speed, right? If you lock it in that way. And when I did that with the barrels, I found that they were spinning much too quickly. So what I've done is I've kind of baked in an animation, but the animation only happens every 2, right? So that's why I had to have 8 barrels instead of 4, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so it looked like it's continuing to rotate instead of pausing.
Yeah, well, it was basically spinning 2, so now it spins at the right speed.
Gotcha.
The other for the techie guys, this is probably quite interesting. The other thing that I did here, which is it just kind of worked out quite nicely, is that these, because they're 10 bytes, 10 pixels high, and we've got 3 character squares. That means that they're 30. These are actually 30 bytes in total, right? And so what's nice about that is 30 is very, very close to 32. Yeah. So, and 32 is a nice binary number. And what that means is that I can, because each of these uses 32 bytes, then of course, when I've got 8 frames, and this is kind of a little bit serendipitous really, but the way that I did it that way, it meant that if I packed them into these little tiny 32 byte groups, then I had 8 frames, and that's exactly 256 bytes. Yeah. Which is great because then it means that I can store all of the frames of that particular barrel in one chunk of 256, and if I want to change the barrel to another barrel, then I just
index. Yeah.
Just increase the high byte.
Just increase the high byte to point to the second block.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So that worked out really nicely. And again, I mean, you know, in the past, what I've done, I've with asteroids, as you saw, I stored them this way because I had 8 and it was a smaller graphic. Then it was easier to do the shift based on the high byte just by increasing it by 1. But in this case, I've done it by adding 32. So, but as you know, when you're adding with binary, it always becomes a lot easier. So, yeah. Okay, so the last thing then, just to finish up, I suppose, is to say that the other thing that happens here, of course, is that these are also masked, right?
Yeah, background masks.
Yeah, so that's what this is. Now, essentially, what a background mask does, if I can, let me see if I can go back to here. I can bring this one back. And okay, yeah, all of this stuff takes up huge amounts of memory, really. But fortunately, when you're working with these early 80s games, you know, you've got memory to kind of play with. But if you look, if I can grab that there, yeah, you can see. So if you look at the barrels, here, you can see that they're passing directly in front of the ladder, right? So they're basically.
Yeah, we're not seeing that screen.
We're not seeing that screen.
All right, thanks for letting me know. I'm pretty new to this, as you know. So, okay, good. Let me share that one. You think? I mean, I do this stuff with my teaching all the time, but I do it on Zoom, so it's a bit different.
Your kids get good grades?
Well, I train them to do IELTS. Generally, yeah, they do pretty well. They pass the tests, but Anyway, okay. So you guys can see that now, right?
Yep.
We got it.
So if you look at look at the barrel, I mean, ignoring the color, Spectrum's color clash, right? But you can see that the barrels are, and they're not corrupting the back. It basically gives the feeling that you've got two layers, right?
Like you're not blocking out the square around the barrel, cutting out pieces of the ladder that would be exposed.
Yeah, exactly. So that they look smooth and everything runs. And of course, I mean, that's even more important when it comes to kind of Mario, because climbing up ladders and you can see the ladder through the character. That's just, I mean,
Are you XORing those together, or how you doing that programmatically?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a interesting thing that I'll come to. So first of all, what the first thing that you do, and that's a pretty straightforward thing, because I've got the memory right. I'm gonna maybe just reset for a second. Okay, that's good. That's fine. So I start out with a screen like this, right? Now I mentioned that the Spectrum has stores the screen memory at 4000, right?
Yep.
So what I do is I take a copy of all the pixels on the screen and create effectively a buffer, right? Which is exact copy of the screen, and I put that at C000, right? So it's very close in terms of byte matching, so that you can jump from one to the other easily, right? Just by changing the high byte effectively, so you don't need to worry about the low. You just need to add to the high byte. I can't remember exactly how much. So that gives me immediate access. That basically means I've got two screens, right?
Yep.
And which I can very quickly move data from one screen to the other. Yeah. So in this instance, what I do, first of all, is I draw all of the sprites directly to the screen, right? I should add that the other thing that I do is I have a very simple another lookup table which can be sorted so that the sprites are drawn in an order which is from the top to the bottom, right? So I reorder the sprites so that you start by drawing the ones that are at the top and then finally the ones at the bottom. The reason that you do that is because, as I said earlier, you've got this beam coming down, right? So you always want to make sure as the beam comes down that you've drawn everything that needs to be drawn has already been drawn before the beam hits it, right? So the beam moves down, and more or less by the time the beam gets to about here, I've drawn all the sprites already, right? But because I do them in vertical order, then it effectively means that the beam never has, and because if the beam caught up, then it would display this empty screen. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or you might catch a barrel like halfway through and have it shifted over a bit on the top
exactly,
and not the bottom.
Because I haven't drawn it. I haven't drawn it yet. It hasn't been updated. That's the first thing, is to make sure that you drawn all the barrel ahead of the beam, right? So we're basically, they say racing the beam. In this case, we're drawing it ahead of the beam so that when the beam comes down, you'll see it. You'll see the image and it will be smooth, right? And it will be seamless, right? Now, what I found was that I couldn't draw that many sprites and then undraw them in a single cycle, right? So what you might do in a game is,
you say cycle, you mean you mean 50 hertz.
Yeah, if you wanted to run at 50 hertz, what you might do is draw the sprites, and when they're drawn, when the beam is moving in the bottom half here, then you might be undrawing them here, so that by the time it comes around again and draw them again, you're not going to be mixing things together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because what you have to do if you're going to use masks is you've got to draw and undraw, right? Well, there are actually 3 steps, because the first thing you have to do is you've got to make a little hole in the screen, and then you've got to draw into the screen, into that hole, and then But I'll mention that as well. So if you imagine, if I'm drawing, first of all, the first thing to understand is draw the sprites in order so that as the beam comes down, they're already drawn by the time the beam gets there, right? It's kind of like the dinner is cooked by the time that the guests arrive, essentially, right?
Yep.
So, in terms of actually drawing, obviously, as I showed there, I use some optimized to find the source of the sprite. At the same time, I also use lookup tables so I get the screen address, and I also know the back screen address as well, which I'll need later. I don't actually need it at this point. So what I'll do is because another big plus of the Z80, Z80, is that you do have quite a lot of registers. So in this case, we have register BC, DE, and HL, right? Those are the fastest three. And so what I do with that is I have the screen address in one of them. I think it's in HL. I have the source of the sprite in DE, but then I also have the mask in BC, right? So,
and these are all 16-bit.
Yeah, those are 16-bit addresses. Yeah.
Okay.
But I still have to. I have to write to the screen in 8-bit, one byte at a time, right? But
right.
the other thing that I do is that I do a very quick check on the position, on the X position, because I know that if you remember the picture that I showed you, the previous picture with the shifts, I only need 2 bytes for 3 of those barrel iterations. I only need 2 bytes across. There's only one of them that needs 3, right? So that obviously reduces the draw time as well. But in order to draw a masked sprite, what you need to do is you take the mask. At least, there are several different ways of doing it, but the way that I do it with this particular example is I essentially have to make a hole, right, in the screen, and that's
your
defined
background
by
mask.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just gonna it just clears the data completely so that it's empty.
Are you saving that somewhere so you have it for the XOR then, or?
Well, yeah. Well, this is the thing. I'll come to that now.
Okay.
I do. So what I do is I just clear that away, right? In what and then, well, actually, if you want me to go step by step, what I do is I grab the screen byte first, right? Then I punch a hole in the byte. Then I draw the barrel back in, and then that is then put onto the screen, right?
Yeah.
Back onto
So
the
you
screen.
load the background byte, you and the mask, and then you OR the actual data that's supposed to go on, and then you put that back on the screen.
Yeah, exactly so. Yeah. And at the same time, for the first byte, when I first start drawing the barrel, I have a table for the sprites which tells me the X and the Y and the various. It's like a 16 by 16 table, so I can find the X and the Y of any sprite. So, and then by changing that, I can move them around the screen. But what I do with that is when the first byte that before I even draw the sprite, I store the screen address in that table, right? So that I know exactly which screen address I was drawing at, right? So, and then this is, and I guess where the kind of clever part comes, because I couldn't do this in one cycle. So what actually happens, it's actually running at 25, not at 50. So it draws all of the sprites, and then in the second cycle, it's going to do the undraw of all the sprites, right?
Right. Yep.
But the thing is, of course, you can't do the undraw on the next cycle. The beam is moving down, because then you're going to get a flicker, right? So what actually happens is that I have a delay and a timer, which is what game code, right? So you remember the spectrum is divided into 3 segments, right? So I wait until the beam gets down to the last third of the screen here, right? And then within this time period here, when the beam is here, that's when I clear all of the sprites that are above that line. See what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So again, what you're doing is you're going back effectively here, going kind of behind the and changing everything around, and then by the time the beam gets back, it's gone, right? So I undraw at that point, and that takes me down to about here. And then on the next cycle, before I draw the sprites, the only thing I have to do then, because the beam is up here, is I just undraw this top third, right? And generally, I mean,
Draw the
and
bottom
because,
third, right?
no,
you
top third. Yeah, top third. So when the beam gets down, let's say, well, I'll rewind. So let's say when the beam is down here in the bottom.
You're just undrawing as the beam is arriving to that section, right?
Yeah. So well, no, I'm drawing it behind the beam. So if you imagine, I've drawn this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when the beam goes down here, right, the sprites are still visible. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets to this.
So you
point.
start redrawing the third above the beam, so you have the more CPU time. You have 2/3 of the screen to redraw.
Yeah, I've got 2/3 of the screen here. Now I'm not redrawing the whole, because remember, I've stored all the addresses, so I know exactly where they are, right? So all I have to do is copy the part of the screen that was drawn over from the background copy that I have, right? You see what I mean? Because I've got a background copy of this stored in another.
Right.
Yeah. See, that's one difference between the Spectrum and the CoCo, because the CoCo, we actually can have multiple screens, and you can actually change the pointer to the screen to instantly change where the hardware is drawing from.
Well, you can
so
do
we would
that
just
with
have
the
the two and
128,
just alternate. Yeah.
Yeah. You can do that with the 128K.
I was just going to say the 128 does have that, yes.
Yeah.
It helps so much. It's a difference between flicker or non-flicker and a bunch of other things.
Yeah. So yeah, anyway, so basically, yeah, we get down to here, and then I undraw everything from the screen. Yes, that's right. Okay, so then is that right? Yes, sorry, and you're right. You said the bottom third. Right.
Right.
You're absolutely
Because
right.
when you get back to the top, you do the bottom third.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly so. So then when you get down to here, we start here, and there's a little bit of time in the.
Right.
Yeah, the V blank has a bit of extra.
Yeah, and there's not, and you know, there's not that many barrels going on around here anyway, so it's usually okay. And in fact, well, I don't have it here. I have to forgive me for that, because one of the things you can do is you can change the border on the Spectrum, and it can give you an idea of how CPU time is happening if you change the border and then run some code and then change the border.
We have the same sort of, similar thing.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. So when it gets back to here, then I undraw whatever section, sorry, the bottom section. Yeah, that's it. And then once I get to there, and that doesn't take that long actually. So it's only probably about here or so, right? And then once that's done, then of course I'm back to here, which you can see I'm back to a completely blank screen, and then I just draw again, right?
Yep.
So, and because of that, because of the various different kind of tricks that you do, that's how you can essentially end up with
and moving that much memory around doesn't slow you down, huh?
Well,
from your background page to your foreground page all the time.
Well, you're only redrawing the sprite areas. You're not redrawing the whole screen. You have a backup because the sprites move, but you're only redrawing those bits.
There's a lot of memory. It's a lot of memory because of the whole screen, but you're not redrawing the whole screen.
Gotcha.
You know, even at the maximum, if you've got 16 sprites and each one is you're going to overdraw by about 30 bytes. So 16 times 30 is what, 480 bytes, maybe 500 bytes. So it's not so much.
It's a lot less than 6K.
It certainly is.
Yeah. Right.
How do you do the data movement? Do you use an LDAIR or something, or do you use a push pop method?
I just use LDI, which LDI and LDD. Actually, the other thing, there's another interesting point, and again, I'm sure I'm not going to be teaching any of you any new tricks, but the other thing that I do, and this is probably, I think there's the new now, but it's one more kind of interesting point. If I can just share, I'll go back to this screen now that I'm getting used to this stuff. Okay, so you can see the screen again, right?
Yep.
Yep. All good. So what I actually do, and I'll just zoom in on one so we can see it a bit clearly, right? So the other thing that I do, I mean, again, it's all about this kind of pre-calculations. It's like a Chinese meal, you know, you got to get everything ready before, and then the cooking is really, you know. So what I actually do here is that I have a routine. It's not a big routine. It does, if you imagine there, that's 30 there, each one across. So what I actually do is it goes every other line, it swaps the first byte with the third byte, right?
Okay.
And the reason I do that is because then when I'm drawing, I can go draw this way, and then draw this way, and then draw that way, and then draw that way, right? And it just means that normally when you draw a sprite, you would go byte 1, byte 2, byte 3, and then you have to decrease, 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 and then draw again, right? But if you rearrange the sprite so that it's staggered, right? That means you draw 3 bytes, and then you just go down 1, then you go across, you see? And then you go down 1. So you never have to do that kind of decrease, decrease back again. So
yeah,
you're
you don't have to do the
saving...
adjustment. Yeah.
You only have to update the high byte and not the low byte to go to
Sure.
regular
Well,
byte.
I mean, obviously, when you cross a byte line, you still have...
Yeah, of course, but basically...
Yeah. There's a similar trick to this we use on the 6809 too called stack blasting. We were talking about it a bit earlier. So if you're trying to block copy memory, I mean, pushing and pulling go in opposite directions. So if you pre-arrange your stack frame size when you're pushing or pulling so that your graphics data is flipped backwards, you can pull off of where your graphic data is stored and then push it onto the screen. It'll go in the opposite direction, but you don't have to do these calculations like, you know, offset it by 6 bytes.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, again, I mean, on the Spectrum, stack quite extensively because it's a fully movable stack, so you can point it anywhere in memory.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do too.
You can point it to the screen. You can point it anywhere, but you can only move 2 bytes at a time. But you do have kind of 12 registers, so you can move 24 bytes fairly.
Yeah, because in our case we have 2 stack pointers, so you can point one to your source, one to your destination. You just push pull, you know, 6 bytes, 8 bytes of registers at a time type thing. So it's a similar situation though. It's to save that having to shift it to where the next part's supposed to go. You eliminate that entirely.
Yeah. So it doesn't seem like much. I mean, it's a nanosecond of time it takes to step back. But if you imagine that you need to do that, say 10 times, and then
per
you
sprite.
also need, and then you've got 16. So you're going to do that 160 times. So you're going to save, you know, a reasonable amount. And again, every little second kind of counts, you know. Yeah. So
going back to your actual
Sure.
Donkey Kong game.
Yeah.
With the color overlaid, is that just a thing with the Spectrum, the way the color works, or what's up
Yeah.
with
Well,
that?
that's a really handy question because finish.
Do you have like a color bit that you got to worry about, or?
Yeah. So I'll switch
Okay.
over and I'll finish with that because it's been fun, but it's nearly 7 here. Wow. But I'm enjoying it. I hope you guys. Okay. So okay, we're back with this Donkey Kong, right? You can see that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got a color overlay effectively, and I haven't, because of the speed. I mean, really, I just want. And most people on the Spectrum are going to kind of a little bit of color clash, right? You can see that kicking in here clearly. That you know you can't share. You can only have it's 1-bit color, right? Effectively. So
yeah, basically you can choose your color for every 8 by 8 pixel, foreground and background color for every 8 by 8 pixel square.
So basically, every character can be a different color.
Yes.
But the whole character block has to be the same color. Okay.
Yeah. So in this case, I mean, I've tried to minimize it as much as I could, but what I have actually done is, this should hopefully, let me just see if this works. I think if I press P, yeah. So I have a different overlay which uses white and yellow, and it reduces the clash quite a bit, you know, because the contrast between white and yellow is fairly minimal, you know.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like Donkey Kong.
No, it doesn't exactly. Well, that's.
And I see some
I
handy-
agree, but you know, some people prefer. I mean, I mean, I have a Facebook group, and you know, there's a lot of regulars on there, and I post stuff, and people come up with various things, and you'd be surprised at how many people actually prefer not to have color clash. Oh no, I can see the sprites more clearly. That's better, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, me play on the
Doesn't matter
on
to
the
me.
Donkey King, on the Dragon. I always used only in high res mode. I didn't like it. In
Yeah,
the low
like
res mode.
you had the slightly lower res with 4 colors, but they're usually pretty garish.
Yeah.
Or you could do black and white, which looks smoother. It just wasn't colored. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had
so-
artifacting, so we kind of cheated.
Yeah.
Talking about
so, I mean,
cheating.
that's why I've just put this in as an option. You know, you just press a key and you can play it in that color if you want. And some
Well,
people
now
have said they
will
prefer
it
it, right?
change? Will it
You're a
change?
little quiet there. Is that
Donkey
me or is
Kong?
that you?
It might be me. Can you hear me?
We could hear you, man.
I
Yeah,
can hear
Aaron's
you now.
quiet, but yeah.
Oh, the So that means like Donkey Kong is going to be a different color and everything, right? Like it's like a different palette, pretty much.
No,
You
Spectrum only has one
mean that?
palette.
You mean when you say Donkey
like
Kong, you mean the character of Donkey Kong?
Correct. So will he still be the brownish color that he should be, or will he end up being?
No, well, he's going to be red and yellow. I mean, I can actually load. If you just give me a second, I'll load it in for you. Just a moment. Let me see if I can do that.
I see a bit of
This is a-
cheating going on, by the way, also in the ladders that sometimes go further than they are in other positions.
Yeah, that's true. That's
all
true,
the old
yeah.
tricks, all the old
Yeah,
tricks.
Yeah. Incidentally, by the way, if you look at the debugger right there, you see that shows you where the beam is at.
Yeah, we can't see that, unfortunately.
Yes, I
can
can
see
see
it.
here.
I
At the
can see
top,
it.
it's all the way at the top.
Okay.
The dotted line, the dotted right line.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that, but anyway, let's let me just load that in quickly if I can remember how.
Now, Worldwide Retro has a really good question for you, and that is, I want to see him try
Uh-huh.
playing with the barrels coming that fast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
Well, this is yeah, that should work. If I take that off now, hopefully that's going to restore it. Let's see. We might need to pause it, unpause it. Right, there you go. Okay.
Lovely.
Okay, so I just restored the color and I've added I've loaded that screen. Actually, one small thing is kind of interesting. Do you see how the foot of Donkey Kong there is his foot is missing? Yeah. And
Because you have the barrel coming out right there, I'm presuming.
He looks like an angry mother.
Yeah, well, let's ask the techie guys why am I not getting that? What's going on?
I'm guessing because your barrel shape's coming out of there, and you have to keep the color different for the barrel, right?
Nope, that's not the reason.
Mask? Is it because of your mask?
It's because I've only loaded this screen into the actual screen memory. I haven't loaded the background buffer. Right.
There's only one version of this, not two of that section.
So if I I mean, if I go back to I load it in just a second, and I load it in. Can you see this debugger or not? No.
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 I don't
Okay.
see the main screen.
think so.
All right. You can just see the screen, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's I'd probably have to reshare or something. So anyway, not to worry. I've just loaded it. I've just loaded the background buffer back now. So what will happen is when the next barrel comes and rolls here, it will restore what it finds in the background screen. So it'll restore the foot, you see. So we'll wait for the next barrel, and there it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
There you go.
How did you get
All right.
200 points?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, look, there aren't even Donkey. This is just a test, really. You know, when you're coding a game like this, you try and set yourself a limit just to see if you can pull that off.
Yeah, you want to
then
make sure
go,
it's feasible before you write the entire game and find out, oh, this is.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I did with asteroids as well. I made sure I could have like 32 little tiny asteroids flying around, and once I knew I could do that, I knew I could do the game. And I feel pretty confident about this because I'm drawing all of those sprites in one cycle, and then I still got sort of 2/3 of another cycle for game and everything like that. So it should be okay.
Oh, you're still gonna animate. You still gonna animate the hammer and stuff as well. Control the
Yeah,
time
well,
of that.
exactly. So well, if you imagine I've got 16 here, right? So probably there'll be maybe 12 barrels, right? And then there'll be a Mario, so that's 13, and then there's maybe 2 fireballs maximum on screen, so that's like 14. And
I
then
doubt you even have 12 barrels. I think you're probably more like 6 to 8 at any given time.
yeah,
Until you get
no,
up,
it
up
is.
in
You
level.
can see 12. I've watched
16 on the screen right now.
Well, yeah,
16.
because that's what he's built.
Yeah, that's a test. That's a test for the
Right.
engine, right?
I think it's a great job. It looks incredible. I think you've done a wonderful job.
yeah.
But the more I stare at Donkey Kong, the character, the more I laugh to myself and get concerned that it's a tire.
Well, now if an entire,
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm still working on that. It's been tough to get. It's been tough to get a decent looking Kong with the colors, you know.
It looks like it's
how difficult.
It just looks like it. I just stare at it, and it just. I made the screen larger so I could see the emulator, and it looks like it has a pasties, and it's from the '70s in Australia. There, so
To me, it looks like he needs to be manscaped, is what it looks like to me.
There you go. I was just keeping it.
Well,
Well, you take a close look at Donkey Kong.
He is a gorilla.
On other machines. You might find it's similar. Although I agree, it does kind of look like a Merkin, right?
Looks like it's pasty. Merkin, huh?
So why is he not?
All right,
why does
Aaron
he
knew
not
what a
have to
Merkin was, didn't you, Aaron?
Well, yeah. You popped me with that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Wow.
So why does
Aaron's got a Merkin on his face, haven't you?
Oh
Aaron?
man, you had to go there, didn't you? That's dirty pool right there.
No, I can only say that because we're buddies now, right?
Well, Aaron should be used to it by now.
Take off, Paco. No one yanked your chain.
By the way, Aaron, I was really tribute to Meatloaf on your show because I was a big fan too, especially back then.
Ah, yeah. You know, I love that
it's a
guy.
shame. He was a really good guy, you know, really
yeah.
great sense of humor.
Yeah, and we'll never know what that was.
Yeah, no kidding.
And a great dinner dish, also, by the way.
You know, I want to say, Happy, that was some in-depth stuff there. You left a couple of us scratching our heads in a vain attempt to understand, but plenty of people in here had a good idea what you were talking about. So I'm glad you came on. I know it's no easy feat for you to get in here, given your situation. So I really thought that's neat.
It was my pleasure, really. Yeah.
I hope you flesh out your Donkey Kong.
If I
by
can
the
just,
way.
I tell you what I want to do is I want to finish up and just show everybody because people were talking about my Donkey Kong. Well, let me just show you Crazy Kong by a company called C-Tech, famous as you know, the kind of
oh boy,
this is like the Plan 9 from outer
I know
space.
it. I know
Yeah,
it.
Frodo knows.
The Plan 9 of Donkey Kong. That's awesome.
We're all sitting down.
They weren't all winners, that's for sure.
Yeah, there you go. That's what we're dealing with, right?
Oh boy.
Yeah. That's rough.
Wow.
Yep.
I will say,
Yeah, it doesn't
Donkey
get
Kong's
much better
not
than
been
that,
doing
guys.
any leg days.
That's a commercial game, guys.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
is.
Oh, that's Donkey Kong.
And that wasn't the
I
budget.
would have been very angry buying that.
Yeah.
That was a full price game.
When I
It's the
look,
same
Yeah,
system.
if you want to have a fun stream, just play all the
Yeah, so I'm gonna
games
say
made
that-
by
that-
C-Tech.
That kind of image was what I associate with Spectrum graphics.
when I looked at what Happy was working on, I went and investigated what had been released, and that honed in the view. I was like, "Holy smokes!" I mean, you're playing with house money, Happy.
I'll tell you one
got
thing
nothing
though.
to
I've
worry about.
enjoyed the stream, but I'm very disappointed with the questions I took from Mr. Searle there. I was expecting a full range of technically excellent questions, and I didn't get any.
Well, when you actually started talking about what you were doing, I immediately checked out.
Yeah.
He went and got to sleep. I want to know what he's been munching on. What have you been eating?
You want technical questions from a 6 drinks in boat? You don't want to know. You don't want those questions.
Here's the thing.
Actually, I came on so I could finally ask a technical question about LDI, LDD.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
Here we go.
If the end result plays at the same speed or approaching the same speed of the original game, I'm happy. That's the thing about Snowed Under. You play a game like Snowed Under, and you start playing it on the periphery. You're aware that the colors are, not. You've got a limited color palette. You've got a little bit of clash. But once you start playing, you forget about that.
Yeah.
And you think that you're playing an arcade game because the action is fast and the feel is right.
It's a proper
and that's
game.
what's important.
Yeah,
It's a proper
absolutely.
game.
Well, that's always a big. I mean, that's a huge factor with it's immersion, isn't it?
Yeah.
In any game, you always got to think about that. I mean, there are a lot of tricks that people do with. I mean, I showed you that in the previous. The last time I was here, I showed you how you can kind of trick the beam and use more colors and different things like that.
Yep.
But you can end up with a game that's running too slow, and you're spending more time kind of being impressed at the technical achievement, but not really
the gameplay
enjoying much of the game.
That's exactly right, Alan. You can as a programmer, I think sometimes programmers become so enamored with some aspect, some graphical aspect of their program or some technical aspect of their program that they lose the point, which is how well does the game play, how smooth is the game play, does it feel right, and that's the important thing.
Yes, exactly. Well, you'll
That's
know
where you
yourself.
can get a demo scene
I don't know
coder
if you
write a game, and you can tell it was a demo scene coder.
Which is why
they're pulling every trick out of the book.
That's
the game
why
doesn't
so
play
many
well.
Amiga games are crap.
Oh,
demo
listen
scene
to you.
coders.
Don't bury the
There are
Amiga
no
boat.
Amiga games that are crap.
Are you
All
kidding me,
Amiga games
boat?
are fantastic.
Yeah, but
You
the
have to
weird
love.
thing is,
You have to love
that
gaming.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to love gaming as much as you love coding.
Yeah, and I think on the Amiga side of things, people tend to love coding a little bit more than gaming sometimes.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me,
that's the
Boat?
case. Yeah.
But
By the
I
way,
would-
actually, John, while you're there, just one thing to say.
I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Have
about
you have you played? I mean, I play all games from all, and just recently, I've been playing Yakuza.
I missed the last part of that. Say it again, Alan.
Well, I was saying that I play games from all eras, but and I know you do as well. But have you played Yakuza 0?
Yakuza 0. I have.
Yeah.
I started that up.
That
and,
is the funniest game. That is the most.
I'll tell
oh
you.
my
I'll tell
God,
you.
it's just fantastic.
I'll tell you when that game won my heart. As soon as you get done beating up a crowd of thugs, you go into the karaoke bar and you have the rhythm game where you have to sing the karaoke song. And I said, yes, this is a game for me.
Now wait a minute. Hold on a second.
I am just loving.
You
that
played a game
Yes,
called
sir.
Yakuza?
Are fabulous. Yeah, they are
Listen,
fabulous, those games.
You
play
told me
games you don't know
Lemmings was
about,
too
Aaron.
violent,
These
and
are
you're
my
playing
secret games.
Yakuza?
Yeah.
I'm stunned and baffled at
There's
that.
a whole
Boat.
nother side of me you don't know about.
I don't
That's
want to
so-
know that
well, I was
guy.
going to recommend it because I know that John likes those games, and that one especially because you're in Japan and it's in the 80s, and you go in the arcade and it's Outrun in there, and
It's on Game
Space
Pass.
Harrier,
And
and
so yeah.
you meet
there's-
people and like, oh, can you beat my high score? And you're like, yeah.
Yeah, I love
You
it,
know?
man. I love it.
And I will say, Alan actually answered Boat's question to me and Jay, talking about the skill of a programmer and how that affects the game. Just showing those two versions of Donkey Kong, like one that you showed that was commercial before, and yours.
Yeah.
That's exactly it. That's a skill of the programmer.
Well,
right there. It's the same
it
hardware.
remains to be seen because that is still a tech demo. Really, there isn't anything playable there. But I know that.
but
I
you
mean,
got a good
I don't
base
know if you
going,
taught.
though.
I don't know if you've taught writing before as an English teacher, John. But I mean, it's not that different. I mean, writing is writing. Whether it's writing a game or whether it's writing code or
it
writing
all
a
kind- it
screenplay.
all-
You don't need to show off. You got to think about your what I mean. It's done for them, right?
Yeah.
You have to think about that. I mean, that's why as I said, that's why I really enjoy the kind of sort of collegiate approach that I have with the games that I do, because I have this thing where I regularly update my Patreon, and I and also on Facebook. I have kind of different levels. So I have a group on Facebook. It's probably getting on for 1,000 people, but maybe there's only 100 or
Wow.
100, 200 regular people.
Why don't you
but-
build that group? Where do we find that? Where?
Well,
How do
that's
we
just-
sign up for your
that's just
Patreon?
Facebook.com/groups Happy Coding ZX. right?
Okay.
Where and that's your Patreon?
Well, Patreon is Happy Coding ZX.
There you go. Because
Yeah.
I think some people might be
And
interested
Ko-Fi
in
is
backing
Happy
you
Coding
here.
ZX, and Itch is. I'm not
But
sure about Itch.
Itch is different. Itch is a different name that you use. I'm
Yeah,
trying to think of what it is.
It's High Rise. It's High
High
Rise.
Rise. Yeah, High Rise.
Yeah, that comes from an old when I used to be in a country duo.
No,
I've got
holy
one
crap!
more
We
question
never
for
talked
you.
about
Whoa,
that.
whoa, whoa.
Hold on a
Yeah,
second
whoa,
here.
whoa, whoa.
Shut up, Boat.
Just a second.
Country
Just
duo.
give me 1 second, guys. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh man, now we're getting in there.
Here we go.
By the way, hi guys. I came
Hi,
in
Frodo.
Hey, Frodo.
Also, I don't know if you saw Frank's comment in the chat. He said, "I've had dinner, taken a nap, painted the bedroom, and you guys are still going."
That's the
strong."
way. That's the way it
this
goes.
is amazing. This is fantastic.
Let me ask you guys a question because I'm eating runts right now.
Yeah, I saw
Is there
that, Boat.
anybody in this world that actually likes banana runts?
Yeah, me.
I love
I love
Yeah.
those. Those are the best
I
ones.
hate
Boat.
banana
flavor.
runs. I throw those off to the
No,
side.
save those.
immediately.
We'll just put them all in the bag and then send them to me.
All right, hold on a
You
second
know-
here. I
you
gotta.
keep
I'm
them-
gonna wear my Stetson, but I
Yeah.
can't find
Sure.
it.
That is literally my favorite flavor. Yeah, I love
John,
the
you
banana
keep
one.
them for Boat Fest.
Go to
I'll
work.
take 'em.
What do you got for us, Al? I gotta
Okay,
hear.
Alan, I got one more question for you. Before
Wait a
we
minute.
sign
He's
off.
gonna. Hold on. Go ahead, Boat. Go ahead.
What was I gonna do?
When are you going to?
Was I gonna
port-
come and play a song for you guys now?
Yes, that's what I was
Yeah,
expecting,
yeah,
Boat.
you-
Enough
I
of your.
thought you were going to bring
just
your
hanging
guitar
there.
back.
Well, I can. Just a minute.
Okay.
He's stealing your gimmick, Boat. Are you
He's
gonna
not
ask him
listening.
another programming
Probably not in
question? You're talking out your ass, Boat. You don't know nothing about that.
Bring in the guitar.
Get that out of here.
Get your guitar, Boat.
Here
Yeah,
we
but-
go. This is
Mine.
what I've been
You
waiting
can,
for.
but, unfortunately, that doesn't work. I don't think. I don't know if it's in tune. It probably isn't.
What? Have you heard Boat sing?
Oh, no.
It doesn't
It's not in
vote,
tune,
I was gonna
guys.
say.
Oh, here we go.
If you give him like a C boat, he'd at least be able to untune the guitar.
Bam. Good one.
Oh.
It's already better than you.
Nah. That's terrible.
Listening to yesterday's
That's not so bad. is it?
Amigo song, that sounds
All right.
fantastic.
Play
Yeah.
us a little something. Play us a little high rise original.
Yeah.
Oh
I
no,
know,
I can't be doing that.
Singing voice is fine as long as you think a buzzsaw has musical quality.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't need my ears.
What do you like?
bleeding,
What do you
thanks.
prefer, Elvis or Johnny Cash?
Oh,
Johnny.
Elvis.
Johnny.
Elvis.
Man in Black.
Oh,
Are we talking
Man in Black.
rock and roll Elvis? Or are we talking like?
Of course, we're
the-
talking
matter.
rock and roll. What do you think I'm
Okay.
talking cheeseburger?
Give us a
Elvis?
little bit of
Well, no, I
both.
thought you might be talking,
Oh,
the religious at the end of his career, Elvis.
Give
All
us
right,
give us a
Heartbreak
little of
Hotel.
both.
Let's hear it.
Uh, okay. I think I prefer Johnny
No
Cash.
pressure. No pressure.
I hear the train a coming, it's rolling round the bend. And I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps a dragging on. When I hear that lonesome whistle on down the San Antonio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Alan, you said you're a
When I
teacher.
was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy, don't ever play with guns. But I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die.
Oh,
When I hear that train a moving, I hang my head and
Yeah.
Since we didn't hear any of it.
Yeah.
That's
I
enough.
love it. I
That's
love
That was
awesome.
great, dude.
Alan,
He forgot
Beautiful
to mute
voice.
himself.
No guitar sound though.
Nice help.
I love
used
it.
to pay
Graham
me
had
to do
the-
that, you
Graham had
know.
a tambourine one. Was that a red tambourine, Graham?
What's that?
Was that a red tambourine?
No, it's not.
That was my tambourine solo. That was part of my talk. I'm just doing a tambourine solo, nothing else.
So
Alan,
Alan, you're a teacher by trade, is that correct?
Yes, I am nowadays.
Can you
yeah.
teach Boat to sing? Is the next question.
Bam.
Listen, I
That's
listen,
like doctoral, like thesis level stuff.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Without him making our ears bleed.
Listen, he's a very good singer, right? I know.
Clip
that
that.
he's
Clip that. Clip that.
Right? The problem, John Scholler, is that you think you're an alto, but you're actually a stay.
There you go.
Very
Problem
awesome.
all the right notes, just not necessarily in the right order.
Or octave or
in the
anything
right
else.
I'm serious, John. I want to be
seriously.
I
You
know
know,
that
seriously.
you're a
When I
singer.
sing,
I do know.
when I
Hey.
sing, when I'm not being foolish, I am a bass.
Exactly.
And
I can tell.
But most of the songs that are chosen for the Patreon song are not sung in
Exactly
the
so.
bass range.
And that's exactly the point I wanted to make. I can tell that you're a good singer, but you're not.
But you
being
have
given the
ears.
right
I'm definitely
It's
no
nothing
Freddie
that
Mercury,
auto-tune
that's
can't
for sure.
fix.
Hey,
Yeah, it
Alan, I've
is.
got one more question for you.
You already had one more question.
Yeah.
When are you going to start taking all these great games for the Spectrum and coding them over to a real computer? I'm talking about the CoCo. When are you going to make asteroids for the CoCo?
Well, the asteroids is, as I said. I remember, Per Surratt. He was converting asteroids, and he's just. But again, no pressure, no deadline. He had a granddaughter.
Mark McDougall in Australia is doing a CoCo version, a transcode of the arcade one too. That he's taking his time.
Okay, yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah.
But the thing
Incidentally,
about,
though, well, actually, listen. I'll tell you what. Talking of CoCo stories, when I had a Dragon years ago, there was a game called Sky Shield. Right, it's like a missile command clone, and I picked up this. I got it from a magazine as a type-in, right? But it was machine code. I mean, quite a lot of it was machine code, just typing in the numbers. And so I bought this at Christmas, the issue of Your Computer, Christmas 1983, I think. Yeah, Christmas 83. And I took it to Kuwait and I typed it in and it didn't work, right? And I tried to get it to, and I had no idea what to do. In the end, I just gave up, right? So anyway, a few years later, many years ago, I found a copy of Your Computer, and it had this game, Sky Shield, in it, but the scan of it wasn't high enough to read the data properly. And then a couple of weeks ago, I got a guy on Spectrum Computing made a post saying, "Oh, I've got some copies of Your Computer," and he listed them, and one of them was Christmas 1983. So I said, "Oh, could you scan that?" So he scanned it, and then I sent it to Per, and then he found out. He said, "Yeah, it doesn't work." And it turns out that in the January edition of they issued the corrections to the game that you could fix from the bugs. Which
But you were in
because I
Kuwait,
didn't
so you
live in
couldn't
the
get it.
because I moved because I was only in the UK for Christmas, with the family. Then I went back to Kuwait, so I didn't have this no idea. So for almost 40 years, I suppose, I've been wanting to play this game. And I got the scans and I sent it to Per, and he said, "Yeah, good. We've never had this game before, and it's been preserved now, and you can play it." So finally, I fired up the Dragon. I finally got to play this game that I'd waited 40 years for.
That's crap.
I played it for about 10 minutes. Turned it off because it wasn't very good.
Very good. That's we've all been there.
Actually, it was okay. It was okay. You guys might want to check it out. It's a pretty nice version of Missile Command.
Yeah, it's pretty
Very
rare you
fast.
get a magazine type-in game that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, it really wasn't that bad. It was actually pretty good.
A
I
ringing
certainly
endorsement.
I would have played it quite a lot. I would have played it quite a lot back then. I would have.
Very,
But,
very good.
Sometimes when your dreams come true, they turn out not as dreamy as you hoped.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What a lovely way to
Never have
send off.
Never
Come
to worry
on.
about that game anymore. But if you guys know on the CoCo scene or the Dragon scene, then I'm sure you'll probably hear about that game. If you look it up, you can find it. Check
Yeah,
it out.
we've been covering all of Pear's AGD game conversions from the Spectrum, actually,
Sure, yeah.
that he's been doing this
Yeah.
last 6 weeks running, and still more to go yet. So
Yeah.
You know, on the Amiga, you can have a OCS 12-bit RGB 4096 color palette and more memory. You could extend your horizons a little bit.
Yeah, but
Slightly
then
larger audience.
only problem with that is it would be an Amiga.
Oh, come on
Yeah.
now.
They're fighting
Listen.
words, brother.
Well, yes. I
If you're
mean,
gonna if you're gonna go to
I-
an Amiga, you might as well just go right to an IBM and be done
Oh,
with it.
come on now.
No.
I'm hopeful. I'm pretty hopeful that we will be getting Snowed Under for the Amiga next Christmas.
Oh, outstanding. That's
Nice.
great
So,
news.
the graphics have all been done,
Yeah.
and my friend is coding it, but I don't know how far he's going to get. We'll see.
Very
Who
good.
knows?
By the way, the
Honestly,
graphics look really nice. You know.
What was that,
Yeah,
Frodo?
I would love to find out. I would love to play with an Amiga. I've never physically seen one in person. But
well, it was a complete non-factor.
well, no, I mean like in
Would you
person,
hush, Bo?
like
Yeah.
my hands on it in
Come
person.
over.
They're
Well,
great.
I was a big.
Yeah,
I was
there's
a big Amiga.
got to
guy,
be like
you know,
30 or
myself. I had,
40 in the other room.
Yeah, I thought I actually thought at one time to maybe I'll collect Amiga because I went through my Commodore stuff. I had my Coca-Cola computer stuff, Apple stuff, but I'm like, I don't know anything about Amigas. Even try to collect them, so I never bothered.
Come up
I
to
have
Boat
to
Fest,
say that
there'll be a
although
bunch.
I did have a game, well, no, I had a utility the Amiga on a magazine once.
Get one of these.
Mini Mig, what's that?
It's
Amiga
a well, I'm not going to release any spoilers. It's coming out on my channel soon.
Is it like an FPGA Amiga or something?
It's a real 68,000 FPGA, and it has I mean, I don't want to steal your thunder here, but RDB, RGB, VGA, PS2 for mouse and keyboard. It's a real 68,000 FPGA. This is the Mister's granddad.
It's
It looks like
it's the Mister's grandfather. It is original design from Dennis von Weeren in 2006, but these are 2022 boards.
Yeah, I was
it looks
wondering
like
about
that's
that.
everything the Unamiga should have been instead of that steaming pile of crap it turned into.
Hey now, the Amiga works fine. Listen,
Hey
we're
there.
not here to bury other computers. We're here to love. This is a loving
version
place.
of that that'll take the Buffy too.
There you
There's
go.
a version of that that will
This
take a
is
Buffy.
this is nice for what it is, but it's a turd because it's limited to 2 megs of RAM.
Oh.
But you can boot like hard drives. It's got an Amiga 600 IDE interface. Yeah, I'll cover that later. But I mean, it's okay for what it is. If you want to play some WHD load games or ADFs, you got to kind of load them that way.
Yeah.
But if you think about it as the Mister's grandfather, you can load other cores exactly like the Mister without the E10 Nano and the $700 price.
This is coming up
altogether.
on your channel, Chris. This is something we're going to look forward
Eventually.
to. There you
It'll
go.
get there.
Sneak
I
peek.
store like anywhere between 12 and 18 videos in advance, so
That's-
what you're seeing is like from long ago.
So you're
You ever muck
far
around with
more
Amigas?
organized than I would have anticipated.
I'm sorry?
You're far more organized than I would have anticipated.
No.
No, I mean 15 videos. Are you kidding me? Me and Bo
Well,
made videos that air the
film
same
a lot.
day.
Like I do something down here every day. Like
Holy smokes.
today I redid an Amiga 500 that I pulled out of the RMA bin from Commodore in 1994.
Yeah.
So
And that's a
you know,
video.
every once in a while, that is eventually it'll be. It's filmed, but I have to edit it.
Man.
So
That's how
All the
film
stuff
a
we're
lot.
seeing from Chris was filmed before the pandemic.
That's correct.
No,
That's how far behind he
I
is.
have one video that I have been holding on to forever for like in case I totally run out of footage. It's entitled 91 Firebird with George Bush Gas.
Well, I don't know.
And that was filmed probably pre-pandemic 2018, 2019
There you go.
when I started my car probably the last time.
We'll wonder why you have a huge afro in that one, and then we'll understand because it was so far in the
My
past.
huge afros in this bag.
There you go. Mine too. Ironically, a Ziploc. I
All
got
right,
it in the
guys,
closet.
listen, I'm going to have to get going because it's already like 10 past 7
Understandable,
here.
man. Thanks for coming
Um,
around. We appreciate you.
Yeah, let me just show you that very, very quickly there. Have we got that there? That's the graphics for the Amiga Snowed Under there. Can you see that?
Yes.
very
Oh, there
nice.
they are. Look good.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
See, look how awesome that looks compared to the Spectrum.
Hey, the Spectrum looks good too. Come on now.
I think it looks great.
Very nice. That's
Everything on the
awesome.
Amiga
What a
looks
nice
great.
surprise. I'm anxious
yeah.
to see that.
So
that played great
that's
on the
going to
Spectrum.
be next year though for Christmas, I'm guessing. But,
Beautiful. You got
yeah.
plenty of time, dude. Hey,
Yeah,
thanks
well,
for
it's
coming
not me.
on. Man.
I'm not doing it. It's a friend of mine who's doing it.
Time
you're not
goes quick.
you can make all kinds of promises for the release date then.
There you go.
Okay, guys. Well, listen, that was a pleasure. Great fun.
Take
Really glad
care
to
over
talk
there,
to you.
Alan. It's good to
Yeah.
see you, man.
See you,
It was a great
Alan.
talk.
Take it easy, sir.
Yeah, stay safe,
Just,
man.
yeah, I mean, if you do Facebook, then join the group if you want to see about the work I'm doing. I'd be happy to see any of you there.
Very good. Take care,
All right.
man.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
See you then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Adios, muchacho.
All right. So, we're going to move right along now. Listen, a good friend of mine, a great guy, and he's always got something interesting to bring to the table. Let's kick it over and kick it down under to our good friend, Graham W. Woebcke. What's going on, Graham?
Graham.
Well, I've got a tambourine.
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
Play that sucker. Lay it down. Just like
Yeah,
Sonny.
exciting stuff. That's it. That's all I've got for today.
I didn't even hear it.
Hey, Mr. Tambourine Man.
Oh,
That's it.
beautiful.
Yeah. No, I'm minding. What I'm going to share is going to be nowhere on the high level of what we've just seen. Just a few personal things that I'm going to share, and also some book acquisitions as I usually share with everyone.
All right.
All right.
I've hit 90 days being vegetarian.
Whoa!
Congratulations, man.
So
My condolences.
yeah, no. Actually,
And you haven't slit your wrists yet. That's impressive.
No, I haven't. It started out as a charity fundraising event at my work. We had to do a 30-day challenge, and I was dared to be a vegetarian for 30 days. And I said, yeah, all right, sure. But one of the things that I was not expecting was I previously had reflux problems. And I discovered when I stopped eating meat, especially, all my reflux problems went. So I have now enjoyed almost 90 days with no reflux. And I can't see myself changing because of that, because reflux really sucks.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Yeah. So for me, it's not an activism type thing, animal welfare type thing like it is for other people. For me, it's I hate reflux and the reflux is gone, so I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
Congrats, man.
You noticed any weight loss with it?
What's that? Sorry.
Have you noticed any weight loss by doing that?
Yeah, I've probably lost about 6 kilos without really trying. I think if I was a bit more active and not as sedate as I am because of my office job and all that sort of stuff, probably even more would come off. But, slow and steady wins the race on the weight front. So, we'll get there eventually to what I want to get to. But that's the reason why I'm going to stick with this vegetarian stuff for as long as I can anyway.
Very good.
Good. I can't afford to eat healthy.
Yeah. Christmas was a real challenge seeing people with, turkeys and hams and all that sort of stuff. And I had mushrooms and tofu instead. But anyway, it is what it is.
As I sit here in a fried chicken T-shirt.
Yeah. If the steak is very rare, is that considered vegetarian? Just very rare.
Vegetarian. Look, animals eat grass. That's vegetarian.
Animals are uncooked, Dave, by the way.
I don't think he wants to eat the stomach contents pulled out of a dead cow.
Hey, Homer Simpson said it best. If God didn't want you to eat meat, he wouldn't have made it out of cows.
No, listen. Hey, different strokes, different folks.
The
If it
stomach
stops,
contents we leave to the Scottish, yeah?
Yes.
Exactly right.
if it stopped the acid reflux, I think you're onto something, Graham. Hey, the weight loss is an added bonus. So well done, sir.
For me anyway,
Yeah, I know
that
it's
might
tough.
not be, yeah, no, I'm not going to give health advice to anyone, but for me it worked, so I'm sticking with it.
Well done.
Thank you.
What else do I want to say? I got myself a second camera, but I haven't had a chance to set it up yet, so it's identical to the one I've got up the top here. Just a Canon M50. So next time I present something here, I should have a second camera to better show the books off, rather than holding up to this camera and hoping that the lighting looks good.
Cool.
Something technical that really got on my nerves was to do with Western Digital. I don't know if you guys follow Western Digital. Yeah, they suck. About 5 years ago, I bought a Western Digital cloud drive, and all of a sudden they said that they're going to drop the support for it unless you've got one of the latest and greatest ones that you bought in the last 12 months. Now, I understand that they say the reasons behind it are security or whatever, but surely, you know, that should be on the onus of the owner and not them disabling the cloud service to your device. To me, it sounds like a gimmick to try and get people to buy more because of the lockdowns and stuff, when people haven't been buying as much gear, you know. So I'm not very impressed with Western Digital at all. So I went out and bought a new Seagate drive so they can get stuffed. It's actually, you just hear, I'll get it. It's pretty good. It's a Fire CUDA drive. I don't know if you've seen those before.
Yep. I know.
Yeah, this is the one. It's got the stupid little LED light that goes across the front as well, which I couldn't care too.
Did it have two USB ports on it? Hold that back up for a second, Graham. I didn't get to see that.
Yeah, sorry. It actually has on the front. It has have you got it there?
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, so it's got a USB-C
is
and
one of
a
those
USB
power or
3, and power in the back is via a power brick.
Yeah.
And it's got one of those micro B cables in the back of it.
I hate those.
That go. Yeah, I don't like them either. They should have been USB-C. But anyway,
It's a Fire CUDA. Is that like an NVMe Fire CUDA, or is that rotational?
It's a 7200 RPM drive. 8 terabytes it is. So it should be enough to back everything up I've got and then some. I bought it basically because I'm paranoid about losing photos and family tree stuff. And
you do genealogy, Graham?
Not me. That's my wife's get up.
See.
She's right into doing that sort of stuff.
You better be double paranoid about losing it then.
Well, that's why I backed it up about 4 times.
Yeah, good move. You don't want to have that on your back. Holy smokes.
Yeah, exactly right. So anyway, I just wanted to share that about Western Digital, and I'm pretty annoyed that they would pull a stunt like that. I guess it is what it is.
Customers without notice? Never heard of this.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So buyer beware, Western Digital is all I'm going to say.
On a quick note, all support for Amiga 3.2 will stop next week, and everyone will have to purchase 3.2.1.
I knew it.
I did.
Thanks, Frank.
Cool. We're all for doing PSAs about losing support.
Yeah.
I think it's important that everyone knows about it because
don't forget to charge a subscription for it too. There.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right. Subscription models are the way to go. Okay, book time. So while everyone was talking about all the different coding, I just pulled out one of my old classic books. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
It's an old Usborne book. I reckon everyone who does programming, like I'm a programmer for my job, program manager anyway. I reckon everyone should follow something old school like this to at least have an understanding of things, because the way they teach coding these days, people just don't seem to have the ground skills. Like, here's an example, and I won't be technical on purpose, but there's a library that you can use on your website that Facebook invented. It's called React, and some people may have heard it. Well, from my experience, there are a lot of web developers that know how to use the React library, but they have no clue how to do things in JavaScript itself. And React is based on JavaScript. So the same principle with this book. There are people that know how to code in .NET, but they have no idea how to do, iteration and why different types of iteration are better choices than just doing everything in if then else and all that sort of stuff. And it's sadly a trend that I'm seeing in development that I'm exposed to anyway, is that people just learn one way and the quickest way and say, yep, good enough. And off it goes. And that's why there's so much bloatware and crap out there at the moment. It's not done efficiently like it used to be. You know, look at some of the magic that we could do when, you know, in 48K, 64K, 128K. And now, you know, you install programs that says you need 16 gig of RAM. It's like, what? It's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? And I'm looking at Adobe when I say that, because their stuff's absolute garbage now, in my opinion. Right. That's the end of the political agenda. Now, book acquisitions. So I picked up 2 books. Everyone probably has heard of Jordan Mechner before.
Oh, yes.
So I've got 2 books of his. The first one is Boat's favorite game, Karate
Oh, yeah.
Kid.
Oh, nice.
I love that game. Come on, Boat.
Karateka, I don't have a problem with. Although it's
so
not pronounced
slow.
correctly. It's
It's
karateka.
karateka.
Yeah, karateka.
Come on.
Karateka.
No one pronounces it like that unless you're sort of a geek.
I'm a
Yeah.
geek.
I'm
That's
just
right.
pronouncing it as us Australians do, mate.
You got it right down there.
Aluminium.
Yeah, aluminium. That's right, not aluminum. Correct.
Correct.
The second book is also Prince of Persia Diaries.
Nice.
So
Yeah. No,
I
I
have-
actually
Got to
I
read
have-
it in 60 minutes.
That was my Secret Santa
Good one.
present to Wanderly Chesum this year. I got the hardback version of that and sent that to him.
Now that's the
Really nice book.
right.
Is that the development diaries, Graham?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah.
It is the making of diary. There isn't too many diagrams in here though. There's only a few. Let me just find them. Like it does have some. Oh god, that brightness.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah, we
That's
can
why
see
I
it.
need that second camera setup.
You see it.
Okay.
I caught
So it's
some
got
of
that.
these, I really thought these are really interesting, particularly when the game was released. Talked about sales numbers and stuff. It was quite fascinating.
Yeah, so I bought those because they are 2 games that I played extensively on my Apple IIc, which was my first home computer. So I have a lot of fond memories of playing those games, and I'm sure other people have fond memories playing those games on other systems as well. The books seem really good so far. Some more books. These books have nothing to do with computers. They have something to do with the hobby that Boat and I seem to share, which is whiskey drinking.
Yes.
Boat.
Yes.
He can't drink
So I
whiskey
don't know
for
if you
the
know
crap.
about Ralphie. He's a YouTuber, Ralphie. One of the better Scotch whiskey YouTubers, and he's got 2 books. One's Tales from a Whiskey. Sorry, Search for a Whiskey Bothy, and Stories from a Whiskey Bar. And excellent reading. I've only gotten 2/3 through the first book, and he talks about growing up in Glasgow and how his father left the whiskey cabinet open one day when he was 11 and decided to go on a little adventure and
Oh, man.
and all the stuff that goes on, and that was his exposure to it. And it's a great read if you're into that kind of stuff. If you have no interest in whiskey or booze, then you know,
Kill yourself.
What's
find
your
something
current
else to read.
What's your current whiskey of the day to go to? Just a regular whiskey
Oh,
of the day.
it
Johnny Walker
depends on.
Blue.
No, not Johnny Walker Blue. My God,
Graham drinks the top shelf stuff. Come on.
No, Johnny Walker Blue is just over-marketed cat urine, in my opinion.
Oh man,
Very
very
expensive, but that's about all there is to it.
Expensive as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would I recommend? I like Deanston Distillery in Scotland, Deanston 12 year. I think it's about 60 pounds is the price, or 50 pounds for a bottle of that. That's actually really, really good stuff. Lasheg 10-year-old is another one that I like. That's a smoky iodine type of whiskey, but not a lot of smoke and peat. I should just go and get the bottles from my cupboard and bring them back.
You never make it back to the camera.
Yeah, no, I'll make it back. I won't drink them. Give me a moment. Give me a
No,
moment.
take your time.
Okay.
You know, me personally, I'm more of a bourbon guy, being working in Kentucky all the time. And I'll recommend, if you want a quick recommendation from me, get you some Bullet bourbon. I've really gotten into the old Bullet. It's made in Bullet County, Kentucky. Have you had any of that boat? You occasionally will partake.
Yeah, I mean, Bullets. To me, I'm not a big bourbon connoisseur, but Bullet ain't bad.
We don't get to drink in the circles that Graham does. If you ever follow Graham on his channel on the Discord, he's going to he's hobnobbing with the big dogs at the 5-course meals.
That's why I asked him for the good one stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one to ask for sure.
When you think what you're drinking's highbrow, he laughs, he scoffs at your highbrow.
The best I can do is a Macallan 12. That's about
Now,
my limit.
Boats drank that. We've had that at your house.
It's a single malt. I like that. It's really good. But
Yeah.
that's my snobberish, or whatever the word I'm looking for is. That's my highball there.
That's not bad. That's not
top
bad.
shelf.
Do you put whiskey in eyeballs?
You can. You drink enough of, you can put balls on anything.
I had a little bit of Balblero 3 today, just earlier in the stream. So
Very
it was
good.
So this is the Deanston one that I was talking about. I'm just going to try and get in view.
Yeah.
Deanston.
I've never heard of that.
Deanston. This is excellent stuff.
Anytime you have booze with people's signatures on it, that's out of my price range.
Well, this one is one of the
So that's
it's one of the cheaper ones that I'm going to show you actually. When I went to Amiga Island, when I went over to Scotland, I visited this distillery and did the distillery tour because it's my second favourite distillery, and it was offering a tour at the time that I was there, and because they closed down a lot of the distillery tours in January because it's too cold and whatnot. This is excellent stuff. You cannot go wrong with that. And this is the Lesheg. Now, even though it's spelled Ledaig, it's pronounced Lesheg.
I never got that.
Ledaig. Oui, ha ha ha.
It's not French.
So no, it's Gaelic or whatever they call it.
Come on, Dave.
So this is also roughly the same price as the Deanston, and if you like whiskey with smoke, but not some of the real smoke bombs that blow your head off and think you've just eaten an ashtray, this is the way to go. Something like this, because it has flavour. It's not just smoke and tuna brine and nothing else. So this is a really good one. In fact, if you're keen, you can mix some of this with the Deanston. You can put in a quarter of this in your glass and then fill up the top of the glass with a Deanston. You make a nice little blend of your own.
Oh man,
it'd empty out my wallet.
Yeah.
So strong you can power your car with it.
You could, yeah. Kilkerran is
Kilkerran? What?
Yeah, Kilkerran, yep. Kill all the Karens.
That's what my kid calls my wife, Karen.
Yeah, kill all the Karens. This is from Campbelltown, which is an area that's south, but to the Irish side of Scotland, away from Islay, which is where all the smoky stuff's made. And this is a very, very complex whiskey in terms of flavors. You can have one flavor and one sip, and then another sip, your flavor just changes. And I just adore this. It's probably £65.
Oof.
So,
holy moly, my shelves don't go that high.
So kegger a party at Graham's.
Ah.
Yeah. Bunnahabhain.
Holy
22
smokes.
hours to get there.
That's a lot of ends.
Yeah, Bunnahabhain is how you say, not Bunnahabhain, like some people might think. This is actually in Islay, but it's one of the few distilleries that does not put a lot of smoke and peat in their whiskey. It's influenced a lot by the seaside, and it's they use sherry casks. So if you like the taste of sherry and you like salt, then this is a great whiskey.
Ooh. I like
That's
sherry,
about
but not
60
salt.
pound as well.
Wow.
And my favourite salty whiskey, which is from the north, is Old Pulteney 12. No, I have.
Huh?
Yeah. So I don't know if you can see that. Oh, there we go. Now we're
There
in
you
view.
go.
Thank you, camera. So I also have the 15 year and the 18 year of this, and I can categorically say that the 12 year is the best. So don't waste your money on the 15 and the 18.
Okay.
Stick with the 12. Much better value. Third of the price of the 18. Again, it's around that 60 pound mark. So they're my 5 go-tos. So I those 5 bottles will probably take me about 3-4 months to go through. So I'm not, coming home from work and drinking a bottle and falling asleep in front of the TV with my hand in my pants.
You can't.
Well,
Not.
yeah, nothing wrong with that.
You
Especially
can't
if you work
afford
from home.
to.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why
if you work from home, you can drink while you're on the job, can't you?
Wow.
There's some
Okay,
great reviews. Are kind of out of my price range.
Yeah. Let me give a recommendation for something that's
Trashy and poor.
more consumer friendly, shall I say? So non-enthusiast friendly.
This is the Boone's Farm section.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Do
no,
they
no,
have
no.
Boone's Farm in
Strawberry
Australia?
Hill forever.
Yeah. No, they don't have it. We have Aldi though, and Aldi makes a really good whiskey. But beside that, I don't know if you can get Monkey Shoulder where you're at. You may have seen Monkey Shoulder. It's a blended whiskey. It's about 28 pounds a bottle, I think it is. That's actually quite good, especially if you're just learning or beginning your journey in whiskey and got an interest in it. That bottle will certainly convinced a few of my friends to expand beyond Johnny Walker Red and Scotch, and soda. So well worth a try if you want to go down that journey. Maybe just go to a bar and ask for a nip and instead of buying the whole bottle and see if it's something that appeals to you or not. That's actually how I'd recommend most people tasting whiskey anyway is not to go out and just buy a bottle, because there's nothing worse than buying a bottle and then having it sit on the shelf and you go, I bought that and it cost this and I've only had one drink of it and I don't like it, and it's just going to sit there and you end up using it in Christmas cakes and things like that, and you think, geez, that was a waste of money.
Or you can buy a bottle, try it, you don't like it, just send the rest of the bottle to me. That works too.
Yeah, right.
All right, we can try that.
Has anyone bought a bottle of whiskey and just let it sit around for weeks? That's never happened, has it? Even if it's horrible, you still drink it, right? I mean, I do.
Well,
I don't have that problem. It evaporates. It
Yeah.
evaporates.
Yeah, I guess it does evaporate if you enjoy just having a drink and winding down. But
Oh yeah.
sometimes people just don't like the really smoky ones. For example, like they think, I'm going to try these smoky whiskies and give them a go, and then they try it and they go, oh no, this is not for me. It tastes like the iodine medicine that my mother used to put on my cuts and all that sort of stuff. And
Oh yes.
and so they just don't drink it again, and they can't think of ways of using it. So if you're interested in something, maybe just seek out a whiskey bar and just try something. That would be my advice.
You just have whiskey bars down there, just whiskey bars?
Yeah, we have whiskey bars here in Australia. I don't know if you don't have them.
We have what you would consider in England like pubs.
Pubs,
that's not the
yeah.
nightclub scene, like a small bar.
If you go to a larger city, you'll find places that only deal in whiskey.
Yep.
I live in a town of a population of 2,600 people, so
yeah, I'm right there with you. There's no
not a
whiskey
lot
bars in
of
Jericho.
traffic.
If you go to the right state, you can have a cigar as well.
There's a
We
beer
have
joint down the
cigars in my
street.
state.
We got that.
We
Yeah,
only
just
got
where I
four.
live, it's in the boonies.
See if I can pull up a photo and
I wonder if
share it.
there's a chewing tobacco bar somewhere.
Oh God.
Spittoons everywhere.
That's a coal miner's lounge, but they would allow that
So-
sort of thing.
We have we also have cigar bars and things like that. I don't
Yeah.
know if you've got.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
got a
They're few and
almost
far, but
Savannah.
they're rid of them here.
Haven't you
Yeah,
heard
yeah.
Boat's cigar bar story?
That's a story
that's
for another
fantastic.
That didn't go well.
We even have a couple
No.
hookah bars. I was a big into the hookah scene for a while.
That's stunning. That's stunning.
You strike
to me,
me as
Dave.
a hookah guy,
Yeah.
Dave.
I got a couple on the wall. Yeah.
For tobacco use only.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You can't. Yeah, because it's a long story.
So that's a photo of a bar that's near my work. It's called Shady Pines, and they have an area called the Swill House. And it's basically, this area in particular is a bourbon area. So wild turkey
loading for
and
me.
Load that up again,
all
Graham.
that
We-
sort of stuff.
It's just
We
got
didn't
a
get
X
it.
on my
Try it
screen.
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not loading.
Oh,
for me
you
either.
don't see it?
No,
It's
we
not
don't see it.
sharing?
We're getting the
Bandwidth,
double.
maybe.
We're getting the double
bandwidth is
dots.
reduced quality.
That's the crappy Australian network. So how about I just stop streaming that and come back to me? Anyway, am I back now?
Yeah, you're on, man.
So
Okay,
Graham,
cool.
Graham, do you have a Scotch that is a peatier one that you like? Because I occasionally I like a peaty Scotch too, and you're not wrong. It is like chewing a campfire.
Exactly. A lot of people seem to like Ardbeg 10.
Yeah, I have one like that. I have that one too.
Yeah. For me, when I taste that, I think I'm eating a mouthful of Boston beans when I'm drinking. So it's got that real bacony bean type taste, but then you get the iodine after it. It's quite nice, but if you want something that's just an absolute peat bomb and nothing more than peat and smoke, you have to go with Octomore, Brook Luddick Octomore. They have extremely high ppms, over 200 plus ppms, and they will not only blow your head off alcohol content wise because they're 125 ABV, so 63 and a bit, and they're full of smoke, and I like them just as one little tiny sip. It's not something I could come home and drink every day. I certainly wouldn't buy a bottle. Again, that's something you would go out and have a single nip at a bar or something. But that's a real
What's a
massive
single
smoke bomb.
what's a dram that cost at a whiskey bar? You think, Graham?
It depends on where you go. Octomore is probably expensive though because they want to make their money on it.
And it is a whiskey bar. Most whiskey is probably $20 a drink, at least 25.
Well, $20 is like I'd say that's the floor.
Yeah, yeah. So,
my God.
Well, the whiskey bar that I go to occasionally, their prices start from $12 Australian, which that probably translates to $7 US.
It's not bad.
Okay. No, not
all
bad.
the way up to 200,
Sky's the
250. Yeah.
Holy smokes.
For a shot,
crazy land.
For a shot, yeah.
So a shot in like America, our normal metrics, non-metric system is like what 1 to 1.5 ounce. Is it just still called a shot in the metric world? Of the...
Yeah, we call it a shot or a nip if it's whiskey, and it's 30 milliliters, which I believe is 1 ounce.
You off.
Yeah. Well, you know,
you don't shoot it though. You got to
That's
get
not
savor.
full, Aaron. That's a half a shot, Aaron.
Come on
It's
now.
A half a
It's
shot.
a big glass.
Or
Dave.
it's a tall shot glass. There's two sizes, 1 and 1.5. So
yeah, us Australians tend to accept higher pricings because of the geographical distance we are from everywhere and the cost of shipping to get things out here.
And if you're going to a nice bar, you're paying a little for the atmosphere. I've gone to tequila
right.
bars,
That's
and they've
exactly
got
right.
high-end tequilas, and it's the same thing.
Yep.
pay for all those lights and plants and pretty things.
That's right. That's right.
What
But
is the
we haven't-
Beverly Hills? What is the Beverly Hills of Australia?
Perth.
grams.
Oh God.
Victoria.
Perth, not Perth. Perth is like the God. I don't want to even go there.
Burial.
my house.
Burial.
Okay. Yeah, Byron Bay probably. Yeah. In Melbourne, I would say it's probably the Toorak area. In Sydney, I would say it's probably the Double Bay area they call it, which is where all the yachts get tied up. And
Double Bay.
Wallara and all those areas. Yeah. There, the average house price is probably, 15, 18 million dollars Australian per house.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like
So,
1 million US.
no, it's probably about what's the rate at the moment? 73 and a bit. So what does that make it? Probably about 13 to 15 US. So you're paying for the
Pricey.
view.
Yeah, is that near the Opera House and all that stuff?
Yeah, pretty close to the Opera House, right on the harbour and all that sort of stuff. So
Well, I need a proper place to park my boat. Let's
yeah,
be fair.
exactly right. Exactly right.
But you don't have a boat. You have a yacht.
I printed one. I got a boat.
Man, there it was.
Oh, you have
your SD card.
a tin dinghy or something. Yeah. Yeah, real estate in Sydney is extremely expensive. Actually, they said the average median price now at the start of this year is 1.6 million Australian dollars for a house.
Wow.
So that's probably what 1.2 and a bit American.
Jeez.
So
This is for like the average house
average house, yeah, like
in Sydney or
in
all of
Sydney.
Australia. Okay,
in Sydney, yeah.
Like you guys are rolling. If the average price for everybody's house is 1 point whatever.
Yeah, that's just for a 4-bedroom single story house, which is what I have. So
Man, I need to sell my house in Australia.
yeah, well, we looked at houses in because my father-in-law is wanting to sell his house. He wants to move out, and his house isn't in a very good state. It's needs some repairs. Storm damage and stuff. The real estate agent is saying he'll get $2 million for the land alone. So, it's just the prices in Australia are just crazy. Yeah. You used to say before you could get a reasonable house in Tasmania or in South Australia or somewhere like that. That's not the case anymore. If you want to live in a big city, you got to have lined pockets or be very lucky.
Or go to Brisbane.
Yeah, well, I'm from Brisbane, and that's a dump, so no one wants to live there, do they?
Whoops, what am I
I'd
going?
live there.
Come on, bud.
I'd live there.
In Brisbane?
Why not?
Yeah.
Uh,
Sounds cool.
I lived in Brisbane for 25 years. The city's grown up a lot. It was the first 25 years of my life, so I spent the next 25 years in Sydney, where I am now, and yeah, Brisbane's grown up a lot, but it's still a dump. In my opinion.
Burial.
What about Botany Bay?
Oh well,
Sydney.
Botany Bay.
You're just naming things in
where all
Australia.
You think
the
your
pirates
prices
are.
are
That's all you're
high
doing.
then?
No, Botany Bay is also so you have Sydney Harbour at the top, and then you have the airport, and then under the airport you have Botany Bay, which is where Captain Cook and all those explorers came into Australia back in the 1700s. And because Botany Bay is also waterfront, there's an area around there called La Perouse is the suburb name, and it's expensive as well. $2+ million houses there. So basically, real estate in Sydney is just not a good place if you're trying to, just get a basic family home. You have to probably go, 200 miles out of city to get something affordable, and who wants to travel, that far every day?
So let me ask you a question. So my house here in Hurricane, $160,000 US. That's what we paid for it. What can I expect for $160,000 in Australia?
Your
one.
footage though. What's your square footage though?
And
We got,
location.
it's
right?
a
He's talking
mansion.
main city.
It's a
He's
mansion,
talking like
Chris.
in the middle of New York and in the middle of LA.
But you can't say
right?
that because
Location.
the price where his house is, just because it's 160,000, that's 160,000 for your area. If you took that same
Yes.
amount of house, square footage, type of house, amenities, and put that in a major area, like my house was like two and some change. That's nothing. But I live in a desolate area. I mean,
That's
if
why
you
I'm
put my
asking
house in
Graham.
another city,
So,
700,
Graham,
800.
my house is about 2,600 square feet, and
Okay, so
yeah, like it's your basic 3-bedroom, 3-bath with a full basement,
2-car garage,
Okay.
deck, shed,
1-car garage,
All that stuff.
Okay. So
Is that
my house is
indoor plumbing, indoor plumbing. We don't have no outhouses, and you know.
Oh yeah,
yeah, you don't need a shovel to go to the toilet. Yeah. So my house is 33.5 kilometres from the centre of Sydney. So what's that? 26 miles, roughly.
You guys are good with that. I can't. I gotta think about it for a second.
I just multiplied by 7.75 and
I was trying to convert it to knots. I don't know what the hell's going on.
I just
So
add a little
it's
bit.
about that. And my house is I bought it for was $545,000 in 2010, and we well, I still haven't paid off the mortgage. So when I say I bought it, I mean I didn't just hand over cash and go, "Thank you very much." See you
None
later.
of us own our homes yet.
Yeah. I had to pay a little bit extra for my house because I've got service pipes under the house, so I had to get them concrete encased and all that, so that if people needed to do work in those pipes, it wouldn't wreck my house, and vice versa, the house doesn't wreck those pipes. So if I didn't have to pay for that, it would have been about 520,000 Australian back in 2010, and this house now is about 1.35, I think they said recently.
Not a bad
it's just,
turnover for 10 years.
Right.
It's through
What
the
is your
roof.
square footage then? You say, or square meters then?
So
in the communist system.
the block size is 450 meter squared, so it's not a very big block.
3,700 square feet.
That's the land size. House size I couldn't tell you, but it's 13 meters on the road, and it goes back for 32 meters. So I don't. What's the yardage to meters?
So
It's
is that
roughly the
90 by
same, isn't it?
90?
3 feet.
Yeah,
to a
yard's slightly
yard.
smaller, but pretty close.
Yeah.
90 by 90 or something like that.
Yeah.
And my
So
lot's 110 by 60.
So it's not a big block by any means in terms of some of the places here. Like the house that my father-in-law is trying to sell is on an 1,100 meter square block. So he's got quite a big block, and that's why they said he was going to get $2 million for the land alone, because it's not a standard size block, you know. So yeah, real estate in Sydney. And we're a retro gaming podcast, by the way, so I'm not giving real estate advice either.
Right, so I just did my property because here in America, we buy property on what's called an acre or a quarter acre or
Yep.
lot sizes like that. So I just did the old Google math, and my property can't be right, which is that's 5,856.23 square meters. Which
Your
is
land's
1.4
acres.
It's like 1.5 acres, but it just
Yeah, a lot bigger than what I got. Yeah.
Complicated.
5 houses on that.
6,070.28 square meters is my property. But I don't know.
Right.
I don't know how to
There you go. Math.
Yeah, it's riding tractor, cutting the grass. Math.
So
there.
according to Bing Math, because I don't use anything Google unless I have to.
Matt, who uses Bing?
That's still
I
around.
do because I
Really?
absolutely.
Well, there you go.
That's the
You're the one
vegetarian
customer
search
of
engine.
Microsoft.
I'm
Yeah,
the one person
vegetarian.
there doing it.
Where's
Yeah,
Bing?
go Australian vegetarians use Bing. That's right.
You're working
no,
for someone with a spokesman job right there.
Excellent. It says that it's 0.111 of an acre is my land size.
You paid how much for that? You got $1 million and you have 0.1 acres of property.
0.11 physical land. That's right.
Oh my! I'm sorry. That's
wait,
I mean, that must be horrendous.
That's $1 million
that's
Australian. There's probably a
sounds-
gimmick there. You know, like there's
No, that
a
sounds about right. So my house is 0.15 acre. Like I said, my lot size is 110 by 60. I've got a single story. I've got 4
your
bedrooms.
property or your whole. You're just your home.
The property is 110 by 60.
Property is what I'm talking about too.
Yeah,
Yep.
so same thing here, but my property is 0.15 acres, right? So I live on a block. There's probably 8-9 houses on the block.
6,000 square feet property. Yeah.
You know, the like I said, it's 0.15 acre. My square footage on my house is about 1,700 square foot. You know, I got 4 bedrooms, a great room, a dining room, a kitchen, 2-car garage. You know, the whole 9
Nice
yards.
house, yeah.
And it's all about location, man. You put the same house. You put the same house in New York. It's probably not going to be a single story, right? It's probably going to be a 2-story duplex. You know, multifamily dwelling. So you got
$12 million. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't believe you guys know how big your homes are. Like my house
I'm
has
just using
4
a
walls, a
calculator.
roof. There's a front door. That's pretty much the extent of my knowledge. I don't know what the hell
I
I'm
was
doing.
here. I had my house built, so I knew exactly how its dimensions
Not
are.
me.
My house was built new, and I'm cheap, and I just tried to nickel and dime them as much as I could, so I had to know those details.
You didn't know that you were one of the property brothers, Graham, but you are.
Yeah.
You...
No, I'm not property brother. At all. In fact, I don't even know how we got on this tangent.
I don't either.
We're
talking about whiskey.
I blame both.
We went to whiskey and then to this.
Whiskey, and
People
you were
seem
talking
to-
about prices, and then houses,
Yeah.
and then there we go. That's how
Yeah.
this works. Look, I remember when Aaron said that. Oh, we might go 3 hours on the.
I know.
What's the timer? Well, but 5 hours now.
That's an inside
Well,
joke.
we're talking about Nitrous 9.
5 minutes.
Go ahead,
I said I was
Graham.
going to go get
last time? I
chicken
don't
like
remember.
2 hours ago.
Oh man.
I don't think you did.
Look
Man.
at this. Secret.
Did I show that last time? I may have. I don't remember.
I don't remember that cover. That's pretty sharp.
Yeah, so this is a bitmap book, so you know Sam can throw me some kickback.
Hey, I've
it's
got that.
The history of Mac gaming. It's a fantastic book.
Secret history.
Yeah.
It
Is
is
that
a
the new
secret.
edition, Graham?
Because no one knew they
It
could
is the
play
new
games on
edition,
there.
yeah. With the blue
Ooh,
page
fancy.
pointer. Wow, fancy stuff. Yeah.
Is it any good?
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
And some more books just to tickle Aaron's fancy.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Tickle me, man.
the new Apple II user guide.
Jeez, that doesn't tickle me.
It's nice and thick.
It's a
Oh, yeah.
tome. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's
Start
good.
reading
And
that
I can.
boy.
It's thick enough that it may not tickle him, but it'll probably beat him pretty good.
It's got to be
Yeah,
thick so
I'm
you
an
can
Apple fan.
you can bang it on the
I'm
side of the
a
computer when
Apple
it screws
fan
up.
up to Steve Jobs' death. I'm not a new Apple fan.
Oh man.
And here's another
Machine.
Apple book that I may have shown before.
Airport Extremes.
What? I'm not buying that.
Yeah.
Get that out of here. Come on.
That's
What
got
are
a
they
Oregon
full of
Trail on the
that?
cover. You gotta like that one, Aaron.
How the
Yeah, it's
Apple
great.
booted up the PC game revolution. Get that out of here. Not buying that. The hell?
Well, no, you would be surprised how many games actually started on the Apple II and ended up on PC DOS.
You know,
The
the
PC
Apple
wasn't even out for 4 years after the Apple II came out. So.
The Apple
Yeah,
folks
that's
are
right.
they were a dedicated bunch to play games on that thing. Because I started out on an Apple when I was learning a program, and that's a contrary donkey-like machine, complete with the noises it would make. I don't hate it. Don't get me wrong. There's some good games on it. Hey, listen, you talked about Jordan Mechner. That's where he
you
came
had
right
it.
out of
You had
there.
it.
So I don't have a problem with it. But I mean, I know when I used it, I didn't like it that much, but it got better. I used one of the real old ones.
Oregon Trail.
Yeah, there you go, Paco.
Died of dysentery.
Yep.
Randall,
Yeah,
you're in
so-
Australia. Isn't Edvin in Australia too?
Yeah,
Are you kidding
he's
me?
in
I'm
he's in
in Norway.
Scandi, yeah. Norway.
He's in a chair upright, folks. That's all that matters.
He's in a hidden location. You
Nick
know,
chair.
Graham,
Yeah,
I
he's
don't know if
not
you've
upside
ever
down.
mentioned before that you were. I mean, maybe you did, but I don't remember hearing it. That you started out on an Apple machine. I didn't. I don't
did,
think
yes.
I knew that. That's kind of interesting to me. What was the very first machine you had? Was it an Apple II, Apple IIe,
Yeah.
Apple IIc? What was it?
Okay, so the first computer I ever used was an Apple II, and that was because it was in the library at our school.
So it was a straight
that
up
was in-
Apple II.
Yeah, 1982 it was.
Oh,
so it was
man.
a straight up Apple II.
You're dating yourself now.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
50
young.
years old. I'm not afraid
Oh,
to
I
say
know.
that. But,
Youngster.
Young
um,
man.
Young man.
yeah. It's just a number anyway, isn't it? Really, it's all about your state of mind.
Oh God,
But,
don't say that.
Oh, you
No,
got
it
that?
is.
Or
Anyway, so that was my first real computer exposure when I was 10 years old, was in the library on Apple II. And I just raved about it so much. And my mother used to work at the same primary school that I attended. And she worked in the library. So I had a little bit of extra access that no other children got after school hours, basically. And eventually she made the suggestion that we buy our own Apple computer, and we ended up getting an Apple IIc. And that was in it was either 1984 or 1985. I can't quite remember.
The Amiga.
And
Yeah.
and so that was the first home computer. But before that, I had a Vectrex.
Oh
That
yeah.
was my gaming system at home.
Yeah.
Nice one.
I have a Vectrex.
Me too.
Yeah. My father was very anti plugging computers, consoles into the TV because he used to say, "Oh, you're going to stuff up the aerial reception." That's just what he
No,
thought.
I mean, yeah, I can believe that. Back in the day, you didn't know.
That's
Well,
why they had all that
that's
RF shielding.
that's why they
man.
had all
All
the
that
RF shielding.
man.
That's
You
right.
needed it.
And
It's true. He's right.
he used to have that little slider between channel 3 and channel
Yeah.
4 slider thing. Yeah. So so he said, "No, I'm not getting you," because I asked for an Atari 2600, and he said, "No, you're not getting that." And so he said, "Look, we'll get a Vectrex." And so, what's that? I had no idea about it. Initially, when I got the Vectrex, I thought, "Oh God, I hate this. This is a pile of junk." But it grew on me like you wouldn't believe. I've got such fond memories of that machine now, and I wish I had it, but I don't. Because they're worth a mint now too,
Yeah, they
especially
are.
in working condition.
Are they on the Mister?
Yeah.
They are, aren't they? Don't they have those?
They are. Vectrex is on the Mister.
Not the same. Not the same. Not the
Oh,
I
yeah,
have
it's
a
still
real Vectrex.
it's close.
It's on the other side. Yeah.
Complete with monitor hum.
So you actually, your dad did
Yeah.
good by you because that was the thing. I used to type the family TV all the time. We only had the one TV. And the old man wanted to watch the news or something. Here's old dummy. I'm programming a game or something. I'm like, listen, I'm trying to talk him out of it. And I remember maybe other people were like this, but I'd have to stay up after everybody went to bed. That was airing time. I go in there and fire that sucker up and do all my gaming. And then also early in the morning because otherwise you couldn't get hold of the TV. So if Vectrex having the built-in monitor, that would have been a beauty. I didn't get one when I was a kid, but it makes plenty of sense.
My remote had a cord on it.
Oh, you're old too, dude. Come on.
I was the remote. I was the
my
remote.
dad's remote.
Yeah, I was the remote. Yeah.
I was the
The
remote.
And if I
dial
wasn't
TV.
fast, fast enough, I got something thrown at me. Whatever was closest.
Usually some kind of slipper, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Well, more like
One
like
shoe's
bottle or
volume up,
Slippers would, not hard enough.
Yeah.
volume down.
I was lucky
Yes.
enough to have my own TV. Was it 12-inch TV? That helped.
Yeah.
I was poor. We were very poor growing up. We had a above ground pool.
We had problems where the antenna wouldn't stay up, so I'd have to stand there and hold the antenna. You know what I'm talking about?
We used to-
Like Mr. Bean.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, I got that.
The wire coat hanger.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it is, yeah.
That way.
Aluminum foil.
Yeah. So yeah, Apple II was the first home computer for me. Then Commodore 64 for a little while because I
Because it's awesome.
stupidly sold my drum set that I had to buy a Commodore 64.
Because it's awesome.
Worst trade
yeah,
ever.
but-
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, drums are better than Commodore
Hey, listen,
64.
the
I'm sorry,
C64 can
but
make a
No,
drum
worst
noise.
trade
Better than the
Come on.
ZX Spectrum.
Listen now.
so
Hey,
I
now.
regretted that decision and ended up buying another one. Yeah, and then I got an ST.
Oh
and
man, I'm so sorry.
Oh, come on
Sorry
now.
to hear that,
Well,
buddy.
let me tell you the story about the ST very quickly because this is drawing out way too long. The ST,
Impossible.
I bought that. It was on sale. No one wanted to buy them,
Of course,
and
standard.
it was
Shocking.
it was 179 Australian dollars when I bought it, so
Oh,
that was pretty cheap. And as a university student living on 2-minute noodles, that was a great buy to have something that you could type your assignments out on and have a floppy disk that was PC readable, because that was one of the things the ST had, was you could transfer disks that were written on the ST drive into an IBM PC, as long as it was the 720 kilobyte 3.5 inch disk. So I used to do my assignments at home and whatever else on the ST and take it in and finish it off in the labs. So for me, that was way cheaper than buying a PC. So as a university student, I hardly had any software on that. I only had the stuff that came with it, basically, and a couple of games that were copied because hardly anyone had STs. And so I had that computer for nearly 6 years. So I kind of have fond memories of it for what it allowed me to do with my university work. But from gaming perspective on it, I only had like 3 or 4 games. Civilization was one game that I had, and I played the heck out of that.
That's a good one if you're going to have one.
Yeah, that. I may have had Oids. I can't remember.
That's a good one too.
I had Gauntlet. It was either Gauntlet or Gauntlet 2. I can't remember.
Greenland is about to die. Put in more quarters.
Yeah, that's a real quarter muncher, that game. And there was some other game. It was a car racing. I think it might have been something like
Super Sprint.
No, it wasn't top down. It was like Lotus. It might have been that Automobile Lamborghini or whatever it's called, Crazy Cars or whatever, or something.
Crazy Cars, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's all I had. So that, and I had Atari Works to do all the word processing and stuff. And I had a development environment because I was studying programming at university, and I used this program called Pure C on the Atari. And that was it. That's all I had. So yeah, that's the Atari. And I think that's enough. I think I've talked for enough, and we probably lost some people.
No, I like that, man. Listen, it's a deep dive. I like
We
it,
sat
man.
through 2 hours of programming. We can talk about Ataris.
Yeah.
I'll talk about Ataris all day if I don't sit through programming.
I like the rich tapestry that is the background of your retro gaming enthusiasm, man. You got the Vectrex in there, the Apple II. You got everything.
I'll have to start an Apple II podcast, maybe. I don't know.
Do it, man. They need
just
something.
Finding the time, mate. Just finding the time.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Luckily, we're not under the gun tonight, thankfully, because we're entering our 5th big hour here. We got one more fine gentleman lined up. I like to save this guy for last because he's the over-the-top, charismatic enigma that is David Z. And he always brings the heat. And he's got some big stuff tonight. Dave, I don't want to put you under too much pressure, but I suspect this will be the finest thing that any of us have ever heard on Earth. David Z, go!
Oh boy.
He bought a
Alright.
television.
Yeah. So let's start out with my current latest project. I don't know if I showed any of you guys this, but I have a project for my C64 to allow me to have clicky blue keycaps. I'm
Ooh.
very excited. Very excited. I know it sounds horrible because I don't know if you can see this. There's actually 2 pins for each one. So I'll get to spend 3 to 4 hours soldering all of these together.
Only
That's-
2 pins.
Yeah, I thought there was
Really?
more. I know. I
Should
thought.
be 4.
That's what I thought.
You should have
Lowercase,
that soldered in
uppercase,
like 7 or 8
function.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shouldn't
I
take
don't
you
know.
3 to 4 hours.
Or
it's
3
gonna-
pins at least.
It's gonna be all week. Maybe I ordered the wrong keycaps. I'll have to talk to you about that.
No,
I don't know.
it's a matrices on the 64. That's all you need is row and column, and that's it.
Yeah. My main discussion today I want to talk about is a lot of tweaking. Right, I'm a big fan of tweaking my Amiga OS. Well, first off, we're going to talk about Amiga because that's the best. We all know that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Luckily, with the release of 3.2 and now 3.2.1, we have much reason and to tweak, right? I need to reinstall my OS. Oh, you can put it on top and redo it. And if you do need a copy of 3.2, I know a guy who might be able to help with that. It's where I got my copy. Frank, thank you, sir. Came fast and everything. But anyway, because it came, I wanted to redo my OS, right? So let me just pull up some screens here. One of my favorite applications is I'm going to start sharing this here. Give me 1 second.
I'm ready.
I'm not. From beginning, display settings, swap. Okay. Sorry. I'm new at this.
I think it's neat that you've got everything over there under voice control.
Okay, let's try this.
Are we getting the clapper?
Bingo.
There we go. Can you see anything?
Yeah, we got it.
Beautiful. Okay, so the first big enhancement for 3.2 is a update to the HSTWB. I did this demo, about 2-3 ICCs ago about the HSTWB, and he's now got updates for the 3.2.1 update. Right, it's fantastic. It does. Let me pull it all over here. If you want to watch the demo I did, go back and watch it. It's fantastic. It does everything, right? But one of the things he added was the ability to add specific apps simply on top of the OS install, right? Let's say you want a light install of just 3.2 and 1 or 2 apps, right? You want iGame, right? Or maybe you want the MMU libs, right? You can click all that.
MUI.
Sorry?
Awesome. And MUI is included.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, it's fantastic. This and because let's face it, right? Sometimes you might not have a expanded Amiga, and you might not be able to run, iGame, right? I think iGame requires an 020, right? But maybe you do want the HWD load packs and system. This is fantastic. Everybody who loves HSTWB, you should check this out. Right now, when I did the last demo of the HSTWB, one of the things is I got a lot of questions about some of the components in it, right? And one of the things is a lot of us just play games on our Amiga, but let's figure out how to use our Amiga to play games better. And one of the best things I love is the Amiga boot selector, right? So this thing simply, when your Amiga launches, right, it pops up. It simply goes in your startup, right, and it pops up a launcher that gives you a couple of seconds to launch an application. It's fantastic. It allows me to quickly launch other applications, one of them being AGS. That's what we're going to talk about next. This is the arcade game selector. But before I go on to that, I want to talk one more part about the Amiga boot selector. The nice thing about this is you could have multiple setups, right? So let's say, for instance, I wanted to see this every time I wanted to go on, right? I would just let it boot up. Let's say I could configure keys so that if I press other keys, it just boots it. This thing has made my Amiga life so much more fun. That, in addition to the arcade game selector, this is what I suggest everybody take a quick look at. If you have all your HWD loads and everything on your OS, you can simply install this. It'll scan the directory and it'll list out all the games. It'll provide all the artwork, right? It's got multiple themes right here. We've got 3 different themes on the top. You've got your basic theme with just letters and whatnot. The second, you got a theme with just like this kind of gray background. You see, as you scroll through the games, you have the screenshot of the game. You've got all kinds of details about it. The arcade game selector makes just launching. So what I did was I made a boot image with the arcade game selector and the Amiga boot selector, and I put it on my Mister, right? So when I launch my Mister, you know, I simply click the button, it goes to games, I go to here, I scroll up, and down, I click the game I want. It's fantastic.
You got it to work?
Oh yeah, yeah, it works beautifully. Yeah,
I
yeah.
have never gotten that thing to work properly, ever.
No. Well, so all of this I install using the HSTWDB, right? I'm a huge fan of that. So the HSTWDB, it's a bunch of scripts and whatnot. I'm going to go back to that real quick. There's another episode I talked where I went through the entire installer, right? You simply install it. It's a bunch of PowerShell scripts. I hope you can still see my desktop, right? It's a bunch of PowerShell scripts, and you configure everything, right? And you put your Kickstart directories here and your OS directories here, and you select which packages you want. You can do all kinds of OSs based upon what you've got set here. So like this one I've got for 3.9, 3.2, 3.14, and 3.1. This HSTWDB is fantastic. I suggest you go back and watch the last video, sorry, or hit me up on the Discord. We can discuss it. All right, sorry, don't mean to digress. So those are a couple of the main apps I use. There's a couple of other Workbench enhancements, right? If you just install Workbench, it's kind of plain Jane, right? So there's a couple different Workbench enhancements. There's Better Workbench. This is designed for 3.1. And I've got links here. I'll throw this in the ICC channel, right? So you'll be able to get to everywhere. There's screenshots and stuff. So basically, both Best Workbench and Better Workbench sit on top of Workbench and just make things run a little bit better, right? As opposed to, they're all designed for a straight 68,000, right? So you don't need it you don't need an enhanced Amiga to run them. They'll all run with the stock 68,000. But it ties things together a lot nicer. It'll install some of the zip applications, associate them. Everything listed on here is great. Doug, our friend Doug, actually has a fantastic video on it. I clicked that in here. I suggest if you're just going to start playing with the straight 3.2 or 3.14, look into Better Workbench or Best Workbench. It does stuff like auto completion of the typing, right? You can hit tab, so auto completes your suggestions. It adds a lot of good stuff. And there's also there's another thing about what I'm behind. So there's another thing called Classic Workbench. I don't know if you guys have heard of Classic Workbench, but it's a full-blown enhancement, add-ons, all kinds of stuff, right? It allows you to change your desktop to something a little more like this, right? It's an enhancement. Some of it runs the I've got links to it all over here. You can read this stuff at your leisure. It's got hardware requirements. It's all built for a bit more enhanced Amiga, right? Some of them, the classic ones, are for 68,000. You don't even want to mess with that. You want to stick with either the full or the advanced. This is where you got an 020 with the full-on colors, and I can't stress how much switching to an environment like this up here in the upper right-hand corner changes your Amiga experience. You know, and all of this is right out of the box. Like I said, if you use the HSB installer, you go right through and install all this stuff. This is actually what my desktop ended up looking like. I was a huge fan of mods, so I got a nice mod tracker. You know, I just a huge fan of everything you can do with this. Again, all these links will be in the Discord. I'll drop this whole PowerPoint in there. But the first thing I suggest everybody start playing with the HSTWDB, because it really opens up the expansion world for me. I used to have trouble installing all kinds of stuff. How do I get this library working, or how do I get iGame working, or how do I get all those screenshots in there? All this, and let's face it, we're here about enjoyment. I mean, I'm here to tweak and play around, but if you simply want to get in there and start playing with your Amiga, that's the way to go. That's really all I had for today. I didn't want to take up everybody's time, and I just really wanted to express how enjoyable your Amiga experience can be if you just start using the right tools.
Dave, I got a quick question for you there.
Sure.
The last screenshot that you had there of your own workbench setup, I think there was something wrong because there's a drive there called Windows. Like, did your machine get infected with something?
I have hard drives mapped, right? So I have that
He
was
was
on
on
my
WinUAE.
yeah, that's on my
Yeah, get
WinUAE
it.
setup. Yeah, that's on my 4000 setup. I do have my 4000 drive hooked up on here because I do that all the time. Let me go ahead and launch this up. Go live. I run WinUAE, and what I do is I put the drives over here in my Amiga hard drive folder, right? And then I can just simply use. I've got a Linux box that's mapped, and I just run the DDD to re-image them. And boom, boom, boom. Oops, wrong one. 1 second. I've been loving the WinUAE recently. Let's try this one.
That's cheating to me.
I'm sorry?
That's cheating.
Oh
See,
God, when drive gets
do all
corrupt.
that with a real Amiga. Like, grab one of these and try. That's why I was so amazed with the HST, because like there's this utility you guys might have heard of, not plug-in horns, but Pymiga was based with. I worked with Bloodwitch, who's the guy who made Classic Workbench. So a lot of that flavor of your Workbench screen with Classic Workbench was, sort of in the Pymiga base of that. So that's why AGS, WHD load menu, all the different things that offers is great. But getting that one archive to an Amiga that has nothing, when you have floppy drives and maybe a CD if you're lucky, that would be cool. But what is the archive size of this entire endeavor if one was to pursue that?
So when you run the let me go back to my screen, right?
So you have to have a Windows machine to PowerShell this stuff down.
Yes and no, right? So let me share my screen. Give me 1 second here. Okay, this one. So back to so if you want to do all this on a Windows machine, yes, that's how I prefer to do it, right? And when you run the HSTWDB, right, it comes with prepackaged hard drive images that you select. So when I select my image, right, I can use an existing image directory. Like, so if I took my Amiga hard drive and I installed 3.2 on it, right, I could take that and I could DD it so it's a hard drive image, right?
Right.
And I can then take that image and process like the other functions on it. I could install the HSTB loader, right? I could install the AGS, right? Or I could use this application to create the image, and whichever size I wanted.
Okay.
If I wanted a 2 gig image, a 4 gig image, and 8, I prefer the 32 gig image. So I usually use number 13, right? And I select number 13. It tells me some blah, blah, blah about the image. Do I want to use it? Yes. It asks me for the location. I've got a specific folder where I always put it, HSTB images, right? I tell okay. It says it's already there. Do I want it? It extracts from inside the zip and it creates that base image. Does that make
Then
sense?
you just copy that hard drive file over to your card and voila.
Exactly. Do all this. I then run the installer. It pops up some stuff back and forth. Like I said, you can watch the other of it. I don't want to take everything up and rehashing what we just did, but HSTWB, man, it's fantastic. Like I said, I made sure that all my Amigas have external access to the hard drives. whether it be a CF card or micro SD card or whatever, because I just love messing with stuff so much. It's one of my passions.
Just one quick note. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you did mention it, and I wasn't listening. But it's not just PowerShell. It is also Python. So they have a completely different.
Perfect.
Yeah. So
okay.
that the creator of this is an acquaintance of mine, and I helped him with the Python scripting in it. So it will run on Linux and even Mac as well. It's not just PowerShell. You've got the option.
Oh
of,
yeah,
using
yeah. This thing is great. Like I said,
HST
and
Workbench.
yeah,
Yeah. And sorry, go ahead, Dave.
If you enjoy games, it does support the EAB packs, right? It does the EAB demos, the EAB magazines, and the EAB games. I think my current setup, I think I installed 5,000 games with the AGA, and right, you can even go in here and you can select if you have an AGA or a OCS Amiga, right? Like if I want to just build a menu for AGA, I can install just the AGA stuff. It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Can I just make Chris? You were talking about moving stuff over when only you've got a floppy and maybe a CD. There's a fantastic package on Aminet called Disk Split, which I just had to use this morning trying to get Roadshow on a customer's machine, which will allow you to take it out.
Right.
Yeah, so it will actually split the LHA archive down to 820K, which you can then just drag onto a floppy and then reassemble it back on the Amiga. That's come in very, very handy multiple times.
Now, HST Workbench, is this like still Henrik HST Workbench?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He just so he does have a version of HSTWDB in there that you could use. I prefer the classic Workbench, and he's worked with the classic Workbench guys to make the updates for 3.2, right? Because it's kind of there's no real centralized location to find some of those, and some of those are actually very old, right? If you just go to their main website. So he's worked with them to grab them all, and it's like I said, I love it because I must build a new image once every week or every 2 weeks just to play with.
And what's nice also is like they're pre-compiled, they're ready to go. Like the problem I have a lot, and a lot of people have problems with, is if you want to try something new and you install some program, it overwrites a library that totally screws up everything, and then you can't figure out what's going on. You try to Snoop DOS it and go through all this Amiga hell to get back where you were before you had that one problem. So that's what I deal with on a daily basis. And making things work in unison with thousands of programs is a monumental undertaking, to say the least. So
we have the same issue on our end too.
You know who doesn't have that issue? Atari ST users.
Because nobody uses them.
Yeah, there's no software, so there's
the five people who have them.
Hey, if you're unaware, there's a fancy new show on Amigos just for the Atari ST.
How many viewers does it have?
Listen, I'm going to bring in.
And once they finish the final 10th game that the Atari ST has, it'll be retired.
I'm going to personally see to it that an ST expert's on the next panel to dispute. This is horrible.
Do they exist?
This is the International Computer Club. We don't hold a grudge in here.
Doug has an ST.
I don't want somebody that has an ST that beats it. I don't want to see one get a Mexican burial, Frank. I want people that love them. People grew up with those machines. They love them. They smooch them. They don't need you guys.
I got 3 of them here. I got 3 that work.
And Curtis, you know better. Your machine was brutally beaten over the years. Several of
them.
you.
And to be honest, there's a version of OSK, OS 9 for the 68000 that was for the ST specifically.
There you go.
So yeah.
Listen,
I did manage to get an ST for the ST show. I traded a Commodore floppy for one, but yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Disc, right? You traded just a floppy disk for it, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Come on, Frank. Listen, don't.
Also, I have to say, Dave's desktop was fine. He just spelled "wind blows" wrong. That was the issue I saw.
I didn't know you were in anime, Dave. I learned that too tonight.
That's hentai. Was that hentai?
No. I tried to make sure things were set to the PG settings.
You know, as we enter the halfway through the 5th big hour here, it's probably time to careen this ship into the iceberg. If you know what I mean. I'm gonna go around the horn real quick. Give you guys a final say. Dave, any parting thoughts before we take this thing to the house?
If anybody has any suggestions how I can hold these damn things in here while I solder them upside down, get a hold of me.
I suggest
I'm
hot glue,
very
Dave.
concerned about this project.
Hot
Have
glue.
John Schaller come over and hold it for you. That's what I would say.
Very
Just
good,
get
Dave.
just get the dogs to hold them for you.
Chris, any
Preferably
final?
without drinking, because then it doesn't work so well.
Chris
Go to Home
Edwards.
Depot, get some blue tack. It'll hold it in place for you.
There you go.
Nice.
Chris Edwards, any final thoughts tonight before we take this thing down?
No.
No, he's thought out. I understand. I dread to ask this, but John Bodovkar Schaller, do you have any final words? But Boats
Are we
doesn't know
singing
where
a,
he's
are we
at.
singing a song for
Video looks
goodbye?
fantastic. Yeah, was he going to
He's
sing
frozen.
all
There
the
he goes.
names?
Now he's moving.
Is he going to sing the names of all the people in the
Come on,
Twitch?
Boat. Say
You know,
something.
it's funny. I've been having trouble. I can hear everybody else crystal clear, but Aaron's volume is inaudible
down.
for me. Yeah,
Well,
I can't understand what he's saying.
That's all part of
You
the.
sure
I
you
asked
just
him
haven't
about it.
turned
He
him
said
off?
it was fine.
Just tell me what you think, Boat. You can hear that. Okay, that sums that up.
He
Frodo
said,
went
"Tell us
out.
what you think.
Oh,
Give
I
us your
love it.
synopsis of the show, buddy."
What's your final
Listen.
thoughts, Boat?
We've had a great 5.5 hours
No.
together. I am pushing for ICC to move into a monthly time slot
No.
because Aaron does such a good job.
Weekly.
No.
We have
And
got
at least an 8-hour show each month. I
yeah.
think.
I mean, I think CoCo Talk finishes up usually around 5 o'clock. It's a good solid 4 hours. You just roll directly from CoCo Talk into ICC, make it a full 12-hour block of retro computing fun every week.
Yeah, Trash Talk was on today too. You could have added that as well.
That's not a real show.
Listen, we're not going to cause any trouble here, Boat.
Shots fired.
We love
Trouble
trash
is Boat's
talk.
middle name. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I'm going to talk to Frodo. Frodo snuck in. What's a good word, Frodo?
Not a lot to tell, really. Been busy.
Show us your shirt, Frodo. Stand up a little bit. Let's see
Okay.
what you got on there.
I'll lower the camera a bit. That's probably the easiest way to do that.
There you I love it,
man.
That's gold right there.
I got it in today and I wore it on stream at once.
I love it. How's the streaming going, Frodo? You've been cranking them out, eh?
Pretty well, actually. Yeah, got some busy streams, some a bit less busy, but yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's nice and relaxing. So,
How long have you been streaming now, Frodo?
I started November 28th, 2020. So,
Uh-huh. And look at you now, man. I mean, it's amazing. You're a big player now, man. Come on, Frodo. Put yourself over.
But it's growing slowly.
Slowly?
I think I'm at 770 something followers now. It's getting there.
I think it's great.
fun.
I love it.
I of course started with only retro gaming. I changed around a bit, as you may have noticed.
Oh
I now
yes.
do 2 days of retro, and then I have the community stuff on Sundays. And on Tuesdays I do Nintendo Switch, and I'm very much into Pokemon, as you can also see behind me nowadays.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could when the camera was in the normal position. I yesterday, for instance, started the newest Pokemon game. And
I'm buying
having
that for
fun
my
with it.
son tomorrow. So I'll be
It's,
using your channel as a reference, Frodo. It's nice to think that my son and you have something in common.
It was kind of funny. I almost canceled it.
What?
The order, cause I don't like the lazy 3D graphics it did. But when playing it, I don't notice it.
That's
we were
right.
talking earlier about the Spectrum thing. You don't often notice stuff like color, class, etc. when you're playing. When I'm watching someone stream it, I get irritated with how lazy they were with the 3D.
Oh, Frodo.
But once I'm playing it, it doesn't bother me because it just works. The only thing that I found really negative was the main character, the neck is way too thin. If you ever watch that, it just doesn't work. It's way too thin. Apart from that, it's perfect. But
I never thought I'd see
there's
someone that
things
came
in
from the ZX Spectrum era who's a Pokemon graphics whore. And you look at you. That is baffling to me. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I'm actually working while we were doing this. I'm working on my next animated emote. I'm working
Oh
on
my
one
gosh.
I'm working on one from Galaga now.
Very good. Alert the Pixel Gaiden crew.
I don't know. Boat says, "Oh my God, did you see my animated emotes, Boat?"
I have seen them. How do you create those things? That's the mark of a genius.
Let's stay away from the hello one. That's a separate one. But the other two, I draw them by hand, pixel by pixel.
Right.
Now, of course, with the Manic Miner one, I drew the 3 positions that you basically have, because there's only 3 positions really, and then made versions in the different colors and just moved those on the thing, but made them as separate images, 28 by 28 pixels. Same with asteroid ones, also 28 by 28 pixels. Moving around some parts, pixels around, and then save them all separately as separate frames. And then I run Linux command line loop to first of all convert them from PNG to GIF, because the program I use to draw them in doesn't save transparency on GIF, does only do it on PNG. Then make another loop to make resized versions, because you need a 28 by 28, 56 by 56, and a 112 by 112 version, unless you want to auto resize it, but that just doesn't look good with pixel art. And then another command to convert them into an animation using Gifsicle. And yeah, it's something I'm used to. I'm used to doing a lot of combinations of commands on Unix and Linux. So to me, that made more sense than doing it in a special animation program, which I would then have to learn how to use.
Yeah, you're not a Linux user unless you're using at least one script. And
Yeah.
Oh man.
And then the hello one was a bit of a different one. That I made as one white graphic with all 6 languages in there, and then run a loop over that with image magic command to crop 28 by 28 pixel images out of it. 2 pixels to the side every time, no, 3 pixels, and then made that as separate frames, and then did the same thing basically to make an animation out of it.
Wow,
man,
that sounds like
A
that
lot
is
of
an
work.
endeavor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To parallel
did
him, I've
those-
been using 3D Paint a lot here recently. I don't know if that.
Yeah, I did those 3 because I got my animated slots on Tuesday. I made the Manic Miner one on the Tuesday. On Wednesday, during my lunch break, I made the second one, the asteroid one, and the third one I also did during my lunch break, the hello one, the next day.
Very good.
Very good.
I love the fact you're getting into Pokemon, and of course you had your. We've both been down the Barbie road. You're
Yeah,
my.
I saw you post about that. I saw some comment about that from you earlier
Yeah.
today in the channel.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Well, I mean, we've both. I feel like we're brothers in Barbie, Frodo.
Yes.
We both. I feel like we completed. I think between the two of us, we've pretty much thoroughly covered the Barbie, and I don't plan on going back anytime soon. Those games.
Nor
that
do
was,
I.
that
Nor
was
do
the
I.
baton death march of gaming right there. Good stuff, Frodo. I'm so glad you showed up, my friend. Very good. Looks like we'll come back to Graham. Looks like he skipped town. Any final thoughts, L. Curtis Boyle?
First of all, I was a little disappointed in the Barbie stream because I thought you were going to wear all the Barbie hair and stuff for real, not like, superimposed.
Well, to be fair, I had it on, but it didn't look as good as the fake stuff, so I kind of imposed that.
And second, because the show is not, it's not too long so far. I was going to go through a line-by-line listing of the source code and assembly for Petski. Are you guys ready for that? No,
yeah, go ahead.
Line 10, hit it.
Character by character. Do TTS.
Yeah.
No, it's a good show. It was fun. As always. You should make it monthly, literally.
Oh God.
Or at least bi-monthly at the absolute worst.
Yeah, at least once every 2 months. I agree.
You're all mad. You're a bunch of madmen. Listen,
because otherwise they're just going to keep getting longer and longer. I mean, the same thing was happening to us. They're going to be like a 6-hour show, then a 7, then an 8.
I'm afraid they're going to start to overlap.
It should be one continuous stream from now until the end of time. That's what it's going to be.
Poor old Mitsuyama there. Somebody poke him with a stick. Mitch, what'd you think of this? What'd you think of this travesty tonight?
I thought it was great. I thought there's like lots of different topics to be discussed. Some of it went right over my head, like the programming stuff and things like that. But still interesting, But like you say, it's you're coming up to 6 hours now. It's 2:30 here in the UK, and I'm ready for my bed. So but yeah, I just echo Yeah, thanks very much, Aaron, for sorting this out. You know, you always do a great job hosting it and arranging it. You know, I think you always worry a bit too much in the run up to it, but it always comes out as a success. So
The drinking helps. If we get
well,
past
yeah,
that.
yeah, well,
It's 3:30 here, and yeah,
The-
I'm still awake.
Hey,
just echo the thoughts of the other guys here. You know, let's make it a bit more regular. every 2 months, it's fine.
Oh no! Are you kidding me, Graham? You
Thank
too.
you, Graham. Thank you.
Look at this! Look at this guy. Now, Mitz, before we move past you, what you usually have your finger in a pie or two. What are you up to these days?
Pie.
Nothing much, to be honest with you. I've just been messing about on the Mister most recently, but you know, I've not had a lot of time for retro.
Have you tried the PlayStation Mister stuff? I hear it's quite good. I've not tried it either.
I've tried it actually.
Oh yeah, what'd you think, Frodo?
I must say the version I tried was before they added the sound, because they've been adding that in the past few weeks. What works pretty well, but it's still early. But what he's been doing so far is pretty impressive.
It's quite a
I'm
surprise.
looking forward to it. Yeah. Well, if there's one person that could do it, it was him, and I can't think of his name now. Of course, I normally know it, but I am on his Patreon because yeah, he's well worth the support. But he's doing an amazing job there. He also did Wonderswan Core, for instance, last year. Also fabulous.
Graham, why do you have Barbie stuff?
Yeah,
near
he has
you?
a fantastic personal collection of Barbie. Yeah,
Are you a closet Barbie fan, Graham?
I think he's out of the closet now.
Yeah,
he's a collector of all things retro.
I stole it from my daughter's room.
Oh, sure, that's what they all say.
Yeah.
You know,
Please note he didn't leave camera the whole time.
Oh, that too.
No, wait a second. Hold it. Go put that back up. I missed
Yeah,
it.
you
What
pulled
was
that out of your daughter's room too, right? Yeah.
What the? How did it? Listen.
I don't remember. Frodo's got these on his shelf.
Oh,
actually, he does. Yeah.
Oh, how do you guys know these things?
Perl scripts run my entire life.
Yeah, I was a Perl developer for the first 10 years I was in IT, so
oh my God.
I have a very soft spot for it.
I still write Perl at times for stuff I do for my storage jobs, data storage. So it's a nice language. If just bash scripting isn't enough, I switch to Perl.
You know, before we move off Mitsuyama, I've got to ask Mitz, and I with all sincerity and seriousness, explain to us the content and dollar value of your Barbie collection, if you don't mind.
Oops.
Zero content, $0 value.
You're a Raggedy Ann type fella. Is that what it is, or a?
No, we had Cindy's in the UK.
You got what now?
Cindy.
Yeah, we had Cindy dolls.
Cindy, yeah.
Is that's the British Barbie?
Yeah, kind of. She had a massive head for some reason.
Massive.
Yep.
Is that something that you see in a lot of the ladies over there in the UK?
Sorry?
Is that something that why would they give her a massive head? Is that a common trait there?
Oh, let's not go down that road,
No.
please.
Listen, you stole my thunder, Frank.
Thanks. You know what? My 22-year-old daughter's got a massive Barbie, like she's a collector.
Oh no!
And there is crazy amount of money in some of those dolls.
Oh.
I tell you.
Well, while we got you on here, Frank, any parting thoughts aside from your daughter's Barbies?
I learned a lot. I understand that it is now probably Sunday afternoon for Graham.
Correct.
So if you can set the winning lottery numbers for tonight, that would be fantastic.
What are you wearing there, Frank? Is that your good night sweater? That's lovely.
A little cardigan.
It's a cardigan.
Can't be fashion forward.
Are you like Mr.
It's an
Rogers?
old man smoking jacket, I think is what that is.
Yeah. I was thinking Mr. Rogers, the slippers, the thing.
A few people got the retro. Few people had retro rewind gear on. I figured why not have a cardigan.
Yep.
No, this is fantastic. Thanks for hosting. You do a fantastic job, Aaron.
Listen, I'm just having negative, Frank.
Kind of going around and having fun and picking up tidbits of information from people is always fantastic. It's always great to see everyone here. People that work at my favorite magazine, right to some of my favorite podcasters.
Very good.
And it's always awesome. And of course, there's L. Curtis Boyle, who is, he's in a league all in his own.
Oh boy, well, let's say about
You're
that.
saying I'm way out there. I know that.
Yeah, that's the truth. Speaking of in their league of their own, it's our good buddy
Edvin.
Pix, my friend, what's going on down in your neck of the woods these days?
Just more and more Amiga Addict articles, more and more proofreading.
Why don't you push the book, my friend? This is your time here.
Well, okay, so this is my new copy of Pixel Addicts, which I've done nothing towards.
I love
but
the
can
cover
read.
on that.
It's a nice one, isn't it? But it's a good one actually. I quite enjoyed reading things that I haven't already read 3 times before, so that's been quite nice. But no, it's good. It's a good first edition. I know it's not it's a sort of semi-regular publication for Jonah and the guys.
We actually covered it on CoCo Talk because there's a Dragon article in there too. So
there is.
Oh, outstanding!
I can show you that because it's
finally the coverage we've so desperately needed for the Dragon.
That's it.
Just a few years late.
There we go.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice bright colours.
Very nice. Very glossy. Yes.
But it's good.
Now,
I also got over Christmas while we're here.
That's always the best way to push a magazine. Nice bright colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what gets bowed.
Just to keep
It
people
is.
entertained, you know.
The only thing I care about.
I got this over Christmas, which is Brian Bagnall Commodore the Amiga years
Oh, yes.
book, which is really nice. I wasn't expecting that. It's been sat on my Amazon wish list for ages, and in some vain attempt that I might actually write any coding at all in the next sort of 20 years, I picked up this book which is called Classic Amiga OS Programming, an Introduction, which is quite interesting.
Who wrote that? What's the guy's name on that?
It is. Hang on, I'm gonna have to look inside because it's all abbreviated.
It's on the cover right there.
Yeah, but it's
just read that part.
ETH.
Yeah, that's the...
I think it is. I think it's another Edvin.
I think his name is in programming.
That's it.
Can you read the name out loud?
It's
Pixels?
in
I want
white
to hear you
space.
say it.
Well, it's
For those of you familiar with the white space.
I'm not sure what the TH stands for. And then Van der Oosterkamp, I think it's
Very good.
Almost.
Almost. Not far off.
Almost. It's from the Oosterkamp.
Oh, you know it. Are you friends with him, Frodo?
No, it's a Dutch name.
Oh, there you go. Listen,
And the TH probably stands for Theo or Theodore.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
or THC, it could stand for that too.
See, this is where the international aspects of this community come into play, right there.
That's right.
By the way, Aaron, do you see what I'm sharing on my?
I am now. Oh, very good, Frodo. Is this your next outfit on the show for the when you get a right amount of action?
That's a Cindy doll.
I don't know.
That's
It's
Cindy.
riding kind of high there, Frodo. That's
yeah, that is a little risky.
Have you seen his Donkey Kong? That's the girl. That's the girl.
The princess?
What's that chick's name?
What?
Pete? No, the chick in Donkey Kong. What's her name? Boat, you know. Somebody.
Pauline.
Pauline. There you go.
Pauline, yeah.
Hey, Frodo, or Pixels, real quick, where can people go to check out your books? Give us a URL.
If you go to addict.media, you'll get to all of the different Addict books and Addict magazines.
There you go.
Amiga
I'll
Addict.
be looking tomorrow on the final proofread of issue 10 of Amiga Addict. That'll go on sale next week.
Bam. Very good.
So we get that. And
Fantastic magazine. Absolutely fantastic.
I've already written about 3 articles for the next issue as well, so I'm ahead of time for once.
Well done. Well done.
Make
Nice
sure
work.
our advertisement is right across from one of your articles there.
Now,
Yeah, of course.
I'm not going to lie. I find myself at pause here, but I'm going to go ahead and despite my better judgment, Paco Otakde, I know you're there, Paco. Don't pretend you're muted. What's going on in your creepy neck of the woods?
Well, I wasn't expecting you to bring me out on this.
Oh, I'm
but,
calling you out, Paco, because I have to talk to you. I talk to you all the time on the T-Speaker regulars. What do you have to say here to the International Computer Club audience?
Watch CoCo Talk?
Yes.
There you go. That's all you need to know.
You got anything to plug, Paco?
Mark Overholzer selling CoCo PS2 joystick adapter things.
And these do
So that
what?
way so you can use a PS2 mouse on the CoCo.
Now, see, that's dandy. You know,
Is that the one you designed?
I'm not saying that I designed it or not. I'm not making any comments on
So
that.
yes, he did. Just so you know.
Don't hold that against the mouse. Get it anyway. Get that thing. Paco is quite the genius. Don't let his sly grin fool you, and his creepy Peter Lorre style voice. He knows what he's doing.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, and you
What
can
you
also
talking about, Willis?
You know, Paco, you should also plug the TeamSpeaker regulars. You're a regular member over there.
I'm not that regular.
Baloney. Don't
We
try to
weren't asking
bury
about
the
your
TeamSpeaker
medical
regular.
condition there, Paco.
Hey!
Nobody wants to
Try some
admit to being a
prunes,
member
that'll-
of the TeamSpeaker regular.
Yeah, no. It's like the secret club that no one wants to talk about. Paco's a good guy. He's a regular mainstay, years-long mainstay on CoCo Talk. So it's nice to have you come around, Paco. I'm glad to see you popped in to check out the International Computer Club. Please come back, and we'd love to have you present some sort of CoCo-related gimmick sometime in the future.
Hey, I don't know. More than likely it'd be floppy drive related, and I don't know if anybody could handle me talking about that for hours on end.
Have you
David,
been in
these
here all
people don't
evening,
know about
Paco?
that yet. You can fool them.
Yeah. Have you
Paco,
heard? Have you heard what we've been talking
I'm
about?
I'm a data storage specialist. I love hearing about floppy
Yeah.
drives.
Yeah.
There you go. You got an audience, David. Come on.
Frodo's
do it.
into it.
Rather listen to that than programming. So
Yeah, they
that'd
listen.
be great.
You got to have it all.
I love the programming
We
too.
love programming too. Yes.
Better yet, programming floppy drives at a low level. That'd be perfect.
There you go.
You-
Nice, nice.
Oh, yeah. Someone just
There
said
it
a link
is.
for
There you go.
using a data analyzer
Hold that back
to
up, dude.
image a floppy disk.
There it is. The
The
floppy
CoCo
disk emulator.
STC.
Man, that thing's gold. You know, we've got one last bullet in the chamber. If this man's still awake, let's nudge him, shall we? It's Edvin
Is he in his
Helland.
chair?
Edvin, are you still with us? It's about 6 a.m. or something out in the man cave. He may be asleep. Edvin, can you hear us?
If
Have
he
you
hasn't
fallen
slid
off
out
of
of
your
his
That's
chair.
it. That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
We have to
I'm gonna
bet
go
every
with
year.
no.
I don't think there's any better way to close the doors on this meeting of the International Computer Club than with Edvin's unconscious silence. As we take this, as we
camera on.
as we grind this ship into the iceberg, I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I want to thank all you long-suffering folks in the chat for putting up with us for the last 6 hours or how long it's been. We will be back maybe sometime in the future with another International Computer Club.
For sure, within 2 months, folks.
Oh,
You heard it here
please.
first.
Come on, give me a break, Curtis. I'll let you run it, pal. All right. Again, thanks everybody for coming.
Might as well have been on the air 10 hours straight. What the hell?
Oh man, it'll get you. Until the next time we meet, I would like to issue you all a happy day, and please tune in to the Amiga's Retro Gaming channel for more wacky content in the future. Please check out CoCo Talk. Check out Amiga Addict. Retrorewind.ca. Check out Frodo Winnell. He's a great guy. Check out David Z. Good guy. Pixels of Dawn. He streams. Mitsuyama, a great guy. Paco, he's a little weird, but he's okay, man, you know. And Chris Edwards, he's got my kind of tech. He's out there, baby. He's gone. All the fine folks that have came and gone tonight, check all their stuff out, and we'll catch you guys again on the next meeting of the International Computer Club. Thanks again, everybody. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Night.
You should raid.
Hey.
Good stuff, guys.
You know what? That was fantastic.
That was fun.
God, that was
I'm glad I
fantastic.
came in during the Spectrum
It's up
talk.
6 hours. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Didn't you guys do like a 12er? You guys did it all night one time, didn't you?
We could do an all-nighter one next time.
Excellent. Excellent time. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. I know. I know.
It's all the sugar and the chocolate.
It's
all
the
and
sugar, the
chocolate.
chocolate,
water
and
bottle
the booze,
and
and
the
the fact that we
alcohol.
started at 4 and not 7.
TSI.
Yeah,
TSI,
starts
everybody.
now, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite part was still watching Aaron's eyes glaze over watching the assembly language talk. That was awesome.
I love that.
Reminds me of
Oh,
Stevie.
It's my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's ironic because what he was talking about is exactly what Jay and I have been dealing with the last month or two too. So I mean, it's really fresh in my mind. So
Bye, everybody.
bye, everybody.